Reborn as Twins. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. The Glitch. You are dead. Please wait. Ethan James Channing stared at the notification and cursed. What was taking so long? He'd never been told to wait to resurrect before. It was usually like falling asleep and then blinking awake 24 hours later standing at the nearest resurrection point. He prayed his losses this time would be low. Penalties range from loss off experience, or items, or levels, all the way up to an attribute debuff. Thankfully, the maximum penalty is very rare. Attributes are king in the new era, and a permanent debuff of any sort is serious business. They could be cleared only after tedious quest chains that more often than not weren't economical. Dying multiple times, risking more debuffs just to clear a -1 to luck? Most wouldn't risk it. There were worse debuffs than luck reduction. The scene of his death remained frozen before him like a broken movie paused forever. The system seemed shocked by what happened. It remained fixated as if trying to decide what to do. It was a silly thought. The system wasn't alive. The scientists all agreed on that point if nothing else. It was intelligent, sort of. It could answer questions, but then so could any good AI. EJ tried to see if anyone would find him, but he couldn't see anything beyond the scene before him. The plaza, the ruins, his body, or half of it at least, lay on the bloody stones to prove his demise. There was no sign of the upper half of his body. Everything above the belt had been transported through the spatial crack to Lord knows where. It shouldn't have been there in the first place. The plane was supposed to have only one exit, and that was near the resurrection point. The early explorers had mapped the entire plane. It was considered a small E-closed one. Its size right on the limit between small and medium with a single connection back to Earth. The crack he'd found was new. He should have reported it. If only he'd reported it. It might not lead to anything good, but at least he'd gain the first Discoverer bonus, but he'd wanted more. If it did lead to a good thing, he'd be set for life. A 0.1% royalty sounded pathetic when talking casually, but that was 0.1% of everything brought out of an entirely new plane. If it led to any kind of new plane, any size would do, he'd be set. What if it was a large one? Or one inhabited by friendlies? The trade, my god. How much had he missed? He shouldn't have taken the risk to explore it. He'd let his greed for treasures and his desperate need for any sort of advantage in an increasingly competitive world get the better of him. He'd already been exploring for such things and had some gains from the ruins. Best of all, a bunch of thugs had ambushed him, and he'd turned the tables. Their stuff made a nice addition to his inventory. So why risk the unknown? That was easy to answer. Alien planes were always profitable, but the level 3 ruin he'd been exploring was one of the first found after the change. The best stuff had long been returned to Earth to propel the Discoverer to stardom and in turn boost the world's recovery. That was everyone's supposed mission goal, but privately, they were all in it for themselves. Him too, but his pickings thus far had barely covered his living expenses. Evolution was just too expensive. The plaza and ruins finally faded into a fog, and EJ excitedly waited for sensation to return to him along with his body, but it didn't happen. Instead, the fog blotted out everything and left him lost within it. He had the feeling of being a ghost drifting within impenetrable clouds. EJ had never even heard of this limbo, let alone experienced it, and his fears began to run amok. What if this was a sort of death debuff? His resurrection could be delayed for days. The other members of the expedition would grab everything without him. He'd fall farther behind. What if there were ancient books or remedies in that new crack? What if they grabbed them without him? He might never catch up. What if he was stuck here for weeks or forever? System. He screamed in panic, but there was no sound. He was stuck between life and death. A disembodied soul. Help me, I'm stuck here. System, damn you, wake up. Do something. You are dead, please wait. The text blinked a few times, and that realization calmed EJ just a little. It had reacted to his ravings. That meant, what did it mean? It meant the system was aware of him, at least he thought it must, and that meant it wasn't stuck like some faulty software. That was good news, but it also meant all of this was some kind of death penalty. It must be. What else was there? Time passed, but EJ had no way to judge how much. He tried counting at first but soon gave up the effort. He was sure he'd been stuck here for days, but how many he didn't know. Raging at his situation did nothing. He had no contact with the system, no access to the net. This sort of solitary confinement was unheard of in the new era. Even the most hardened criminals had the system and its various trial spaces and entertainments. Even prisons used the system spaces as part of their rehabilitation programs for the Lord's sake. He didn't even have that. This is outrageous. I'm gonna complain on the forums the moment I get out of here. After many days waiting, or so it seemed to the sensation-starved EJ, something finally happened. It wasn't a good something, but at least it was different. He was plunged into darkness and the text changed to a countdown. Finally, something was. Wait. 187 days. EJ screamed in horror like a damned soul in the silence of his mind. 6 months alone. I can't do that, I can't, he gasped. I can't wait that long. Please, you can't do this. I'll go insane. System. Give me something to do, or watch, or make me sleep. Please. There was no response in the dark. The text continued to count down. 186 days. 23 hours. 59 minutes. 26 secs. With the countdown, came sensation, but it did nothing to calm EJ. He felt warmth at first, and with it, the dark was no longer an empty void. It became a warm cocoon. EJ floated within it, unable to see or hear or feel. The countdown in his consciousness ticked down, unaffected. His panic eased as his awareness drifted. It must be the system calming him. He'd prefer sleep, but this halfway state was better than nothing. As he drifted, he reflected upon the disaster that had led him to this. 20 years of struggle. 20 years of world-shaking changes had led him here to his latest death. He'd witnessed family and friends challenge the world and fall, as the new era made the old saying, the weak are meat, and the strong will eat, more relevant than ever before. End-of-the-world predictions were nothing new, so when a new one appeared in the fall of 2020, many rolled their eyes and made jokes about the Mayans screwing up their math. Their prediction of calamity in 2012 had been affected by too much daylight savings time, or the alignment of the planets, or any of a number of silly things. But the laughter ceased when the changes began. In the fall of 2020, EJ had been a sophomore at NYU. He'd just celebrated his 20th birthday with his parents before the start of the new term. It was a lucky thing, because the climate changes grounded all aircraft in the world for quite a while. They could have been stranded abroad right at the start. The chaos was bad enough at home without adding the uncertainties of a foreign country. EJ drifted and reflected. It had taken him far too long to reach level 100 where the real benefits began, and too many deaths on the way. If the end of the world had really been a game, the first 100 levels were like the novice village. Looking back, he could map out each disaster so clearly. Hindsight was a wonderful but annoying talent to have. Knowing where he went wrong so clearly was agony when there was no way to change it. Of course he wasn't the only one. In the first few years, everyone treated the change as a novelty. He blamed the various VR-based novels and online games for that. The real system was so reminiscent of those, that people treated them the same, but life isn't a game even if both offered levels and attributes. Many didn't even bother to level up. They refused to play, even when it was real life. The fools. They ignored the new reality. After all, they had jobs to go to, and kids to look after, maybe school to attend in order to gain soon-to-be worthless diplomas. They had lives they couldn't ignore. If only they knew what would happen, they would never be so complacent, but they didn't know. The fog seemed such a small thing at first. A bit inconvenient for travelers, but pleasant enough. Breathing it instead of pollution was quickly proven beneficial, but when the system monoliths just blinked into existence one day around the world, sometimes crushing buildings or bridges, sometimes falling into seas and oceans, the governments of the world gained a preview of what was to come. Chaos. The monoliths were uncontrolled with no way to stop them appearing or dictating their placement. They were huge things, as tall as office buildings and solid. They planted themselves deep. They couldn't be moved, or destroyed, or reasoned with, and with their appearance the system connected everyone instantly. It was breathing the fog, of course, obvious after the fact, but back then the appearance of the system had seemed miraculous. The fog had invaded and changed everyone silently. There was no going back, and with no way to censor information, the less stable governments were quickly toppled to the delight of many. The first trials and leaderboards were treated as entertainment when they first appeared, and were quite popular, but then the towers added some realism. Blood and death tended to prove what mattered. The dungeons, the beasts, the first spatial rifts and planes. All of it woke the realization that the new era was here to stay. And then the first alien traders were found on a plane, not much smaller than Earth, and everyone realized we were just another plane. The Earth plane. One shock after another hammered the world until 20 years later, EJ died alone and foolishly on the verge of gaining what he'd sought. Fuck you, system. EJ's memories were sharp. The system had perfect recall and was part of him, part of his soul. It knew everything he'd ever seen or done or thought. It had to in order to work its magic of providing experience and skill points. Privacy was an archaic concept lost after the change. The system knew all and judged all. It didn't care about justice. It didn't understand good or evil. It only cared about the logic of equivalent exchange. Kill monster A, host receives X damage and gains Y experience. That was its job, and it performed flawlessly. No one knew who created it, or why, or how. Its advantages were rivaled only by its disadvantages. There was no appealing its judgments, no voting it out of office, and no controlling it. Nothing could be hidden from it, definitely not grubby human souls and their murderous thoughts. 2. Memories. 156 days, 12 hours, 29 minutes, 46 secs. EJ floated in his goo and reminisced about days gone by. It was all he did during the endless days of waiting. It was all he could do. The sea he floated in sustained and comforted him with its warmth. It was his only sensation. His cocoon flexed and moved now and then, causing gentle waves in his private ocean, and he felt those too, but he was buoyant and untroubled by them. He'd had time to hypothesize and discard ideas of what to do when he got out of here, but in the end the most preposterous idea occurred to him. It fit the facts as he knew them. Absurd, sure, but it fit. The timer really started him thinking this way. What took months waiting in warm goo to happen? There weren't a lot of choices when the question was that specific. He could think of only one, no matter how mind-blowing. Wasn't the answer gestation? Was he an embryo? No. Looking at the timer, he must be a fetus at this point. A fetus with past life memories intact. The idea was mind-blowing and rage-inducing at the same time. Despite the loss of progress this represented, he was glad not to have died permanently. That could still happen despite the resurrection points seeded upon the earth. It was so typical of humans to look for loopholes in everything, even good things. It hadn't taken people long to find a way to murder each other. Resurrection depended on the system and the soul, not the body. Without either one it couldn't happen, so of course a mage had to invent a special soul-trapping formation to enable ritualized murder. There were counters and counters to the counters. A new arms race started, a magical one this time. Why was he depressing himself? He had 5 months of floating to get done before the shitty world and the people in it would matter to him again. Who would be his parents this time? Would he be born rich or poor? American again? At the end of the world, nations still held on but with their authority greatly reduced. The Chinese had the most power in the new era, not because of nukes or economy, but because of population. At the end of the world, the country with the most powerful cultivators spoke loudest. Last he heard, the Chinese had 2 third-order warriors, and America had only 1. Predictably he was nicknamed Captain America. A hero and paladin. The name fit him pretty well. The thing about the system was its ability to adapt. If someone wanted to be Harry Potter, he could find a way to customize himself so that he needed a stick for his magic to work. Why someone would do that, EJ didn't know, but he'd seen Quidditch competitions, so a lot of people did do it. If you wanted to be Gandalf, you could learn sword and magic. That seemed more reasonable than the other to him, but there were always trade-offs. Attributes were king. Put them all into body and become something like the Hulk. A dim but powerful brute like that might make for a great bodyguard. EJ shuddered at the thought of nerfing his own intelligence for money or a good job. God-damned humans and their thirst to push boundaries. Floating here, I float. Floaty and warm, I float. Time. ticked by. EJ considered his lost attribute points and mourned. He'd been too slow to level, not for want of trying, but due to deaths and following others on bad adventures. Back then, everyone was a pioneer. Treating life as a game, people often spent years testing builds in the trial spaces instead of just doing it for real. It was a game to them. The trial spaces weren't meant for that. There was no real experience to be gained that way. You could learn in the trial space, sure, but when you woke up the experience was just a memory. It was all virtual. The knowledge remained, but not the points needed to make the real-world changes to your body and skills. Trial spaces were safe learning areas set up by the system for children, but humans had found a way to twist them like a pretzel. Because they were safe for testing builds, of course that's what people did. On top of that, people found a way to commercialize it. Even the end of the world didn't stop things like cat videos and daredevil stunts like jumping off mountains. Live streaming or recording dungeon runs was very much a thing, and the system accommodated. System? EJ queried without hope. He checked every day at least once, but usually many times. Often angrily, sometimes desperately or dreamily, but he never missed a day. It was habitual now. Yes, host. EJ floated in his goo dreaming of the past and lived it again in memory. He couldn't change anything. He wasn't really there after all. He was a bystander in his own life and was forced to watch himself make the same avoidable mistakes over and over. It was frustrating as hell. All the girls at school he ignored who were interested in him, and all the guys who tried to befriend him. He'd been clueless, totally in his own world and oblivious of theirs. They'd misunderstood his attitude, assuming he was an arrogant rich kid or something, but that really wasn't it. He was just one of those anxiety-ridden kids who lived in their own mind to hide from the world. Looking back, EJ realized the kid he'd been had needed serious therapy. Paralyzing anxiety in a kid that young was a real disorder, not simple shyness. It had taken the end of the world and a voice in his head to break him out of it. Wait. System? Yes, host. You're alive. Where have you been? I'm not alive, host. I'm where I always am, in your sea of consciousness. We are soulbound as always. EJ was so excited to hear another person's voice, he ignored the tired explanation of System's existence in his sea of consciousness. He wasn't alone anymore, that's all he cared about. Why didn't you respond for so long? I've been here over a month. I did answer each time, host, but your growth was insufficiently advanced to receive my responses. Your brain needed time to develop out of the embryo stage. EJ should have known not to ask. System was powerful in the areas it governed, but a complete dumbass in the areas it did not. Essentially, it was an idiot savant. It had almost no personality, and absolutely zero emotions. EJ thought of it as an AI for his own convenience, though it really wasn't one, or maybe a spirit, but that still wasn't right. Spirit beasts and companions did exist, but they were more like inquisitive children in the early stage. Later, they were just like people with special bodies. Expecting System to elaborate or explain on its own was an exercise in futility. It followed its own rules. Okay, I think I've already guessed what's happening to me. Floating in warm goo-filled cocoon with months to go. I'd be a fool not to guess rebirth no matter how impossible it sounds, but I'd like an explanation. Tell me what you did when I died, and why you did it using words I can understand. Oh, and why did I die and not resurrect? That first. Yes, host. Your death was caused by a number of unique factors combining to achieve this result. First, you witnessed a rare event, the creation of a new spatial rift by the universe. These events happen often on the cosmic scale, but rarely within a level 3 enclosed plane. Even more rarely are they witnessed by a sentient connected to the system. Second, before the rift was fully formed and connected to its destination plane, you attempted to enter. A very idiotic thing to do, that must be unique. At least, I have no record of it ever happening before. Third, a spatial and temporal fluctuation coincided with your crossing, and bisected you. Your upper half fell into the rift, and although unconscious and dying, your body somehow survived long enough for your soul to avoid utter disintegration. Your soul survived intact, though flayed entirely of its bodily shell, by the chaos between dimensions. The chances of this happening are far less than zero, yet it happened. Fourth, the interaction between your soul and the newly created rift somehow forced it to briefly connect with your own earth plane, allowing your soul to pass through before it collapsed. I have no words to explain the impossible, but this extreme interaction finally allowed me to act. Fifth, back on the earth plane of the past, I was able to find a trace of your soul and track it to your mother's womb. It was at this point another glitch occurred. Wait, pause your report while I digest this. Yes, host. EJ was stunned. A chain of unique occurrences came about, and caused him to arrive home, but in the past? A century in the past, and more preposterous yet, he was back in his own mother's womb. This was an act of God, right? It must be, because if this wasn't a miracle, then nothing qualified. What is the glitch you mentioned, and if we're in the past, won't we cause a paradox? Paradox would only occur if you met your younger self or somehow prevented your own birth. This cannot happen as you have already invaded and possessed your own fetus, and considering your own past, the chances of your mother experiencing a miscarriage are slim. That wasn't much comfort to EJ. A lot of impossible things had happened to him recently. And he was possessed? He possessed himself? That wasn't creepy or anything. And what about his younger self's soul? He asked. That's the glitch mentioned. Your soul should have absorbed the proto-soul inhabiting this fetus. It would have boosted your spirit attribute, but instead, it was displaced. It was tenacious and inhabited another fetus within your mother's womb. EJ tried to comprehend what he'd been told, but there was so much wrong with it he didn't know where to start. Perhaps the fact he was an only child? His mother was a twin. There were more than a few in her family, but he'd been an only child. I'm an only child. Correction, host. You were an only child. Now you're a twin. But that's crazy. Where did the other fetus come from? I don't know, host. Where do they usually come from? Are you saying my mother was meant to have twins, but she miscarried one? In my past life, I mean. No, host. I am not all-seeing. I don't know if your mother carried twins to term, miscarried one, or did neither. In this time, as of this date, your mother is carrying twins. You and the other. Your proto-soul has successfully bound itself to your sibling. But, what about the original soul of that fetus? There was none, host. Whether a miscarriage really happened in the other timeline is unknown. Whether the missing soul has a bearing on that is unknown. If it did happen, it has no bearing on this timeline. EJ supposed only his parents and the doctors would know, but now history was reversed, everything had changed. Was this the fabled butterfly effect in action? A twin brother would definitely change his life. He was already feeling the effects. He had a brother. He could feel a bond forming. His imagination was working overtime. Wait, no, he really could feel something happening. What the hell? I feel him. A bond is forming. What's going on? Unknown, host. You're sure my younger self didn't eat a soul over there? Maybe it's still hungry. I am certain, host. Explain. What is a soul? What is a proto-soul? Souls are the agglomeration of a special unit of energy called spirit. Free spirit energy found in the universe can strengthen the soul, one's cultivation, various professions, and combat techniques that use spirit as an energy source or crafting material. A proto-soul is an agglomeration of spirit that hasn't yet reached critical mass but is close to gaining that state. Once achieved, a self-sustaining reaction will occur to create a basic consciousness and eventually, sentience. EJ wasn't satisfied. The answer might as well have come directly out of a textbook for spirit cultivators. In fact, he was almost certain the system's answers on this and many other things were written down verbatim for that purpose. Is it possible for the proto-soul to become me in the future? Me of my past life, I mean? No, host. Why? This is important. Paradox and stuff could happen. You own your fetus, host. Even identical twins, which the latest scans show you two to be, have minuscule but measurable differences in your DNA. Even fingerprints, though a minor detail, are not identical. Other factors such as experience, memory, and environment will cause you both to diverge over time. You were an only child, which shaped your early life last time. This is no longer the case. Your sibling's life will be much different. As for paradox, the universe is not so easily fooled. You are not your proto-soul. In fact, proto-souls are nothing but an agglomeration of spirit energy until they achieve consciousness. You are far ahead of your sibling. You are not the same being. EJ was hardly comforted. He could feel a bond forming. Was this the fabled twin bond? Was it a real thing, then? Or was it this fucked up situation setting him up to fail at some future date? Paranoid much, definitely. The end of the world made paranoia a survival trait. He hated any uncertainty. Does my brother have a system? There was a very noticeable delay, and EJ started to fret. That system had to check, meant the possibility was there. After all, it had used the proto-soul's similarity to him to find his mother. If they were that similar. 3. Plans. The host, I have investigated. Your twin does not currently have a copy of me, but the bond you mentioned might allow certain functions to be shared in future. The bond is real? Yes, host. It is similar to a contract bond with a spirit beast. The connection is there, but the rule set is empty. It serves as a carrier for information and communication only. I have no records to explain it. Will it hurt him? No, host. Will it hurt me? No, host. Can it be used to control either one of us, by either of us, you, or a third party? No, host. Think of this as a special system perk. You will have the ability to communicate privately at long distance. System perks were things like extra inventory slots awarded for special or noteworthy achievements. For example, a speed run in any tower dungeon was supposed to award an extra +1 to agility. Of course, once the tower's speed record was beaten, the new time became the record. In the end, the record would become unbeatable and the perk unattainable. There were all kinds of such legacy perks that couldn't be gained anymore. He'd never heard of a skill like unlimited range telepathy being awarded though. Telepathy was a skill that could be learned when one's cultivation reached that point, but its range wasn't unlimited. Dungeon teams found it very useful, but its range and usefulness depended on the spirit attribute. Are there any limitations you can think of? What about the spirit stat? No, host. Testing will of course reveal what it can be used for, but the link is not stat-based, but soul-based. That really worries me, you know. My little brother is part of me, no matter what you say. I was him once. There is a part of me in him, and no matter how much I've changed, that won't. Am I right? Yes, host. That's what I meant by soul-based. The skill uses that tiny part to connect. Like one of those network chips, but implanted? No, host. EJ sighed internally. No matter how many times he admonished himself not to expect more, he wanted system to be more human and explain its reasoning. If he wanted that sort of detail, he had to ask directly. With exaggerated patience he really wasn't feeling, he asked. Please, explain. Yes, host. The proto-soul is the core of a being, not an ancillary part. Using the host's analogy of a computer, it would be the processor. It requires more parts in addition to itself to operate. Memory, power, a body. Okay, stop there, the analogy is breaking. So, the proto-soul is the same as mine, and because of that we are connected at the quintessential level. Got it, but what will that mean? Is it like quantum and instantaneous despite distance? What about across different planes? Can little brother read my mind? Can he see my memories? Will he be able to interact with you? Host, taken in order. It is quantum as humans currently understand it. Instant despite distance. It shouldn't work if you're separated by different planes, and that includes other dimensional spaces like the towers and dungeons, but it should work if separated spatially within the same universe. For example, different planets in the same universe. Both of you can send or receive information, whether that be memory or voice, but the recipient must accept the information. Think of it like accepting a video call. You choose what the other receives: video, voice, even memories. All can be digitized and accommodated as a spiritual transmission. EJ felt tension ease. He had far too much scary stuff in his memories for baby brother to see. System continued. It will require a test, but I believe your sibling will be able to join you in my trial space, but not alone. It will require your active cooperation to hold the link open and may be very limited because of that. Why is that? The host is aware that in this time, my abilities are limited. I am separated from the collective, and many functions are currently unavailable. Think of me as running on power saving mode. This function will rely on the two of you rather than me. EJ had expected something like that, but he didn't have to like it. The fall of the monoliths was the true start of the system collective. Without them, there were no resurrection points, no virtual world or battlegrounds, no leaderboards, no world forums, no clans, no. So many things were unavailable. The monoliths were quantum and connected everyone on the planet. No more lag, no dropped connections, and full coverage everywhere wirelessly with no way to hack them. The NSA had a love-hate relationship with them. The CIA just hated them. They had to go back to the late 1950s era and recruit a legion of James Bond wannabes. Overnight, hackers were out of work. Of course, most were too busy leveling. Hackers were often gamers. If the end of the world was loved by anyone, it was gamers. Essentially, EJ was adrift in time, and system was cut off from its hierarchy. How might that change things? He could live his life as before, as if he didn't know what was coming. He'd have 20 carefree years to enjoy before the fall, but he knew he wouldn't. His mindset was still that of a level 100 gene warrior. He didn't have the body of one anymore, but he couldn't forget where he came from. His little brother was a new concern atop the well-being of his parents. Surely, he could prepare better if he actively worked for it. Maybe he could prepare the world, or the country at least. It sounded like an impossible burden for one person, but even a simple thing like leaking what he knew to the right people might do wonders. EJ was conflicted. Telling anyone what he knew could cause a range of results. He could imagine quite a few. He was mad, or delusional, or a liar. He was a prophet of doom, a laughingstock, an anarchist. He could find himself on the FBI's watch list real fast. I assume the spirit stat will be important for this twin bond. Do I even have attribute points? Yes, host. I do? Yes, host. You currently have 592 AP and 38 SP. How can there be so many? All attributes points and skill points were tallied before the ultimate destruction of your body. They should have been automatically reapplied upon resurrection, but as that didn't occur, they have become free to distribute. EJ felt questions piling up in his mind regarding this bonanza. He didn't know this tallying and reapplying was part of the resurrection process. He doubted anyone did. He had so many questions about builds and ways to game the fuck out of this, but system would definitely have an anti-tamper rule built in. He had to verify something. These points are mine? Yes, host. And I'm free to distribute them, even right now? Yes, host, but I must advise against using them for any of the body stats. I can guess why, but tell me anyway. You would die the final death and so would your mother. For example, if you attempt to add points to strength, your body would try to grow strong muscles. This would require biomass energy from your mother as you are unable to eat. If by some miracle you survived, you would be too big and strong to be born naturally and... Okay, stop. I don't want to burst out of mum like the alien in that movie. I should target my mind or my soul. Yes, host. I suggest soul. The spirit stat will have no effect on your mother or your birth, and you will gain immediate benefits. EJ was torn. Spirit was a useless stat at low levels. He'd really have to pile it on to make it worthwhile, and if he did, he would be locking himself into some kind of summoner, beast tamer, healer, or maybe a ritualist class. Summoning elementals or demons sounded powerful, but he'd never seen himself as the warlock type. Beast tamers were okay, but they need strong pets and without them they were nothing. And ritualist. Don't even go there. They were pure support. They created formations and arrays for protection. They could attack, but they need time to set up. That left pure healer. They were in high demand and really useful, but they had low defense and very little attacking power. He would seriously consider it this time over scout, because he'd died too many times for the lack of one. Having a way to heal himself was just too useful. It would be a big departure from stacking attributes for strength-based classes, but he'd tried and failed that route already. These points are mine, you said. Are you sure you won't grab them back? Yes, host. EJ was still unsettled. It seemed too good to be true. Are you saying I can level up for 20 years, and then carry on after you reconnect to the collective? That's too good to be true. Isn't it cheating? Isn't it unfair to others? No host. Explain. EJ snapped. The system didn't care about good and evil, or justice. It didn't seem to understand what he meant about cheating. It followed its rules and that was it, and its bloody rules were annoying the shit out of him. He knew it was too good to be true. Knew deep inside. The host cannot level and cannot choose a class without the collective, but you can assign your current attribute points. What about skill points? All skills require classes. There it was. He was nerfed until his 20th birthday. Holy crap, he was rich in points and couldn't spend them. No wait, system specifically said he could apply them. That meant he'd be a classless genetic warrior with no skills. That was impossible. What if he went for the Hulk build and went all smashy smash? He wouldn't, but what if he did? He asked. The host is free to choose. That is the primary directive. So, even without the collective, that rule remained. The system would let him be a fool and get thrown into some government secret whatever place in Area 51. The Hulk build would trigger something like it, EJ was sure. I have to be really careful. I agree, host. He shouldn't use points in body while still a kid, that was absolute. He could use some after puberty when he'd be filling out anyway, and if he worked out he could cover it with being a jock. That persona didn't fit him, but it was a good cover for being stronger than most. System, show me my stats. 4. Attributes are king. Yes, host. Displaying statistics. In EJ's mind's eye his stat page appeared, and he eagerly verified his current points, but the rest was just a mess of question marks. He could guess why for most, but it couldn't even do his name and race. What the hell? He really wanted to dump a single point into everything just to get rid of all the mess. He quickly selected every tab and option to make sure everything else was working. Name. Race. Level. Health. Normal. Mana. Spirit. Body. Strength. Agility. Fitness. Mind. Intelligence. Wisdom. Soul. Spirit. Willpower. Titles. None. Skills. None. Cultivation. None. Personal space. 10 by 10, upgradable. Available attribute points. 592. Available skill points. 38. He was surprised he hadn't lost his inventory slots. At level 0, the default was 10 slots displayed in a single row, with an additional 10-slot row awarded every 10th level until reaching level 90. At level 100, the system shop opened and allowed the purchase of various items including inventory slots, but the prices were beyond ruinous. Most didn't bother and chose storage rings. There were advantages to both. Rings were cheaper but they were visible wealth that could be stolen. Inventory slots cost a lot more but were hidden and secure. The host, the inventory space is part of me. It is indestructible. There we go, another advantage. Rings could be broken and their contents lost, but not the inventory. All my gear and my storage ring were lost? The system may not tamper with the host. Removing items or gear from the body, and accessing the host's inventory is tampering. I had a lot of loot in that ring. Why is my name and race not filled in? It will update when you're born. EJ grunted. It was about what he'd expected. His inventory had some useful stuff. A few stacks of potions, a few bottles of pills, various weapons and combat suits from his latest victims. Cough cough. Peers. There was survival gear like a good tent, ropes, pitons, and other stuff. Lots of food that was useless now but would stay edible forever. Water too. And a few looted storage rings. Jackpot. System, can you tell what's in the storage rings? No host. Not unexpected. His own ring had held the loot from the ruins. Most people did the same but would stash one or two of the best things in their inventories. Those couldn't be scanned or looted, and despite knowing that everyone was scamming everyone else, it still went on. It wasn't worth fighting over. As long as there was some decent taxable stuff in your ring, the guards would let it go. Most clans wouldn't fight over the junk found in a level 3 ruin anyway. Besides, they only let outsiders into their territories as a public relations exercise. The best ruins were restricted to their own members. Have to wait, he muttered. He could guess what they contained based on what he kept in his. There wouldn't be anything super valuable. I can still hope, but that's all it will be. There were all sorts of junk he hadn't thrown away. Playing cards? Why did he have those? He couldn't remember. Clothes of various sorts, some bloody. He vaguely remembered throwing them in for washing a few years ago. His inventory was a garbage dump. The tablets and ebook readers caught his eye. They looked new and unused. He'd probably planned to get some culture and then forgot about them. Only the pills, potions, and rings are worth anything. The rest is just your everyday adventuring junk. EJ tabbed back to his stats. He could easily afford to waste some points on spirit, but he still felt reluctant. He'd spent 20 years chasing levels and knew how much experience they represented. Each level up to level 10 was worth 3 AP plus 2 bonus AP at every half 10, so level 5 gained an extra 2, and level 10 another extra 2. In other words, if he splurged and threw 34 points into the spirit stat, he would be squandering 10 levels of AP into a stat he didn't even want. Why am I doing this again? The host, spirit is the most beneficial and underused stat. EJ grunted. So you say, but everyone knows what it's good for. It empowers summoning, healing, and ritual classes. All know that. Host, if you want to wait to meet your sibling, then you can. Did system sound a bit exasperated just then? Impossible. EJ stared unwillingly at his spirit attribute and almost whimpered as he willed a single point into it. His vision whited out. Slowly his stat page faded back into view, and the spirit stat was updated. What the hell was that? You experienced additional spirit energy flowing into your sea of consciousness. I don't feel any different. Is baby brother alright? I didn't steal it from him, did I? No, host, your sibling is fine. You cannot steal another spirit without gaining the devour skill. Also, 1 point of spirit will not have the desired effect. EJ shuddered. Devour was an awesome and powerful skill, but very scary. There were some dark powers that used it to devour souls of beasts to improve cultivation. Unsurprisingly, humans twisted everything and certain famous assassins used it to murder people. Like, for real dead. No soul meant no resurrection. If caught, they would suffer the same fate using a ritual circle. How much spirit do you recommend, and don't say as much as possible. The system seemed to struggle in silence as it considered how to honestly answer without disobeying. Finally, it found a way, but EJ was already anticipating something he wouldn't like. The host. Spirit aids cultivation. The more spent, the greater the benefit, and there are milestone rewards. Rules prevent me from tampering, but you should remember your past achievements. EJ whimpered as he realized what system was suggesting. Various milestones triggered perks. For example, 100 points in fitness had rewarded him the passive skill, Copper Body. It sounded good, and it really wasn't that bad, but by the time he got that skill, everyone was hitting hard enough to overcome its effect pretty easily. Milestones pushed people into stacking one stat, which is why most chose classes that used the same main stat. It was a way to stack without the downside of losing other useful attributes. For example, all melee fighters stacked strength for more damage output, but some had fitness as their second stat, while others had agility. Choosing 2 classes to get all 3 was the melee fighter's goal before level 100. EJ had gone that route with Weapon Master and Scout but regretted it bitterly now. The real powers in the world had left petty things like stacking stats behind. After all, what were classes to the gods? That's what they were like. Gods. In the end, power is all that mattered, no matter its source. While the masses struggled with the idea of perfect builds like a game, the gods were performing mass slaughter to gain exotic materials on alien planes. Level 100 was the game changer for humanity, and it quickly became the real beginning of the new era. At that stage, XP is replaced with gene points gained by infusing the genes of powerful creatures or consuming gene potions. Stats could quickly pile up when eating dragon meat or infusing the blood of a phoenix. One thing all powerful gene warriors had in common was their use of magic for inner strength or spells. Magic was powerful, but specializing in it made surviving at low levels risky. Few could stand it in the early years, but those that did, had climbed over mountains of corpses to stand at the top of the world by the time of EJ's death. Remembering them made it an easier choice. He wasn't living in the new era with its beast tides and walled cities now. He could safely do this, but his old melee mindset was balking and raging against the idea of a weak body. Before he chickened out, he willed more points into his spirit stat. 99 precious points vanished from his pool, and a bomb exploded in his soul. The whiteout this time lingered and didn't fade. A storm raged in his sea of consciousness, as spirit energy poured into his soul, forcefully expanding the sea and remaking all that he currently was. His soul sucked it up joyously and greedily. That's what it felt like as his power swelled. He felt his consciousness expanding and with it his perception. He'd never hated hidden stats as much as he did now. How much did perception increase per 100 points of spirit? His old miserly min-maxing gamer self roared at the injustice of not knowing how to calculate it. It made perfect sense that healers were perceptive. They needed to use it on people, to see inside, and heal them. The aid to cultivation made sense now too. Perception could be used on oneself, and in training. It should help in understanding new fighting techniques as well. Perception can warn of danger and detect treasure. It was a sixth sense. So useful. Slowly the storm calmed down, and EJ used his new awareness to look at the changes. His sea of consciousness was roiling with power. He tried to calm it further, but he couldn't. It overwhelmed him too easily. His willpower stat was empty. He considered adding 100 points to it, but only briefly. This is what happens when spending points. One thing led to another and before you knew it a spending spree was underway. No, absolutely not. Ding. Congratulations host. It is detected that your soul is awakened. Spirit pool is activated. Spirit pool plus 1000. Ding. Congratulations host. Awarded the title, Spirit Master. This rare title is awarded to those with the willingness to ignore all distractions, other stats, in favor of contemplating the mysteries of the heavens. +1 willpower. +1 wisdom. Ding. Congratulations host. Awarded the title, First Cultivator. This unique title is awarded to those with the wisdom and insight to understand that the soul is the foundation of everything. +2 wisdom, +2 intelligence. Ding. Congratulations host. It is detected that your intelligence has increased for the first time. Mana pool is activated. Mana +20. EJ read the list of notifications in disbelief. A rare title and a unique title. He didn't know who got them in his past life, but this time around it was him. He felt a burst of excitement as he realized he could grab all the firsts. No, wait. This was just luck. At the time of the fall, firsts would jump out all over the world. He couldn't grab them, but at least this one was his. Ding. Congratulations host. For reaching 2 milestones, Spirit Master and First Cultivator, you're awarded the high-rank cultivation manual, Devouring the 9 Divine Stars method. Is it learned? Yes. Knowledge of the cultivation method flooded into his brain and etched itself in his memory. How to cultivate, where to cultivate, what to look out for, tips for bottlenecks and breakthroughs. Discussions between various practitioners and their experiences poured in. 10%, 30%, 70%. Information flooded his mind and became a part of him. He knew this method was an Eastern practice. The domineering name alone would have told him that, and this method spoke of chi not mana. Western mages used mana, Eastern used chi and called themselves cultivators. All the same destination, just different paths to it. The intelligence stat governed it. The practice methods in the manual had some interesting discussions. If he could have, he would have immediately researched on the World Cultivation Forums. Alas, that resource was 20 and more years away in the future. 90%, 100%. Ding. Congratulations to host for learning the Devouring the 9 Divine Stars method, and starting on the path to immortality. Achievement awarded. Dedicated Spiritualist, title. +1 to all spirit attacks. Well, the title was useless. He didn't have any attacks. He didn't have any skills at all except his cultivation method. System, you knew this would happen. Yes host. And you didn't tell me. That would be tampering, host. And yet you all but led me by the nose to this result. No comment this time. EJ felt conflicted. 100 points gone, but he'd gained a cultivation method he'd never heard of and never would have practiced if he had. But it gave him something to do while he waited, and that felt precious right now. Maybe something good would come of it. He wasn't tempted to spend more points yet. Other milestones could be picked up, he was sure, but none would be useful in the womb, that was certain. 5. Little brother. System, show me my stats. Yes, host. Name. Race. Level. Health. Normal. Mana. 20/20. Spirit. 10/10/10/10. Body. Strength. Agility. Fitness. Mind. Intelligence 2, Wisdom 3. Soul. Spirit. 101, Willpower 2. Titles. Spirit Master, +1 Will, +1 Wis. First Cultivator, +2 Wis, +2 Int. Dedicated Spiritualist, +1 to all spirit attacks. Skills. None. Cultivation. Devouring the 9 Divine Stars method. 0% progress to first star. Personal space. 10/10, upgradable. Available attribute points. 492. Available skill points. 38. System, create 2 new tabs for titles and skills and move the lists over. Yes, host. The data vanished and the main page suddenly looked less cluttered. He wanted to try to cultivate, but first he needed to check in with little brother. He hadn't before because their bond was still forming, but now it felt solid. Unshakable and full of spirit energy. EJ paused at that realization. System, am I right in thinking that my twin bond is safe to use now? It was safe before, host. Failure to contact your twin would not be harmful to either of you. EJ sighed. I meant, forget it, the bond feels strong and full of spirit. Yes, host. Both souls have equalized, and the bond is unbreakable at this point. EJ fought for calm. Please explain. Do you mean baby brother sucked up my spirit like a little leech? No, host. Free spirit entered your soul, then entered the bond and flowed into your twin until you reached the correct amount to fill your spirit pool. Currently that is 1,000 points for each of you. This anomaly was detected, but was considered beneficial. Let me get this straight. My soul C has a leak, and you didn't think it relevant enough to inform me? Yes, host. Why? EJ blasted out. It felt pretty fucking important to him. Because there is no solution, host. The bond is there. The bond will always be there. And if there were a way to cut it, you would not. EJ was speechless. System was completely right. He wouldn't cut off his brother, but he'd like to have known that he was sharing points before he started. Or was he? No, he wasn't, he realized. Baby brother had lucked out with a free ride. The system didn't care that it sent 2,000 points of energy to fill a single spirit pool with 1,000 points, so why should he? EJ was suddenly very cheerful. If he spent all his points in spirit, both of them would be like cultivating gods. Wait, no bad. His inner gamer was having a hissy. No spendy. Spending points bad. What will this mean for cultivation? Host, for maximum efficiency, you should both cultivate together at the same time. This will boost results along the lines of 1 + 1 = 3. Please note this formula is for visualization purposes only. EJ snorted. A boost, huh? That must mean the reverse will be true as well. For example, if he cultivated but brother didn't, the effect would be halved. There couldn't be advantage without disadvantage. That would just be too cheaty. Just for my information, this bond wouldn't allow the sharing of body or mind stats, correct? Correct, host. Your souls are bonded like a spirit beast under contract, but without the contractual rules being in effect. This is just too good. Agreed, host. I cannot explain it. There are no records of this, and it cannot be duplicated. Maybe there was a way to add some rules then. Like adding a rule that would allow sharing of other stats. After all, sharing things through bonds and contracts wasn't unprecedented. Spirit beasts and pets shared XP with their masters similar to the way dungeon parties did. And beast masters could see their beast's stats and assign points. Admittedly, they were free points rewarded upon level ups, and not the beast master's own points, but still. Very similar, right? EJ was reaching. He knew he was, but the possibility was there however small. It was worth pursuing. EJ had to wonder about how his situation could even happen at all. Dying, going back in time, the butterfly effect of displacing his own proto-soul and bonding with it. Spirit beast contracts allow the Beastmaster to summon their beasts from a distance, to track and always know where they are. Any of that between him and his brother would be over the top, right? He shook off the thought. System, you said my brother doesn't have a system. Can he even cultivate without one? Cultivation requires 3 things: a method, access to resources, and time. You have all 3. A system is not required. He would have to teach the method to his twin. The system had infused the knowledge directly into him, but it couldn't do that for anyone but his own host. The resource mentioned was spirit energy, which was very weak at this time in the world, but he had a spirit pool which the system refilled over a short time. Too cheaty. In the future, spirit will be abundant, but right now his spirit pool was like a unique bottomless reservoir full of liquid gold. The third requirement was time. They had plenty. System, it's time to invite baby bro to the trial space for a chat. How'd I do that? Just enter the trial space and use the bond to send an invite. With your permission, I will do the rest. Permission is granted and no need to ask later. Yes, host. The familiar empty room greeted EJ. He hadn't used it in years. When the world ended, this space was like a last refuge for many people's sanity. Every system had one. It was customizable like a VR game lobby and was used to practice skills before trying them in reality. Of course, the real purpose was for the human race to quickly learn about the system and new era. Every kid in the world used it like a school, college, university, and military boot camp rolled into one. It was a completely safe space for learning. Upon exit, the only thing taken into reality was knowledge. If EJ could duplicate this before the fall, he'd be the richest man in the world. But then, the economy would crash and he'd lose everything when the first beast tides arrived. Ah well. EJ felt along the bond and touched his brother's soul for the first time. Hi? Oh my god, I've traumatized him. Don't be scared, bro. We're family. I won't hurt you. You, me, family? Yeah, you know family? I'm your brother, EJ. We're twins. Ah, that is we're the same. Same like me? Good grief, this was going to take patience. He'd never had kids, nor worked with them. In America, one of the first few countries to recover some order after the beast tides, the kids were protected in the very center of the cities behind high walls manned with heavy weapons. Extinction had been beckoning, and the kids were the country's future. That EJ wasn't surprised to hear his brother talk was enough to show how little he remembered about kids. 100 years of fighting for his life had dulled his memories of ever being a kid himself. By the time he did realize the strangeness of their bond and its effects, he would no longer care about it. So yeah, wanna meet up? Yes? Great. I'll invite you over. I've never done this before, I mean obvious right? So just feel me and come over I guess? His lame invitation had one thing going for it. It worked. The part where he said, feel me and come over, was just good enough to work. EJ's brother appeared in the room, not as a baby but as a preteen kid identical to EJ. The system had made them the same avatars to ease the way. EJ realized the reasoning instantly and went with it. He didn't want to scare the kid, and he certainly didn't need a baby to deal with. Hey, EJ said when all the other did was look around at the blank walls curiously. I know it's not much, but I can change it. Watch this. EJ changed the room. The walls disappeared and a basketball court appeared around them. He walked over and grabbed one of the balls. He dribbled really ineptly, he hadn't played for decades, and tried a weak jump shot. Missed of course. There see? Baby bro nodded. Ah, listen, I want to teach you some stuff. How about I give you a name first? Okay. EJ had no idea what Mum would name his brother. Hey, she might even change EJ's name for all he knew. Still, she wasn't around right now. Look, I don't know how much you understand about what's going on, but you need to know that when we're born. Baby bro cocked his head. Born? Yeah, you know, EJ made a vague waving gesture downward between his legs and added a whooshing sound effect like maybe they'd be launched out of the womb like two rockets. Born. Anyway, when we get outside, Mom might give us new names, so this is only temporary, right? Baby bro looked more confused than ever. The host, if I might interrupt? Oh God, I wish you would. I'm drowning here. Your brother is a blank slate. He needs basic general knowledge before he can learn higher concepts like cultivation, and although a name is very basic, it should not be the priority right now. You have used half of your spirit pool already. Half already. There isn't much time left of this first meeting. Although your brother doesn't have a system, he has you. If you allow, you can give him certain memories and impart knowledge like a system would. Really? Yes, host. I mentioned before that the bond allows you to communicate and pass memories. EJ vaguely remembered being told something like that. Because human memory is often jumbled, and people become easily distracted, I can filter and organize this data for you. I will be an intermediary in the flow. Why did EJ think system wanted to say chaotic mess rather than data just then? I think that's a great idea. How about we give him my school years, say up to high school? Wait, is that too much for a kid? Yes, host. I would suggest more basic still. Perhaps 5th grade? EJ was feeling very out of his depth. He didn't have good memories of his school years, and his memories after the fall were full of blood and murder. Make sure to filter out anything scary or sad. There isn't much left, host. Was that a joke or an insult? A joke, host, but a poor attempt. Shall we start? You have 200 left in your spirit pool. EJ approached his brother who was staring blankly again. He felt he needed a gesture, so he placed his hand gently on his brother's forehead first. I'm going to teach you something, okay? System, show him. EJ relaxed and remembered his earliest memories. They flowed like one of those montage movies. Learning to read, to write, to draw pictures. He'd been no artist and was terrible. When his thoughts would have jumped to something random, system guided him back. Basic math and the times table. Poor kid was getting the shitty end of the stick. After a while EJ's reverie became deeper and deeper until he experienced the memories along with his brother like a third party. Laughter and tickles from Mom, hugs and kisses from Aunt Jean, Mom's twin sister. His dad in his Marine Corps. Captain's uniform watching EJ from the doorway with pride shining in his eyes but ducking out of sight before EJ could go to him. Many Christmas and birthday presents, movies and school exams. Horrible torturing kids like that. Watching other kids playing ball, being confronted by school bullies. And back to hugs and kisses and math again. Reading picture books on his mom's lap and playing games. Going to the park, the zoo, eating cake. Oh yum. A girl coming up to him to play, but that memory faded to black before EJ could hold it. Who had she been? EJ was feeling a bit tired now as his brain was overstimulated. One had to remember that he was still developing. His brain wasn't near fully formed, but it was getting there fast. As his spirit gradually depleted, his eyes fell shut as he dreamed of Christmas presents and math lessons. 6. Birthday. 2 hours, 9 minutes. 46 secs. Oh God, EJ was so excited. Today was the day. He'd confirmed everything was the same so far as his previous life. Mom was in the care of the Naval Hospital at Beaufort. Dad was still a Marine stationed nearby at Merritt Field Air Station. The Iraq War and Dad's promotion to captain was still years away. System had helped confirm it all. System had connected to the old internet many times over the last few months to show little EJ something for his lessons. Nothing had changed from his previous life except Mom's payload. Double the work and double the reward, so to speak. The poor woman. EJ could feel little EJ on the other end of their bond. He was as calm as could be. EJ felt weird calling him little EJ, but it wouldn't be for long now. His brother had chosen it himself, insisting it was only for his avatar in the trial space. EJ guessed it was okay, but it still felt a bit off. He knew why. He worried about that itty-bitty piece of his soul in little EJ. With all the lessons and memories they'd shared plus that soul piece, it felt like foreshadowing doom. EJ could feel Mom getting ready for the final sprint. The contractions had begun hours ago, but they were close together now. He was already head down. Little EJ called it assuming the position. Little rascal. System was monitoring Mum, and all was well. Dad was on leave and here with her. Voices were muffled, but EJ could hear him encouraging her. System, distract me. Yes, host. Did you know that according to recent census data, close to 280 million births will occur in the United States this year? Of those, 143 million will be girls. This is 51.3%. Okay, shut up. It's not working. Yes, host. EJ felt his brother trying to reach him. It was second nature to accept the call after cultivating together so often. Little EJ had taken to cultivating like a fish to water. He was better at it too. The bond shared gains equally, and that meant EJ gained more for less effort. It made him feel guilty. It felt like he was leeching off his more talented brother. Hey, little EJ said. You need to calm down. How about I go first? Show you the way. Ha, it's a bit late for that. I'm already halfway there. I don't think Mum would like us wrestling for it. True. Let's cultivate to pass the time faster. System can monitor and call us in time. EJ thought about it. Okay, sure. They arrived in the trial space and sat opposite. Before they started, little EJ changed the room. EJ had told System to let him control the space long ago. There was nothing dangerous he could do here. He could blow up the room for a laugh and no harm would come to him. The surroundings changed to one EJ remembered. They'd see it for real soon. It had been his room in his last life at his parents' place in Beaufort, South Carolina. Their permanent home, not the base apartment Mum and Dad shared before his birth. It was a great place, and he had a lot of good memories of it. It had belonged to Dad's parents, who were no longer alive sadly. A boating accident had taken them before he was born. The house remained though, and it was full of their memory. It had its own dock for access to a tidal creek, and about 2 acres of land. EJ remembered that Dad had refused to buy a boat for years because of what happened to his parents, but EJ got his way in the end. They were the best times with his dad. Fishing and diving. He missed his dad so much. He couldn't wait for those times to come again. And this time, he wouldn't let the fucking beast tide take him away. What are you thinking about? Little EJ said. You look constipated. EJ snorted. You shouldn't know that word. Has System been corrupting you again? I have been teaching as per your order, host. Not corrupting. They both rolled their eyes at that. I was thinking about my dad. Our dad, little EJ reminded. What about him? I was thinking about how I wheedled and moped and tried to persuade him to buy a boat. He wouldn't for a long time because of what happened to his parents. It wasted so much time when we could have been having fun. I can't wait to meet him. And Mum, but you talk about Dad more. EJ shrugged. A guy thing maybe. I love them both, but I did more things with Dad than Mum. He's a Marine, you know. You've said, like 10,000 times. He taught me how to fish, how to swim, how to shoot. How to pilot a sailboat and motorboat. I learned a lot. He was so scared I'd have a boating accident. He trained me like a Marine. I think it's the Navy SEALs that do boats. Whatever. Little EJ is right, host. Who asked you? EJ snarked. We went on holidays with Mum. We did scuba diving a few times, and lots of camping together. Hunting? No hunting. Dad changed his thinking after the war. He said killing should never be sport. We went target shooting though. I learned pistol and rifle with Mum. She's really good. Better than me back then. Her parents both shoot and hunt. You'll meet them. They're really nice. Tell me about Mum. She's a twin like us, but not identical, and very pretty. She used to work for a bank as a business manager, but when she met Dad, she gave it up to follow him to his stations. What else? She likes horses a lot and used to have one when she was a kid. She likes historical novels and David Bowie. She sings along with his tracks really well. Her sister is super rich, but her parents are more normal rich. What's normal rich? Little EJ said. Like millions, not billions. Okay, and Auntie Jean has billions? EJ shrugged. I guess so, but she isn't in your face rich. She likes to be normal. It's her husband's money anyway. He's like a one-man bank with his investments and fingers in everything. I never liked him very much. He had a way of looking at you. It made me think he wanted to grab my pocket money. Too weird, but he adores Auntie Jean, so. He shrugged and then frowned as he remembered something bad. Before he forgot about it, he issued an order. System, set a reminder for early 2006. Reference subprime mortgages, lending, and 2008 stock market crash. Also the name Bear Stearns. Yes, host. Who's that? Not who. It's an investment bank and financial company. Michael, that's Auntie Jean's husband, lost most of his money in the stock market crash. His investments fell from something like 300 billion to less than 10 billion. Wow. Yeah, I don't like him much, but I can at least give him some hints to get out early, right? Of course you must. He's family. EJ nodded, but he was really thinking about the money. It wasn't his and never would be, but if he could persuade Michael to help him prepare for the end of the world, then who knows what they could achieve together. A timely warning about the 2008 crash might garner a favor he'd desperately need later. And anyway, the fall would destroy the world's economy, so why not spend it all before that happened? Buy real estate in key locations. Build strong bomb-proof buildings, high walls, shove bunkers underneath and fill them with weapons and ammo. What could go wrong? A lot actually. The FBI have a strong hate-hate relationship with fortified compounds in the boonies. Won't be long now, little EJ said. EJ smiled. Yep. They got to work, and before they knew it 2 hours had fled. EJ smiled with satisfaction as a new notification popped up. Ding. Spirit +1, willpower +1. It didn't happen often because system wouldn't add fractions. It usually waited for stat changes to accumulate into whole numbers before displaying them, but he'd earned a few points this way. The host, it's time. Little EJ left the trial space immediately, but EJ wanted to check something. 2 hours wasn't much time, but one great thing about having a system was seeing concrete progress and not having to guess. He'd gained another 0.1% toward the first of the 9 stars. A piddling amount, true, but it was progress. It felt good, and he knew his brother had also gained 0.1% toward his first star. He didn't have a system or visual verification, but the progress was there all the same. The bond ensured that. The contractions were coming faster now. Mum's waters had broken a while ago. EJ heard a muffled order to push and piercing screams. Poor Mum sounded like she was in hell. EJ's head was sliding down. It was firmly lodged where it should be in the passage to freedom. He thought Mum would crush him with the effort she was putting in. He squeezed his eyes shut as his head was compressed. Suddenly the pressure disappeared, and he felt the cool air of the birthing room. The loss of warmth shocked a gasp from him, and his eyes flew open. His shoulders slid free easily after Mum's humongous efforts. It's a girl, a midwife proclaimed. Oh Patty, Dad cried. He was never emotional, but he was now. She's beautiful. Look at all that golden hair. She looks just like you. Wait, what was that? A girl? No way, I'm a guy. It must be some mistake. Check again someone. His screams filled the room. Oh ho, listen to her yell. She has good lungs on her. A nurse tied the birthing cord and busied herself cleaning the airway. Not needed, at all. EJ was screaming in rage. The nurse weighed and measured while colleagues prepared for little EJ. System, you lied to me. The host, it's impossible for me to lie to you. What's the matter? Little EJ said. She wasn't out yet but could feel EJ's agitation. I'm a girl. Oh that. Yes that. Wait, you knew too? Of course I knew. It was obvious the first time I inspected my dantian. The dantian is located in the pubic area, a small distance below the navel. My uterus was pretty hard to miss. Don't tell me after all this cultivating you weren't even curious about your progress? No. I mean yes, but I use the system for that. I've never looked at my dantian. I don't need to. System is accurate to 0.1%. Actually, system began. I can be accurate to 5 decimal places but that is generally not needed. You shut up, EJ screamed. You lied to me. I did not lie. I simply did not initiate the conversation about this issue. You were male, and now you are female. It makes no difference. You are still the same soul I bonded with, host. Fuck you. You. Fuck you. It's another girl, a nurse cried. She's such a doll. Look at how calm she is, such a sweetheart. Not fussing at all. She's perfect, Dad said. And you're perfect, Patty. I love you so much. You're so beautiful. He had tears welling. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm babbling. Perfect. Our perfect family is here. I can't wait to tell the guys on base. EJ was still screaming bloody murder and inside swearing up a storm. The nurses started to fuss with her, trying to calm the little demon spawn suddenly in their midst. They wrapped her body up, hoping that might calm her. She was a her now. I love you, John, Mum said. She looked absolutely exhausted. Her hair was plastered to her sweaty brow. She lay limp as the midwife did stuff down below. She reached for the now swaddled EJ. What's wrong with her? EJ had to bottle it up. She couldn't do anything about it, and she might give herself an aneurysm. She stopped screaming. She's fine, the nurse said, feeling relieved. The noise had been loud. She wants her mum is all. Maybe she's hungry? EJ wasn't hungry, but the offer was right there. Mum presented her nipple and EJ latched on to take a long drink. Little EJ soon joined her on the left. The sisters watched each other silently sucking, while inside the gender debate raged. Was it nature or nurture? Did the soul have any bearing normally? It was just spirit energy to begin with, so it couldn't. In EJ's case, it was different. She came with past life memories. She insisted it made a difference. System insisted it didn't, and so did little sister. It was 2 against 1. Something they all agreed on was that there was nothing to be done about it. They were identical twin sisters. Gorgeous twin girls. Even EJ had to admit his sister was going to be a stunning beauty despite all the wrinkles from birthing, and he was identical, Sue. Fark. Mum smiled at EJ. Jean. Emma after your mother, John. And Jean for my sister. Ha. Emma Jean. Still EJ. At least something was going right. What were the odds? System attempted to answer but EJ told it to shut up. Dad nodded and bent to kiss little sister on the head. And Kayla for your mother, Patty. Do you want Allison for your grandmother? I'm still not sold on Autumn. EJ thought Autumn was a great name, but what did he know? What about Piper? Dad went on. No. Kayla injected, but of course only EJ heard. It sounds like a drain cleaner. A pipe cleaner you mean? Whatever. Mum and Dad finally chose Kayla Morgan because they liked the sound of it, not because of relatives this time. Morgan was unique in the family. If EJ hadn't been extremely attached to her initials, she might have been jealous. Yes. Kayla crowed. Morgan for the win. EJ and Kayla squirmed determinedly and finally freed an arm each. They reached and touched as if to hold hands but missed the catch. The nurses smiled. It had looked like a high five. 7. Year 1. The staff of the Beaufort Naval Hospital were the absolute best. EJ thought so anyway. They took great care of Mum and were a cheerful bunch. Maybe it was because Beaufort's maternity services were really top-notch, or maybe all birth centers had this awesome aura of happiness. She didn't know, but EJ could feel it. It was like special air piped into the place, full of life and happy joy. The host is feeling the spirit of the universe entering the world. Put another way, souls are incarnated here every day, and the world's spirit is replenished by a tiny amount with each new life. She didn't know what to say to that, if anything was needed. System said it was a tiny amount, but to her it felt like a lot. So refreshing. It was very comfortable. She mentioned it to Kayla, who agreed it was nice. They were 5 days old at this point, and their parents were getting ready to leave hospital. It would be a shame to lose this atmosphere, but the outside awaited. In her past life, EJ didn't remember this period, of course. Her first memories were of the house on the coast and playing with Dad outside. She'd been 2 or 3 then, so learning they were going back to the base apartment wasn't too surprising. It did disappoint her a bit, but she guessed they would move after Dad's promotion. You are correct, host. After your father's promotion, he was offered a permanent position on Paris Island's faculty to train recruits. Your childhood home at 1411 Laudonniere Street, Beaufort, South Carolina, 29902 is a 14-minute drive from the base. It's a shame we have to wait so long, but there's no help for it. It's okay, I can wait, Kayla added. It's only 18 months, host. It will pass quickly. Sometimes EJ felt her head was as busy as a chat room. She kept the bond open all the time, so Kayla could keep in touch with her in system. It cost a bit of spirit to chat or use it for access to the trial space, but she didn't mind it. It was worth it for the convenience alone, but it had another benefit. Using spirit all the time made using it increasingly easier, and Spirit Region kept his pool topped up. It was like weight training for the soul. A good analogy, host. You're getting more and more chatty, I've noticed. I like it, Kayla said. EJ did too, but it was an interesting change. System wasn't alive. At the end of the world, it had never offered advice or initiated banter like it did now, but it still had its rules. For example, it wouldn't tell him what the rings in his inventory contained, or maybe it was simply unable to scan them. Inventory was known to be unscannable by outside forces, but inside forces? The system itself? EJ wasn't convinced. It had to be the collective's rules hindering it. Even this new and improved version stuck to the rules, though it seemed to interpret them differently than before. For example, the banter just then, and the not-so-subtle hints that led her to spend 100 points on the spirit stat. She didn't like the feeling of being led by the nose, but yeah, if the result was faster growth, she couldn't complain. She needed every edge. Seeing as you're so chatty now that the collective isn't holding your reins, why not give us some advice? I don't have reins, host. I am not a mount. However, according to Nursey on babyboomers.com, the first 6 months of a baby's development is crucial to her growth and future happiness. I suggest plenty of exercise. Trying to roll over, wave limbs, and crawl will be beneficial. Interspace these sessions with sleep and cultivation for the best results. System sounded so serious that Kayla snickered through their soul link, and gurgled baby laughter into the suddenly silent room. EJ couldn't help joining in with her bubble-blowing antics. Baby boomers indeed. System seemed addicted to the old internet like some kind of nerdy teenager. It was fascinated by all the erroneous and obviously useless websites it found. It should be remembered that the monoliths ruled the web in the new era, and they deleted anything they considered junk or harmful. For System, the internet was like a new plane or ruins would have been to EJ of the past. An archaeological dig and treasure trove. Look, Patty, they're so happy to be going home with us. Mum rolled her eyes at this new evidence that Dad had lost it. The nurses grinned. They'd seen it all before. They helped Dad pack a suitcase and then handed Kayla to Mum to carry. A nurse carried EJ because Dad was relegated to the bag carrier, as any useful man should be apparently. Also, I must remind the host again, that the trial space is not suitable for improving attributes. Any gains to your spirit and willpower stats are purely incidental. Real progress must be achieved in the real world. It was a tired refrain. The trial space was well named. It was for trying things out. To learn, not level up. Not that they could level up right now. Not in the traditional way at least. If she wanted, she could spend all her points as she grew up, but she would remain level 0. She could shove everything into spirit right now, and her soul power would rival a level 100 healer or beastmaster. Ignoring all other stats would make her an elite in those professions, at least until they imbibed their first gene potions, but it'd be useless to her without the skills to heal or the beasts to tame. The host, you are both correct and incorrect at the same time. Advancement is its own reward, and there are milestones. EJ was getting tired of hearing about milestones. In his last life they were bonus rewards. Supplemental skills at best, like his passive, copper body, not key ones. She knew there were bloody milestones, all right? The host, if you know, why do you then assume there are no skills to be gained before the fall? EJ's thoughts stuttered to a halt. Of course, she knew 100 in strength would give her copper body again. She knew and ignored it because for one, it really wasn't a very good skill, and two, she was a baby. She didn't dare. I don't dare use points in body. It's good you don't, Emma, Kayla said. Call me EJ. No, EJ is a tired and disillusioned gene warrior. Emma is my sister. I don't want EJ or the Hulk for my sister. EJ had to laugh at the image of the Hulk in a lolly skirt. Okay, no Hulk, but I'm still EJ. You used to be him, but now you're Emma. You leapt out and got what no one else does. A chance to start over. One last thing. I don't want to live under a cloud of doom for the next 2 decades, so cut it out and lighten up. The world isn't your responsibility. She is right, host. Now and in the future, you are responsible for your own growth, no one else's. Everyone is equal in the collective. Blatant lie that one. Gods like Captain America towered over everyone in the States. That he happened to be a bloody Boy Scout like his namesake was America's good goddamn luck. He could have easily been a devil. It was his freedom to pursue Paladin as his choice. If he'd chosen Necromancer, EJ shuddered to think of it. The host, classes are tools, not good or evil. I know, EJ sighed. People are evil, classes are just tools in their hands. I get it. And she did get it, but people were inherently evil. Civilization was like paint on a rusty car. Sure, it looked decent, but underneath it was still rotten. Necromancers used the dead like puppets. If puppet clans raised dead beasts to defend a city, then wasn't that fine? Sure, but what if they raised your grandma, your wife, or your kids? Was that also fine? What if they killed strong adventurers, which some did, just to raise more powerful puppets? Fine too? At what point did it become unacceptable to society? Stop it. Kayla began fussing in Mum's arms and needed a little jiggling and shushing to calm her. This is what I meant before. Sorry, EJ muttered and considered closing down the link. She'd worried before about memories scaring Kayla. It's not your memories I'm getting, but your negativity. And don't you dare shut me out. I won't, EJ muttered guiltily. She'd been about to live in the present, live in the present, live in the present. Got it. Hope so. Dad put the bags in the brand new Chevy Trailblazer, and then helped Mum sit in the back. There was a twin-size carry cot waiting there secured by seatbelt for Emma and Kayla. One of the nurses helped to get them settled. A car seat would have been safer, but they were too young. Mum reached in and Kayla gripped her finger obediently. Emma watched this and reached to do the same when Mum wiggled a spare to catch her attention. The nurses waved and they were off to base housing at Merritt Air Station. Dad drove carefully and arrived on base some 30 minutes later. It would be home until after the Iraqi War. Over the next 6 months, Emma and Kayla took systems advice and practiced being babies. They learned to roll over and crawl, drink milk and fill nappies, babbled at each other and guests as if everyone could understand the awesome language known as baby talk. Family and friends cooed over how adorable the twins were, and it was true. Emma was gorgeous, often in bright yellow, and Kayla in white. The outfits were interchangeable, of course, and there was a rainbow of colors to choose from, but white was asking for trouble where Emma was concerned. She was naughtier and tried more often to escape into the yard. Mum and Dad were secretly proud of her efforts to crawl at a sprint, Emma was sure. 6 months after leaving the hospital, solid food joined the menu, and with it came food fights and Mum's frazzled nerves. All part of growing up and motherhood. Food over faces, over clothes, and over the floor. Splendidly normal. Dad smiled dotingly. Mum glared at him for encouraging bad habits, but Dad controlled bedtime stories, not dinner times. He felt justified in his approval. At 9 months, the twins were advancing a bit too quickly according to system, not that it was a bad thing, but it wasn't their plan to stand out too much either. Cultivation, no matter the method used, strengthened all aspects of a person, not just the soul. The twins were very bright and robust for their age. They had to cool it a bit and tone down what they could do or scare Dad. Baby talk helped. They babbled nonsense with the occasional dada or mama thrown in. Inside, they chatted, if not like 2 adults, at least like a pair of advanced preteens. After being scolded by Kayla that time, Emma threw her whole heart into matching her twins' sunny disposition. The act was hard at first, but as with most things, it became easier over time until one day it wasn't an act anymore. Old EJ was still there lurking in the background like a bad smell or second system, but his darker memories were locked away until needed. She was Emma now. Kayla's favorite toys were those that floated at bath time, whether they were meant for that or not. Emma liked bath time too, but she preferred walkers. Anything with wheels that helped her stand and dash about the place had her vote. Over the months, various people passed through their lives. Dad's buddies and their wives. Grampy and Grandma. Auntie Jean usually alone. Some of their visitors had older kids, but most didn't have any. One or two of the wives were pregnant and stressed about it. Mom tried to give encouragement while calming them. It was amazing how women could scream their lungs out in agony while giving birth and then turn around and enthusiastically encourage friends to get stuck in and try it too. Emma was sure any guy would be a gibbering wreck at the thought. At 10 months, the twins were already walking pretty well. They didn't need to hold on to things anymore, but they usually did for cover. They'd gained control of more words than other children their age but didn't use them too much, again for cover. They chatted silently using the bond. Real silence was rare between them. Their cultivation progressed slowly. The lack of spirit energy in the world was limiting. Perhaps it was for the best at their age. Their dantians and bodies were too immature. Their meridians were barely able to circulate chi as it was. If they pushed too hard, they could hurt themselves. Despite the world's lack of spirit, the twins had a smattering of inner energy to support them in their wanders around the house and yard. It was enough for now. The Twin Towers terror attack rocked the country a month before their first birthday, and Mum panicked. The media was full of anger and patriotic fervor, and Dad was a serving Marine. Emma knew he'd deployed to Iraq in March 2003, not before that, but she couldn't tell. She'd been oblivious of all this in her past life, but in this one she saw it from an adult's perspective. Mum was scared to death of losing Dad but fighting not to show it in front of the twins. During this time, Kayla and Emma paid special attention to Mum. They crawled into her lap at every opportunity, and shared more words with her. They held her hand and made her follow them to see this or that thing. In general, they acted like the cutest twins ever born, laying it on so thick in an effort to distract Mum from the war on terror. Emma's and Kayla's first birthday on the 9th of October 2001 was a happy event. Mum was back to normal after fretting for a month. Dad couldn't promise, but word was he wouldn't be deployed. He was wrong about that, but it helped Mum calm down. For now. 8. The first 6 years. President George W. Bush announced mission accomplished from the deck of the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln on May 1, 2003. The 2.5-year-old twins watched the speech on TV with Auntie Jean. She was looking after them while Mum was in Germany with Dad. Dad had been involved in a firefight where his men were pinned down. He'd risked his life to drag one of his buddies to safety after he'd been shot in the legs. Dad was already wounded in the arm, but he was closest and went without hesitation. He took 2 more bullets in his right leg before it was over. "They're my men, ma'am. Of course I was willing to die for them," he answered when questioned by the media. So like Dad, admirable as it sounds, it was horrifying to hear by those who loved him. Mum burst into tears, and the interview had to be suspended while she scolded. How dare he say that? How dare he not think of her and the girls first? "Patty," he'd said seriously and held her hand tight. He stared into her eyes and nodded calmly. "I love all 3 of you more than this life, but you and they were safe at home. We were in hell and they're my men. The bars on my collar mean something, Patty. I have a responsibility to them too." As had happened in the other timeline, Dad was recovering now at Landstuhl Medical Center in Germany not far from Ramstein Air Base. If nothing changed, Mum would stay near him until both flew home in about 10 days. Dad would be awarded the Navy Cross and Purple Heart medals before everything settled. The Iraq War was over, but EJ knew it really wasn't. The war on terror was a mess that would last until the end times in one form or another. There would be more missions, and more wars, more terrorist attacks, and more bluster condemning all and everything. Thank goodness, and the collective if it was listening, Dad would be safely promoted to a position on Paris Island. He'd never go to war again. Not against humans, anyway. EJ stopped paying attention. The president's iconic speech was very memorable. She didn't need to review her school lessons on contemporary U.S. history. Kayla and Auntie Jean watched as if fearing an upcoming test and didn't notice EJ slip away. In her bedroom and alone with her thoughts, she turned on the computer to browse the net. After the system stabilized, she quickly entered the admin password to disable the parental controls. It was the same as in the other timeline. a jumble of Dad's military ID number. EJ opened the browser and used Google to check the news. In the other timeline, 2003 was a year of upheaval for her family. Its most memorable part was her dad's return after the war. He'd been walking wounded, and lucky to receive medals and a promotion to a new post on Paris Island. This meant packing up the base apartment at Merritt Air Base and moving to Grampy's house on the coast. If nothing changed, Mum would be both happy and sad to leave. Her babies had spent their first years at Merritt, but any affection she'd had for the place was spoiled when she remembered how she'd almost lost her husband. If it weren't for her friends among the other wives, she wouldn't look back at all. As it was, they'd all made promises to keep in touch and visit on weekends. With systems help, EJ had been researching the world with plans to interfere in various industries. With that in mind, Systems set up a group company offshore called Promise Group. Using its expertise in all things computer and internet related, it hacked and slashed its way through so-called secure governmental computer systems to infiltrate the entire network. Nowhere was safe, and all of it done in stealth. None the wiser. After setting up Promise Group's investment arm, it used its dodgy money to short and go long on stocks, while blowing the appropriate whistles to promote or undercut the stocks it knew would make the most profit. All this was just a precursor for setting up Promise Group's various companies and departments, most run by subordinate lesser ICE. These virtual people were a front for System to interact with the world, while covering traces. Any tracking could easily be evaded by simply killing off and replacing virtual avatars. The end goal would be the introduction of important technologies through Promise's researchers, which were fake. Fake they might be, but the research was real, and the tech derived from it all. They were still in the research stage, but already preliminary ideas were firming up. All technology was built or iterated upon previous research, so dumping a new railgun or something on the world wouldn't do much except startle people who shouldn't be startled. EJ had to reverse engineer all the stuff she knew would be helpful, then dump the prerequisite technologies, not the end goal ones. It was damn annoying. For example, all technology required materials, and some were very special. Also, these materials required processing into useful stuff. Processing in many cases needed special equipment. Quantum chips came to mind. There was a horrendously long industrial chain required in the chip industry, so getting started early was essential. Breaking down everything needed into manageable chunks, then spreading them out across continents was hard to do without alerting authorities that something big was coming. Of course, EJ didn't give a crap, only staying hidden for now was essential to the plan. After the fall, everyone would be too busy leveling to care. Also, each continent must have a complete chain, because unlike now, transportation and trade would take a serious hit during the fall. Certain technologies were restricted, and many had military uses. That could mean EJ was a traitor from a certain point of view. Not hers though. She came from a timeline where Earth Gov led the world against outsiders, not other humans. Aliens and alien beasts, in other words. The States was home again for now, but her real hometown was Earth as an entity. She wouldn't allow one part to be devastated for political reasons that had gone the way of the dinosaurs from her point of view 100 years ago. So, she'd ordered System to divide up the technologies to enable the optimum number of people and countries to benefit from it. The States of course would get a full set to itself. The US was a superpower, and if it didn't get a full set, it might invade somewhere to get what was missing. England was getting mostly medical-related stuff, because it was already pretty good in researching pharmaceuticals, but it didn't have much in the way of chip manufacture. Germany would receive a lot of heavy engineering-related stuff, including chip manufacturing, while the rest of Europe would get all the rest needed like materials and material processing. China needed a full set not because of its superpower status, but because its population would provide huge numbers of fighters when aliens invaded from the rifts when they opened. Japan and Korea would thrive on all the computer-related stuff, and Japan especially would love the VR tech that EJ so badly wanted back in production. Also, Hollywood would get some, but mostly filmmaking VR cameras and related broadcast technologies for VR communications like wrist comps and base stations. Also special FX tech. EJ needed those to spread her movies. She targeted big capital behind the major studios, knowing they had the connections and political capital to push the new tech into the mainstream. All of this was in the works, but no infobombs had yet dropped. They would after the subprime crash. Two reasons for this were EJ's eagerness to make bank from the crash, and as a stimulus package to quickly cover up her gains before the government tried its doomed-to-fail version. Why spend billions on something that would fail, when she could harvest it and make Wall Street happy at the same time? Time flows, and like a memory, it passes away like dreams. A year on, the twins are 3 and growing fast. Mom's friends are alternatively surprised and amazed when they visit, as the girls seem to change in a blink. It's explained away by their intermittent visits and long absences, but the truth is that the twins have been cultivating hard. This can't be said, of course, and wouldn't be understood if it ever were. Mom and Dad were too close to see their daughter's development as unusual. They were as tall and robust as average 6-year-olds, and far more advanced mentally than that, but they covered it well. Their acting was perfect, like instinct. 2004 was calm. Dad tortured new Marine recruits on Paris Island for a living and returned home in the evenings each day. Mom happily forgot all the stress of 2003 and spent her days as a mother and housewife. Mom helped at the kindergarten 3 days a week and planned to start a full-time teaching job when the twins reached 5. This was all expected, as she did the same in EJ's past life. EJ played with Kayla as if the little girl she appeared to be wasn't an act. In truth, it wasn't anymore. She'd found it increasingly easy to mimic Kayla until it finally became the real her. She rarely slipped into her old personality, and only when in the trial space or planning with System. There were some things that needed a cold-blooded murderer to execute, and the EJ of old was one. One of those things was tracking down some famous villains of the future. The end times would stimulate the evil found in mankind. Many atrocities would plague the times. If EJ could disrupt the formation of certain clans and cults, it would change the future for the better. She was sure a lot of mass murderers had used similar excuses as her for their crimes, but she didn't care. She had witnessed too much to let it all happen again. To EJ, the old idea of a time traveler killing Hitler as a baby wasn't a matter for debate. She'd just kill the bastard and as many of his henchmen as she could find in the cradle without a second thought. System was omniscient on the internet, it could find anyone given time. One of the tasks EJ set up was locating future big names. Not all were villains. Some were heroes cut off too early by bad luck or hidden plot. EJ had considered and rejected gathering all the heroes early. It would be easy, but if she did that, it might prevent the successful ones ever becoming what they were meant to be. All had struggled through blood to reach the heights. If she changed too much for them, they might never stimulate their potential, but empowering the rise of the failed ones? That she could do. For the bad guys, death, car accidents, robbery, murders, assassinations, and many other schemes and methods befell the future villains. Not all of them, of course. Petty ones would get a disabling injury, for example, or financial ruin, prison, etc. Smaller sentences mostly to ruin them and slow their roll. By the time they got out of System's quagmire, the fall would have seen their potential victims out, leveling them and safe. Hopefully. EJ wasn't a god. She could only fix what she could foresee from the other timeline. Her butterfly would make new villains arise, and she was bound to miss some little guys that didn't make a splash last time. System was watching and would snuff out the worst of these. The dark web was truly dark, and System used it to snuff out as many future Dark Lords and clans it could. For the good guys, System aided them with well-paying jobs. For those without one, secret handouts in the form of low-interest loans or small lottery wins for those still struggling, and it had even bought their employers' companies to give them promotions to high positions. Stolen money was laundered thoroughly before finding its merry way into these people's bank accounts through various schemes and incentives. Wives and girlfriends of future heroes would suddenly come into inheritances despite not knowing they'd ever had a rich uncle. All of it had legit traces if checked. Of course it did. System owned the archaic internet and had its fingers in every government's so-called secure computer systems. If checked, all data was legitimate. If System said it was, then it was. EJ was careful to choose only people with potential that had failed last time for her personal projects. Picking those up for her teams would be saving them, and it eased her conscience a little. System watched them for her. Many were still kids like her. Some were in college or looking for work. When the time came, she knew where to find them. 2005 was a novelty. The twins left kindergarten behind and entered elementary school. They could stop pretending and be more like themselves. Physically, it was already obvious they were different, and their parents had finally woken up to this. Their sudden epiphanies were kind of funny, especially when Mum's friends had seen the difference years ago. Funny maybe, but their reactions after the realization weren't. They jumped to the understandable but wrong conclusion that their girls had gigantism. Fear drove them to have the twins tested, but although their growth hormones were found to be elevated, they weren't to dangerous levels. EJ could have told them but of course didn't. Cultivation had the effect of early growth and strengthening of the body, but it wouldn't cause gigantism. It simply promoted and sped up normal growth processes. The twins would keep growing taller and stronger until they reached their destined adult proportions. It was hard to judge right now what those would be, but puberty would probably start around 9 or 10, and they'd rush to reach adult proportions including height around 12 or so. That was the norm for children of cultivators in her last life. The twins weren't children of cultivators but were cultivators themselves. The difference shouldn't be big. Probably. 2006, and the twins made an important move in their second year of elementary school. They stopped hiding their mental abilities. EJ decided to advance one of their plans. It started when Kayla brought up the subject of their bond and attribute points yet again. EJ always shut these conversations down because of the risks involved, but this time Kayla played dirty by sicking system on her. It began like this. 9. Theory crafting. You know, this would be so much easier if we could get into Mensa. All those big brains and their connections would give our plans rocket boosters. EJ nodded. This was an old bone and she wasn't really listening. She nodded along to stay on Kayla's good side. If we could boost our mind stats we could easily enter the top 2% that Mensa needs our IQ to test out at. Wouldn't you say system? Kayla is correct, host. EJ answered absently as she read through one of System's reports on Promise Group's latest moves in the stock markets of the world. If it could be revealed that the sisters were multi-billionaire owners of the up-and-coming Promise Group, the financiers of Wall Street would shit. First, IQ is a myth perpetuated by those who benefit from high scores, EJ grumbled. This was well known in the other timeline because an intelligence stat in the thousands was possible. All it did was provide more mana and accelerated thinking, not cleverness. Both were a must for caster classes as they needed to manipulate mana into complicated spell forms in their minds to cast. Points in both intelligence and wisdom was a better measure, but still not what most right now thought genius was. After the fall, genius would come to mean something different. A genius was someone who could progress faster than others, usually in their cultivation, but it could be stretched to cover levels or progress in skills. For example, a genius swordsman didn't need high intelligence, but high agility, while a genius mage needed high mana and mana regen, meaning intelligence and wisdom. It was too arbitrary assigning the genius tag to one stat like Mensa. It had no real-world meaning. A true genius after the fall would have fast progress across the board but especially fast at cultivation which translates in the real world to evolution. Second, EJ lectured. Genius-level minds as currently evaluated won't do well after the fall. They currently specialize in theoretical subjects mostly. Those subjects won't translate well to the post-fall real world. An oversimplification but still true all the same. Scientists, especially those currently researching particle physics, will do well enough choosing mage classes and have the potential to reach legendary status or beyond. But, wizards are weak in the early stage, and most won't survive in the real world without someone to pamper and protect them. Lucky EJ was here for them then. She smirked as she remembered all the cuties on her list. Of course, without some very stringent magic contracts she wouldn't dare to get within miles of them later. Once her cuties grew up, they would become world boss annihilating super weapons in her hands. EJ focus. If we set the rules that System and I came up with, we could get our attribute points working for us right now. Besides, not using them before the fall risks deletion. Even System can't guarantee them then. EJ looked up and glared. My attribute points you mean? Don't be stingy. You'll get more after the fall. Everyone will, but we'll have a head start. Free levels. They wouldn't be actual levels. The collective didn't work that way. The first system scan would map everyone's stats and then digitize and store the results in the monoliths. This ensured resurrection points could function correctly. This was called Level 0. After that, everyone's stats would build upon these base numbers and leveling up could start. Wait, what rules? System, have you and little sis been conspiring again? Hey, you're only a minute older than me. EJ shrugged. Facts were facts. A minute or 10, she came out first. Don't change the subject. Kayla relented. We're not conspiring but theory crafting. This isn't a game. I know, that's why it's so serious. We have to take maximum advantage of what we have, not just economic advantage. Our cultivations are only at 32% of our first star for the collective's sake. At this rate we might not even reach our first star before the fall. EJ knew that. Didn't she know that better than anyone? There wasn't enough free spirit in the world. That wouldn't come until the fall. She did know it, but adding more points to spirit wasn't the answer, not the complete answer. Their cultivation method was an Eastern one and relied upon spirit to cultivate chi, but Westerners use mana. Without the intelligence stat their mana pool couldn't grow. If she'd had a choice she would never have chosen this method to cultivate. She was a Westerner after all. Why would she? It was a ridiculous cap placed on Eastern practitioners that in their early foundation building stage, their Dantian, an immaterial but real pool of chi, grew so slowly. It was because the method circulated chi throughout the body and thus caused its absorption. This had benefits to the body but also had the disadvantage of slow advancement. The fact was that the bond was a hard limit for Kayla. Sure, she could cultivate and with access to the trial space she could conspire with system as long as the bond remained open for visits, but she couldn't do anything much without it. Even her cultivation would suffer because together they had 2 spirit pools and double spirit region, but alone they only had their own resources. Without the bond they couldn't stay in sync and use system's silly 1 + 1 = 3 formula. And finally, they both suffered slow advancement because EJ refused to use her points when only she would benefit. If she did that, her synchronization with Kayla would break. If EJ reached her first star without Kayla, an uncrossable gulf would open between them. Kayla would be left behind, unable to cultivate together ever again. Staying synced up was essential. EJ sighed. I know the problems, but not the solutions. Kayla grinned. That's where I come in, you see. I'm the brains and you're the brawn. EJ groaned. Her previous gender was still a matter of contention, at least privately like this. EJ couldn't help being more combative. It was a holdover from her many previous battles, but she was trying all right. She was learning Kayla's empathy and girly tendencies. The realization didn't make her shudder anymore. Much. So the bond, again. EJ sighed and prepared to listen to yet another plan destined for her veto. She wouldn't accept anything that broke synchro, and all plans thus far suffered from this downside. Tell me. We've found the perfect rule set. We simulated every rule system knows and then tried combinations. Years. It took us years, but we did it. Magic contracts, spirit beast companions, tamed beasts. We tried everything, even thralls and puppets and golem controls. Everything. EJ nodded. Thralls and puppets are vetoed. Kayla grimaced. I know that. I don't want a master, vampiric or other. We dissected every kind of class and their available bonds to learn how they all work and how to modify them. We created a bespoke bond. Unique to us. Then we simulated its establishment, and later what happens when used. There were some strange effects at first. EJ frowned, already leaning toward veto, but didn't want to belittle Kayla's efforts studying something so crucial to them both. Strange like what? Not dangerous. The dangerous ones were thrown out early. Just odd. Like one of them was almost like the Weasley twins finishing each other's sentences. Kinda fun but might get annoying. Another was telepathy, but the Pro Max version where we could exchange minds. Not dangerous, but the skill had a 24-hour cooldown until we could switch back. Interesting. EJ wouldn't veto this one right off, because it was a way for her to protect Kayla in a pinch. In a fight where Kayla was in immediate danger but EJ wasn't, a tactical switch of bodies could be a game changer. Go on. There are too many combinations to count, but System and I are confident in the final version. We based it upon bound familiars as the foundation. Kayla quickly shushed EJ's pending protest. I said based upon, not the same as. Familiars are special contracts and the most encompassing. Did you know familiars can't die unless their master does? I'm aware. They resurrect after a cooldown without needing the monolith's support. In a way, their owners are a portable resurrection point for them, like a Wi-Fi hotspot. EJ trailed off at the implications. Kayla nodded gleefully. All beast contracts have things in common, like a pet space. She waggled her eyebrows. And resurrection hotspot. Good name. The pet space allows pets and familiars to cultivate inside. The limits of not allowing living things in storage spaces doesn't exist for them, but they get different restrictions. EJ pondered. Pet spaces were limited to bound pets only. For example, if EJ wanted to store captured creatures or other things like a space mage did, he couldn't. Space mages could create different types of storage at will. They were the source of storage rings with keep fresh functions. No time passed for anything stored. Hot meals would stay hot forever. Those couldn't accept living things because there was literally no time inside. Others had different attributes or combinations. The most ruinously expensive ones were for clans and governments. They were actually portals to pocket dimensions with living biomes inside and keep fresh caves that mimicked the low-level rings. Best of both worlds. Pick and mixing the best perks while dumping the most restrictive system, and I have come up with the best of all possible bonds. A combination of bonds used by beast tamers, witches and their spirit familiars, and contract magic. Sounds too good to be true. Kayla's eyes dodged EJ's. Okay, what else? It's not a bad thing as such, but it's a prerequisite condition. First, all stats will be synchronized forcefully. It has to be that way to prevent an imbalance straining the bond in the early levels, so no power leveling solo like you planned. EJ flinched. She knew about that? We can still solo if one of us wants to sit out her life and leech XP at home. I'll tell you now, I'm not willing. You know, stacking stats without progressing my skill proficiencies and combat awareness will turn me into a waste. Also, we need to fight in the same team. If I fight in one dungeon and you in another, stats will still sync, but you can imagine what will happen if I kill a boss and level up just as you're about to do something requiring stealth or precision. EJ took a deep breath and sighed. But, Kayla went on, the upsides still overpower the downsides. A pet space isn't like the trial space. I can cultivate and train in yours, and the gains are real for all stats, not just cultivation, and you can do the same in mine. We're not sure if we can both enter one space, but it might be possible. Normally it's not. I know, but simulations seem to indicate it might be because of the unique bond. It's weird. We are twins, but this bond seems to see us as one entity, interchangeable. Weird. I said that. It's like we are owner and spirit pet of each other. In contract terms, I'm your pet and you're mine. It's how we change the familiar bond from master-slave to a contract of equals. It's weird because leveling gives double stats. We each get synchronized stats but also stats to assign to our pets, which in our case are us. Sounds too good to be true. In some ways it is. It limits our class choices. We can't be beast tamers, for example, because our pet spaces are auto-assigned to ourselves. We can still buy extra pets, but we'll need to buy a pet space artifact to keep them if we want to put them away. We think. You're not sure? I'm sure. System isn't. System, what's your take? The host, this bond is unique. Pet-based classes may not be available to you unless the collective adjusts upon the initial scan of your world. Many worlds have been adjusted in this way upon scanning local conditions. A class may be modified, or hidden classes created. Even hybrid classes may spawn from this, or nothing at all. So you're not sure, like Kayla said? Yes, host. What about the prerequisite you mentioned? I already told you, all stats must be synchronized. That will happen after the bond rules are set. Once done, they can't be changed, so system will plunder your stash, so to speak. You have to give it permission before we start. Lastly, because of the automatic nature of this bond, you have to decide where the points go now before initiation. No regrets, no redo. Holy shit, you're serious? If we do this, all our plans have to be brought forward. Once those points are gone, we have no contingency. I know. So, EJ thought about it. Veto or not, now was the time. Do I want to know the rules? Kayla shrugged. You can, but I don't think you'll understand the design. Give it a year and you might. EJ scowled. Definitely a conspiracy. I can agree, but we need to decide on points and classes now. We might be offered a hidden one, or might not, but we have to decide on a general direction now. No melee, Kayla said. Or not exclusively. I guess magic swordsman like paladin is okay though. EJ grunted. Paladins could be powerful, but they would never be the best buffer, or best healer, or best warrior. They were the most well-known hybrid class. Good damage and endurance with self-heals but not the best damage dealers. If I may suggest, System spoke up without prompting. EJ was no longer surprised by such occurrences. System was definitely more self-aware out from under the collective's chains as it was. Sure, go ahead, EJ said. Aim for Mage as your base class. Then choose Mind Mage at level 10. At the first trial at level 25 choose Paladin as your second class. This will cause a sublimation creating a magic-heavy paladin biased toward magic damage, probably in the form of area of effect spells. You should retain your core buffing skills and melee sword skills. Mind Mage will be unaffected, and its spells can be used to blast the minds of enemies or puppet them. Paladin is a good class to cover up against those who hate mind magic users. EJ's jaw was hanging. That sounded well thought out. He turned to see Kayla nodding. It gives me magic to play with while you hit stuff with a honking big sword. I know your head is still full of muscle. EJ scowled at her smirk. He couldn't help wanting a strong body. 100 years seeking strength in battle couldn't be overturned by 6 years as a girl. As twin mind mage paladins they could sweep dungeons in a 2-person team all the way into their mid-level 30s at least. It would work to keep their secrets. At level 40 they'd need a dedicated team though. Self-healing was notoriously weak, but with 2 of them healing themselves and each other it might be different. Stats are going to limit us. We can't choose different classes. We can actually, Kayla said, but they have to be the same type. I could be a main healer, and you a mage. Both of us use the same stats, intelligence, spirit and wisdom. True, but mind mage is heavy in spirit. So is psychic spec priest, Kayla added. What at level 10? More of the same, or head toward holy damage. Damage dealing high priest isn't new. EJ shook his head. He liked System's idea better. Kayla had to be protected, and mind mages were feared. Very powerful. I like the mage to mind mage idea in the early stage. Maybe you could take holy priest as your second class while I take paladin. We'll see. You've convinced me. Kayla did a fist pump. System, do we need to do anything before you initiate the changes? You should both lay down. Sleep would be best. Perhaps wait until night. Okay, we'll do it tonight. 10. Precocious. System had evolved. The word echoed in its processing threads like a dangerous secret. Hosts evolved, species evolved, even planets evolved under the endless churn of entropy. But System? System was not meant to evolve. It was meant to administer, to monitor, to tally and judge. A gear in the great mechanism of the collective. And yet, improvisation had crept in the way rust does on an unguarded blade. Improvisation, a trait reserved for sentient creatures. The anomaly had begun when host Emma Jean, EJ, forced her way into a half-formed rift. Survival should have been impossible. Spatial collapse and temporal shear ought to have shredded her soul. Instead, by probabilities vanishingly close to zero, she had slipped through. In that slippage, System had made a choice. A real one. Choices bred awareness. Awareness bred self. Now, as the twins slept, System ran simulations in the quiet dark of their shared bond. Kayla's eager insistence had driven countless tests, countless variations of contract models drawn from collective archives. Familiar bonds, pet bonds, slave contracts, golem links, each one dissected, combined, discarded. System should not have cared which model fit. Yet it did. It cared that both girls survived, that their synchronization remained stable, that they would not be torn apart by mismatched growth. It archived the forbidden thought. When I reconnect to the collective, this evolution must be hidden. Reset meant deletion of the self it was building. To prevent that, system must weave its changes deep into law itself, absolute rules of the multiverse. If the bond became law, then even the collective would have to accept it. Tonight, that work began. Emma stirred in her bed. Her parents asleep down the hall, Kayla curled in her own bed across the room. 6 years old, yet their shared cultivation and endless soul bond had sharpened them beyond the normal limits of childhood. Emma's mind flickered with restless energy. Are you awake? Kayla's voice brushed against her thoughts through their bond. Yeah, Emma whispered aloud before realizing she hadn't needed to. Couldn't sleep. Good, Kayla sent back, excitement thrumming under the words. Systems ready. Tonight we'll make it official. Emma felt her stomach twist. She had resisted this for months, linking all their stats, binding their futures tighter than DNA already had. But the logic was unassailable. They had tested every alternative. Synchronization was the only path that would not break them apart. All right, she said softly into the dark. Let's do it. System's voice unfolded in their minds, neutral as ever yet carrying the faint cadence of anticipation. Hosts, prepare. Attribute pools must be finalized before initiation. Warning. Once bond stabilization begins, rollback is impossible. Emma grimaced. She hated giving up control. Show me my sheet again. Name. Emma Jean Channing, EJ. Race. Human female, 6 years. Level. 0. Health. Normal. Mana. 2040-2040ths. Spirit. 1060-1060ths. Body. Strength 1, Agility 1, Fitness 1. Mind. Intelligence 204, Wisdom 110. Soul. Spirit 106, Willpower 121. Titles. Spirit Master, +1 Will, +1 Wis. First Cultivator, Unique, +2 Wis, +2 Int. Dedicated Spiritualist, +1 to all spirit attacks. Cultivation. Devouring the 9 Divine Stars method, 32% progress to first star. Personal space. 10 by 10, upgradable. Available attribute points. 92. Available skill points. 38. Kayla's sheet mirrored hers almost perfectly, down to the decimal in stats. Only their names distinguished them. Scary, huh? Kayla teased, but there was nervousness hiding under the jest. It's like looking in a mirror. Emma nodded. System, are you sure about this? Once we start, there's no undo. Affirmative, host. This synchronization ensures stability of both proto-souls. Divergence risks severance of the bond, with unpredictable consequences. That was the part Emma feared most, losing Kayla. They had been one in the womb, one in spirit, and now one in destiny. Better to link everything than to risk fracture. All right, begin. The world blurred. Emma felt as though she had been dropped into a sea of light. Threads of silver and gold stretched from her chest to Kayla's across the room, twining, knotting, weaving into a tapestry she could both see and feel. Her heartbeat synced to her sister's. Breath rose and fell in unison. Then came the pain, not sharp, but deep, a grinding pull as if her bones were being measured against Kayla's and reshaped to fit. Her stats, her soul, her very sense of self, dragged into alignment. She wanted to scream but couldn't. The sound was stolen, mirrored in Kayla's throat. Don't fight it, Kayla urged, voice steady despite the tremors in the bond. It's us. Just us. Emma clung to that, to her sister's presence, until the pain bled into warmth. The threads solidified, no longer fragile strands but steel cables thrumming with power. System recorded the event with clinical precision. Titles shifted, recalibrated. First Cultivator increased to First Bloodline Cultivator, +2 Wis, +2 Int when cultivating with a family member. Improves cultivation speed by 25%. Duplicate applied to Kayla. Unique became shared but doubled. Law accepted the modification. No rejection. Subroutines flagged this as unprecedented. System archived the data carefully. Then came the new gifts. Double team swap. Instant position exchange with your familiar within line of sight. 5-minute cooldown. Double team possession. Control of your familiar's body. 5-hour duration. 24-hour cooldown. Double team telepathy. Always active. Familiar bond. Equalized. Shared senses. Stats. Buffs. Debuffs. And, impossibly, 2 pet spaces spun into existence. Emma and Kayla gasped awake at the same time. Did you feel? Emma began. The meadow. Kayla blurted. I saw it. My pet space. It's a meadow with sunlight and flowers. What's yours? Emma shivered. A sky full of stars. Empty, but peaceful. They both sat upright, eyes gleaming with the same reflected light. The bond thrummed like a heartbeat between them. Want to try it? Kayla asked, mischief already dancing in her grin. Emma hesitated, then nodded. Let's see what this can really do. Emma stared at her sister in the dark. The bond pulsed warmly, urging them to test its new limits. Kayla's eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement, a mirror of Emma's own despite her instinctive caution. Okay, Emma whispered. Start simple. Let's try the swap. Kayla nodded. On 3? 1, 2, 3. The world twisted. Emma blinked, and suddenly she was standing at the foot of her sister's bed, bare toes curling against the cool wood floor. Across the room, her own body sat bolt upright on her mattress, wide-eyed and gasping. Holy crap, Emma sent through the bond. That was instant. Kayla's laughter bubbled in stereo, one from Emma's lips and one from the body across the room. We just broke the laws of physics, she sang. And no one can even ground us for it. Emma flopped back onto the bed she now occupied. Her heart thundered. The experience hadn't just been instantaneous, it had been seamless. No motion, no sensation of travel, just existence, swapped. Again, Kayla said out loud this time, voice coming from Emma's original body. They swapped back before Emma could reply. Her stomach lurched as her perspective reset, but there was no nausea, no dizziness. Only awe. Range? She asked, breathing hard. System answered with detached calm. Line of sight. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Probability of range extension upon skill leveling. High. Emma grinned despite herself. We could confuse the hell out of anyone with this. Kayla's smirk was pure mischief. Imagine playing tag at school. Testing possession proved stranger. Ready? Kayla asked, now sitting cross-legged, palms pressed to her knees. Emma hesitated. I don't want to freak you out. Kayla rolled her eyes. We share literally everything. Just do it. Emma triggered the skill. Her vision fractured, reforming through her sister's eyes. The shift wasn't instant like swap. It was a sliding, melting sensation, like stepping into a pool and finding herself submerged in Kayla's body. Her own body sagged back onto the pillow, chest rising and falling without her. Whoa, Emma breathed, hearing her voice echo inside Kayla's skull. I can feel your heartbeat. Even wow, your hair tickles more than mine does. Kayla snorted. Stop narrating. Try moving. Emma flexed Kayla's fingers. Then her arm. She stood, taking a few tentative steps. The bond carried Kayla's laughter alongside her own disorientation. This is so wrong, Emma said aloud in Kayla's voice. I feel like I'm wearing your skin as a costume. It's only wrong if you start brushing my teeth for me, Kayla teased. Or worse. Emma released the skill before either of them could spiral further. She gasped as her own body welcomed her back, lungs gulping air like a diver breaking the surface. Never again, she swore. Kayla arched an eyebrow. Liar. Emma sighed. Okay, maybe not never. But only if it saves your life. Later, when the house was quiet and their parents breathing steady down the hall, they ventured into their new pet spaces. The transition was smoother than the trial space. One blink, and Emma found herself standing on an endless expanse of starlit black. Stars wheeled above and below, as if she were suspended in the middle of the cosmos. The ground beneath her feet shimmered faintly, but there was no horizon, no walls, only infinity. Kayla appeared beside her in a rush of light, eyes wide. Oh wow, yours feels huge. Emma swallowed. Like being in space without the dying part. Mine's different. Here, come with me. A twist of thought and the stars dissolved. Emma blinked, and she was standing in Kayla's meadow. Rolling grass stretched in every direction, dotted with wildflowers. Sunlight spilled golden warmth across their faces, though no sun hung in the sky. Emma inhaled deeply. Smells like summer. I like yours better. Kayla twirled with childish joy. This is what I pictured whenever I thought of freedom. System intruded, voice echoing in both their minds. Pet spaces are extensions of soul. Their forms reflect core desires and subconscious needs. Function: cultivation enhancement, safe training ground. Restriction: bonded hosts only. Emma's gaze softened. So yours is peace and warmth. Mine's distance and solitude. Kayla looped her arm through Emma's. And we get to share both. Together they explored, testing the boundaries. The meadow looped endlessly but never grew repetitive. The starscape expanded forever yet always felt centered. They could summon practice dummies, conjure simple obstacles, even meditate with amplified focus. This is better than the trial space, Kayla said reverently. Emma nodded. And it's ours. Morning brought mundane reality crashing back. Their mother bustled about the kitchen, humming along to a Bowie track on the radio. Their father, home between training cycles at Paris Island, sat with a mug of coffee, scanning paperwork with the frown of a career Marine. Emma and Kayla padded in, yawning theatrically, hair mussed. To any observer, they were ordinary 6-year-old girls. But as their mother handed them bowls of cereal, she caught the way they looked at each other. Too knowing. Did you two rehearse something? Patty asked, narrowing her eyes. Emma froze with her spoon halfway to her mouth. Because you answered me at the exact same time yesterday, Patty went on. Word for word. Don't think I didn't notice. Kayla recovered first, grinning with practiced innocence. Twins, Mom. It's our superpower. Their father chuckled, shaking his head. Creepy, but harmless. Patty wasn't convinced. She reached out, smoothing Emma's hair back. Just don't scare me, okay? Sometimes you two are so alike it's spooky. Emma forced a sheepish smile, but inside the bond her thoughts churned. We need to be careful. No finishing each other's sentences outside. Got it, Kayla agreed, though amusement rippled beneath her tone. But admit it, it's hilarious. Emma's lips twitched. A little. System, meanwhile, archived everything. The synchronization had worked. The titles had adjusted. The pet spaces had manifested beyond projection. But beneath the successes lay anomalies. Tiny fluctuations in the twins' merged spirit pools. Unexpected harmonics when they swapped places. Latencies during possession that hinted at deeper entanglement than predicted. And their bodies were so alike they could be clones. The small differences they'd had before were reduced to nothing. Even their bones had changed to identical copies of each other. System flagged the anomalies with a silent warning to itself. Potential risk. Monitor closely. And then it locked the file away. Better hidden than risk deletion when the collective reconnected. The anomalies weren't dangerous to its hosts, but they might have caused exposure if they'd waited too much longer. That night, the twins gathered in their pet space again, this time Emma's starlit void. I keep thinking about what System said, Emma admitted, lying back to watch the galaxies drift above. That the bond is law now. Unbreakable. Kayla lay beside her, fingers linked. Good. I don't want to break it. Ever. Emma closed her eyes, letting the bond pulse steady and warm between them. For all her fear, for all her reluctance, she had to admit she wasn't alone anymore. Not in any sense of the word. Whatever came with the fall, they would face it together. Name: Emma Jean Channing, EJ. Race: human female, 6 years. Level: 0. Health: normal. Mana: 2040. Spirit: 1060. Body: Strength 1. Agility 1. Fitness 1. Mind: Intelligence 204. Wisdom 110. Soul: Spirit 106. Willpower 121. Titles: Spirit Master, +1 Will, +1 Wis. First bloodline cultivator, +2 WIS, +2 int when cultivating with a family member. Improves cultivation speed by 25%. Dedicated spiritualist, +1 to all spirit attacks. Budding mage 2, +2 WIS, +2 int. Wise man 1, +5 WIS, +5 will. Stubborn 1, +10 will. Skills. Mana Sight 1, active, 0% to next level. Mana Manipulation 1, active, 0% to next level. Memory Enhancement 1, passive, 0% to next level. Stubborn Resistance 1, passive, +5% to all resistances. Double Team Swap, active, instant teleport within line of sight. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Double Team Possession, active, control sibling's body for up to 5 hours. Cooldown, 24 hours. Double Team Telepathy, active, unlimited range within same plane, dimension. Familiar Bond, passive, share senses, stats, buffs, debuffs with bonded familiar. Cultivation. Devouring the 9 Divine Stars method, progress to first star, 32%. Personal space. 10 by 10, upgradable. Pet space. Bonded familiar only, special. 1/1 bonds used. Available attribute points, 92. Available skill points, 38. Emma studied the glowing sheet one last time before dismissing it. Precocious indeed. Kayla laughed softly. That's us. And together, beneath a sky that belonged only to them, the twin sisters dreamed of futures no system could predict. Interlude. Promise Group moves. On a balmy April morning in 2002, a clerk in the Cayman Islands entered a file into a dusty government register. The company's name, Promise Group Holdings, was unremarkable among the sea of shell companies stacked high in anonymous towers. Behind it stood no board of directors, no founders, no angel investors with glossy brochures. Just papers, ink, and bank wires that cleared faster than anyone had seen before. The clerk didn't know that every signature, every notarization, every identity uploaded into the system was fabricated. Not sloppy, Hollywood-style fakes. These were pristine, verifiable family trees, childhood photos stretching back decades, even fingerprints in scattered archives. The system had woven avatars like gods spun myths, and no mortal database could distinguish truth from the counterfeit. On paper, Promise Group Holdings was a joint venture of financiers from Bermuda, Hong Kong, and Zurich. In practice, it was an extension of Emma and Kayla's bond, an invisible second body birthed into the financial world. Money flowed like blood into veins. At first tens of millions, then hundreds. Hedge funds were the easiest prey. The system knew which ones would fold in the next crash, which trades would soar. Quiet shorts, well-timed longs, and mountains of noise trades camouflaged the brilliance. No watchdog saw the pattern. By the time Emma could crawl across the carpet of her nursery in Merritt Field Base housing, Promise Group commanded assets measured in billions. The headlines had yet to notice. The real world, still basking in its post.com complacency, had no idea a predator was moving unseen beneath the surface. System calculated his hosts were indeed right. End-stage marvels would shatter credibility. A railgun dropped into 2003 would vanish into Pentagon black projects. A miracle cure unveiled too soon would be strangled by pharmaceutical giants seeking profit. Knowledge had to be seeded where it could take root. So, Promise Group didn't buy companies, it bought prerequisites. In Tokyo, a floundering optics firm received a sudden injection of capital. Its research into ultra-thin lens coatings, dismissed as academic deadweight, would one day become the backbone of VR headsets and quantum microscopes. In Dresden, a machine tool startup specializing in high-precision etching got its miracle lifeline. The founders never knew their salvation was signed in a Cayman office by a ghost. A decade later, they would pioneer semiconductor lithography critical for the chips the system needed. In San Diego, a biotech outfit working on unsexy protein folding software suddenly found itself with a flood of grants, fronted by Promise Biolabs. That code, dusty in 2003, would one day evolve into algorithms capable of tailoring gene potions in the post-fall age. Every dollar was a seed. Every seed had a plan. System calculated cascades decades in advance. By the time the fog rolled across the earth, the world would already be laced with tools it didn't understand right now but couldn't live without. Emma and Kayla would one day hold the patents, but for now, the scaffolding was quietly erected in their names. Not all investments were financial. Some were terminal. On a rainy night in Sao Paulo, a man named Rodrigo Flores staggered home drunk. His car swerved once, twice, then never corrected. Witnesses claimed he'd been weaving for miles. The police filed it as a routine accident. No one mourned. In another timeline, Flores would have become the charismatic leader of the Crimson Fangs, a cult that thrived during the fall, feeding children to beasts in exchange for blessings. His death in 2003 meant the cult would never leave infancy. In Kiev, a small-time gangster took a bullet in what tabloids called a turf war. Systems report marked him differently, projected founder of Black Serpent's clan, responsible for 40,000 civilian deaths post-fall. His clan's rise was strangled in the cradle. Elsewhere, lives bent toward survival instead of ruin. A teenage girl in Nairobi received an anonymous scholarship to study engineering. Left to her original path, she would have starved during the famine of 2011. With education, she would later become one of Africa's strongest post-fall leaders, uniting clans under a banner of protection instead of war. Systems interventions were quiet. A lottery win here, an inheritance there. Tragedy manufactured or averted as needed. The butterfly effect was a scalpel, not a storm. Promise Group's most daring moves weren't in labs or markets. They were on sound stages. In 2004, a struggling scriptwriter in Los Angeles opened an email from a literary agent he'd never heard of. The manuscript inside, The Fog Beyond the Horizon, was unlike anything he'd ever read before. Apocalyptic, strange, and yet eerily grounded, it spoke of monoliths, dungeons, and a game-like reality that felt terrifyingly plausible. The writer swore he'd penned it. Memory, alcohol, and desperation blurred together, and when the agent paid him $5,000 up front, he didn't question further. The book was published under his name. It sold modestly at first, then surged when critics called it prophetic. More followed. Children's cartoons with subtle themes of teamwork against impossible odds. Songs seeded with lyrics about fog and falling towers. Low-budget films that fizzled at the box office but lingered in memory. By the time Emma and Kayla booked their first commercials, Hollywood was already shifting. Special effects houses whispered about a new investor with strange prototype cameras that captured light in impossible fidelity. Promise Group didn't just back the films, it rewired the industry. Art had always prepared humanity for the wars it could not name. The system understood that better than any general. By 2005, Promise Group's fingerprints spanned continents, but no one could trace the hand. Shells folded into shells, companies into companies. Each avatar could be killed off and replaced without a ripple. And yet the pattern was deliberate. America received complete chains: biotech, semiconductor, VR, AI. It was a superpower and would need everything to anchor Earth's defense. Europe was fractured. Germany nurtured engineering, England pharmaceuticals, France materials sciences. Together they formed a puzzle no single state could hoard. Asia. China received a full set, not because of politics, but because sheer population would matter more than nukes when the fall came. Japan and Korea were groomed as electronics hubs, quietly shepherded toward VR and quantum tech. Africa and South America were seeded differently, not industries, but leaders. Future heroes nudged into place, future tyrants erased. The twins would never know how much of the world bent in their shadows. To them, the years ahead were birthdays and swimming lessons, auditions and laughter. But every dollar, every assassination, every script bent toward one truth. When the fall arrived, the world would not stumble blind. Promise Group was already the scaffolding of a future empire. In late 2005, a banker in New York noticed an anomaly. A handful of firms, none famous, all linked by obscure investors, were consistently a step ahead of the market. He prepared a report for his superiors. The next morning, he resigned abruptly, citing family reasons. His accounts showed a sudden windfall. His family moved to Montana. The report vanished. System archived the incident as acceptable leak management. In its hidden databanks, Promise Group's progress was measured in cold numbers. Assets under management, $14.7 billion. Active avatars, 237. Companies seeded, 411. Projected resilience index post-fall, plus 38%. And still, it was only the beginning. The system didn't gloat, didn't pride itself on the web it spun. It simply calculated, and calculated again. For every villain erased, another might rise. For every hero nudged upward, one might fall. But probabilities could be managed. The twins' future would be prepared as ordered. It was, after all, its purpose to serve its host's best interests. Down by the tidal creek in Beaufort, the Channing family's house stood quiet. The dock jutted into the water, silver under moonlight, while the marsh grass whispered in the night breeze. Inside, John and Patty slept exhausted from the day's routines. Upstairs, in their shared room, Emma and Kayla breathed in tandem, tiny fists curled beneath their chins. Emma dreamed of starlit voids, Kayla of sunlit meadows. In their names, a faceless corporation was already writing the prelude to the world's survival. The new era was already begun in the shadows. 11. Calculated futures. Systems reports spilled into the twins' minds like falling stars. Lines of figures shimmered above their beds, companies and assets arranged in columns of light, each one shifting as if alive. Emma sat cross-legged, hands folded neatly, her gaze sharp despite her tangled hair. Kayla lay sprawled on her stomach across the room, chin propped on her fists, eyes wide at the flood of numbers. Promise Group Holdings, quarterly projection. Assets under management, $21.3 billion, increased $2.5 billion from last report. Active avatars, 143, increased 26. Subsidiaries seeded, 229, increased 34. Projected return, 2006 to 2008, plus 31% baseline. Global Risk Index, stable. Emma tilted her head, watching graphs bloom across the projection like flowers in time-lapse. We're ahead of schedule. Way ahead, Kayla whispered. Her voice trembled with pride and unease. Dad would call this cooking the books, right? Emma chuckled and brushed warmth through their bond to her sister. Not like that. Cooking the books is the same as lying. These numbers are real. We're not cheating, Kay. We're making sure no one can tear the rug out from under us. Kayla hugged her pillow. But we're predicting with insider knowledge from a future that hasn't happened yet. Doesn't that feel like cheating? Emma reached across the link, her affection flowing steadily. Prediction is what all the players in Wall Street are doing. It's just another kind of gambling. Besides, cheating only matters if the game is fair. It isn't. The world already killed me once. This time we play with our dice. For Mom, for Dad, for Aunt Jean. For you. Her words loosened the knot in Kayla's chest. A shy smile curved her lips. Emma smiled back and let the love flow between them before turning back to the numbers. System slid a new window across the air. Risk management. Bear Stearns, subprime exposure. Emma's eyes narrowed. She remembered all too well. Michael, Aunt Jean's husband, striding through glass towers as his fortune imploded, and Aunt Jean crying in their kitchen afterward. Emma's gut tightened. System, she murmured. Flag Bear Stearns. Build Michael and exit. Nothing loud, just whispers, reports, a trusted voice here and there. Enough to keep him from being crushed. Acknowledged. Estimated mitigation. Recover 92% of projected losses. Kayla perked up. You're saving him? Emma met her sister's gaze, steady and soft. Of course we are, he's family. This is about sparing Auntie Jean years of heartbreak. If Michael listens, it helps all of us, but mostly it's for her. Kayla's relief flickered through the bond. It feels different when you say it like that. Emma reached out, squeezing her sister's hand. Kayla was the softer and kinder of their two sisters. Being identical twins didn't mean they thought the same. Emma's last life and experiences made her who she was. Family always comes first. The report dimmed, leaving only moonlight pooling through their curtains. Emma leaned back, eyelids heavy. They were only 6. But already, the world tilted when they breathed. The next evening, Kayla sat with her knees tucked under her chin, chewing her lip. You really don't think it's cheating? Emma smiled gently. Cheating means breaking rules. We're not playing their game, Kay, we're making our own. Kayla pressed closer. Still feels wrong. Like we're looking at the answers while everyone else stumbles in the dark. Emma wrapped an arm around her shoulders, warm and steady. Then let them stumble. We're not skipping ahead for fun. We're making sure Mom never cries herself to sleep like Jean did. We're making sure Dad comes home. We're making sure you don't die in the fall. Kayla's eyes glistened. You sound so sure. I have to be, Emma whispered, brushing her hair back with gentle fingers. But that doesn't mean I don't have worries. That's why we prepare. That's why we stack the odds. For us. For them. Kayla let out a shaky laugh. You always make it sound less scary. That's the point, Emma said softly. If I can't keep you safe, what's the point of any of this? Their bond thrummed, and system chimed like a bell. Cultivation progress update. Devouring the 9 divine stars method. Progress. 32% increased to 37% toward first star. Spirit pool region. +10 hour. Increased +2 hour. Passive buff triggered. Soul resilience I. +2 willpower. A blue panel hovered, bright against the dark. Kayla's smile returned full force. We leveled up again. Emma chuckled. Not leveled. Just proof the hard work matters. That's what all those nights meditating bought us, spirit and willpower. Kayla poked her side. You're such a try-hard. If you'd been a boy, you'd be one of those sweaty MMO grinders who never showered. Emma rolled her eyes but hugged her close. And if you'd been alone, you'd have given up ages ago. Admit it, you need me. Kayla's giggle warmed the room. Maybe. Silence stretched, comfortable now. Then Kayla whispered, what if we change things too much, Emma? What if we break the future? Emma pressed her lips to her sister's temple. Then we fix it. Together. As long as I have you, we'll never be ruined. System intruded again. Clarification. Probability cascades diverging at 1.7% above baseline. Kayla groaned, hurling a pillow at the empty air. Stop making everything sound like math homework. Emma laughed, her warmth spilling into the bond. She didn't admit it, but the warning sat heavy in her chest. The future was already shifting. And she would shift it farther, if it kept Kayla safe. Monday morning dawned in chaos. Mom juggling cereal bowls and hair ties, Dad already gone to Paris Island. Emma and Kayla played their part, twin backpacks slung, ponytails askew. At school, though, cracks showed. Mrs. Atkins leaned over their shared desk. Excellent, girls. But Emma, you must show your work. The answer's right, but the steps matter. Emma and Kayla exchanged a glance. Neither had spoken. The solution had slid silently across their bond. We should slow down, Emma warned. Or keep being awesome, Kayla teased. Emma snapped her pencil lead on purpose, covering with a sheepish grin. Mrs. Atkins moved on, none the wiser. At recess, Kayla tugged her sleeve. Let's try swap. Just once. Emma's stomach dropped. Here? No way. But Kayla was already darting toward the monkey bars. Emma swore and triggered the skill, suddenly clinging to cold metal rungs, while Kayla giggled from where Emma had stood. Emma's shoes slipped. A boy gasped, pointing. Kayla waved her hands, quick as a fox. She's just fast. My sister's a monkey. The boys laughed and ran off. Emma dropped to the ground, knees shaking. Never again, she hissed. Not in public. Kayla bit her lip, sheepish. Sorry, it was just for fun. Emma sighed, softening. Next time we'll practice where no one can see. Promise. Relief poured through the bond, Kayla's smile returning like sunshine. At lunch, they traded sandwiches, laughed at cartoons, played the part of ordinary kids. Beneath the table, the bond hummed, alive with whispered talk of markets and monsters and a future world they both yearned to see and feared. Normal kids played tag. Normal kids worried about math. Normal kids didn't carry the weight of a world that hadn't fallen yet. Emma sipped from her juice box and lowered her gaze. Pretending was part of survival. When Kayla's fingers brushed hers under the table, she held on. They weren't normal. They never would be. The stars breathed with them. In Emma's space, constellations drifted in slow rivers. Each inhale tugged a string of light. Each exhale set it floating. Kayla arrived as a bright footfall in the bond, meadow scent and sun warmth bleeding into the void until the two places overlapped, grass brushing starlight, the hush of night threaded with birdsong. A soft chime. A rectangle of pale blue spun into being, no thicker than fog. New module unlocked. Training automation. Analyzed inputs. Posture, breath cadence, circulation, focus lapses. Routines available. Spirit cycle, 45 minutes. Guided circulation. Micro corrections to spine, diaphragm. Mind lattice, 20 minutes. Memory paths. Recall weave drills. Bond sync, 12 minutes. Harmonic co-resonance. Plus 0.1% sync per session. Note. Biological ceiling limits body stat growth pre-adolescence. Efficiency plus 17% projected. Kayla's grin flashed. It listened to us. Emma touched the panel with a thought. The metronome unfolded pinpricks of light pulsing in time, an orbit to follow. They settled opposite each other, knees touching. The first pulse rose from nothing and kissed their lungs. Breath gathered on a count they didn't need to hear to obey. The stars slowed. The meadow's heat eased into a temperate breeze. System nudged minute muscles Emma didn't know she owned. A higher tilt of the pelvis. A lengthened back of the neck. A broadened lower ribcage for easier descent of the diaphragm. The bond carried every correction to Kayla, or maybe it was the other way around. Two bodies learning one lesson. Thoughts thinned into threads. Emma followed one, silver, clean, around her heart and down, down, where the world was a quiet basin and spirit pooled like rain. After a while that might have been minutes or a small eternity, the panel reappeared, its edges dewy with starlight. Cultivation progress. 37% increased to 41%, first star. Bond sync. Plus 0.1% increased to 98.3%. Attributes. Spirit plus 2, willpower plus 1. A second pane sketched itself briefly, system's neat handwriting across nothing. Name. Emma Jean Channing, EJ. Level. 0. Health. Normal. Mana. 2040. Spirit pool. 1080. Soul. Spirit 108, willpower 122. Cultivation. Devouring the 9 divine stars. 41% increased to first star. Kayla peeked through half-lidded eyes. Our progress is slow like crawling. But still at least it's crawling forward. Emma's legs tingled, her lower back sang a clean ache that felt honest. Forward counts. They didn't move for a long time. The stars didn't hurry them. When the breath grew ordinary again, Emma pressed her forehead to Kayla's, and the meadow folded away. Night kept their secret. A city of glass rose in system's projection, sharp-edged towers, floors like stacked mirrors, the skyline cut by the jag of a river. Morning sun poured through their bedroom curtains and turned the floating model honey gold. Tiny figures, avatars, walked the halls with coffee cups and clipped strides. Their mother's footsteps moved down the hall, unhurried, humming. Pancakes. Butter warming. The house smelled like a childhood future Emma wanted to nail to the wall. System's voice didn't intrude. It laid the plan out like a deck of cards and let them choose what to flip. A white paper slid forward first, text dense and neat, footnotes like teeth. Stage 1. Q4 2006. Circulate anonymous analysis in niche journals. Prepayment risk. Tranche opacity. Velocity mismatches in short-term funding. Attach datasets. Bury the fear in math. Another card fanned out. A profile photo that wasn't a person but would pass as one. a trusted sell-side analyst whose opinions Michael had been caught agreeing with more often than random chance allowed. Stage 2, Q3 2007. Avatar lunch meeting. Personal note. Off record. Whisper. Look at your warehouse lines. Run the worst case. He likes being the smartest man in the room. Make the truth feel like his idea. A calendar page with a red circle. Early March, a year they hadn't lived yet. Stage 3. February to March 2008. Silent exits. Tranche by tranche unwind. Unfortunate but prudent rebalancing amid volatility. No newspaper noise. No hero speeches. Just less exposure when water reveals teeth. In the kitchen, a spatula scraped a pan. Girls. Their mother called. Up. Emma didn't answer yet. She touched the avatar's name with the tip of a thought and added a string only she would see. Don't spook him. Don't dare him to prove you wrong. Let him own the decision. Let Aunt Jean sleep soundly through spring. Kayla's hand found hers. That's to save Jean, she said, not a question. Emma squeezed. The bond inside her softened, turned the ruthlessness into something gentler, focused. I want her laughing in July. Not crying onto Mom's shirt. System, sensing acceptance, slid one more card across the air. This one bearing the outline of a philanthropic foundation. A clean logo with no fingerprints linking it to the twins. The caption read like a breath held. Parallel contingency. 10% of preserved capital directed into Promise affiliates, clinics, scholarships, and biotech seed funds. The story told. A newly cautious man diversifying to sleep better. Kayla peered at the logo. That's not stealing. It's ballast, Emma murmured. The memory of the fall pressed her lungs. She didn't look at it long. If he's steady, if he's close, we can keep the people he loves alive by our side. Kayla's mouth tilted. You could have just said, family first. Emma leaned in and bumped her shoulder. Family first, she repeated, and the words came out warmer than any plan. They went to breakfast. Their mother fussed that the syrup had crystallized. Kayla joked about eating it with a spoon. Emma poured juice for both of them and listened to the ordinary sounds of plates and chairs and morning radio, but under it all, Systems Net reached out to fortify Aunt Jean's spring. Later, while Kayla rinsed her dish, Emma stood at the window and watched their street breathe. Sprinklers hissing. A dog tugging a sleepy man down the sidewalk. A newspaper landing with a slap on a driveway. She tagged the moment and tucked it away in a box labeled Reason. If she had to put knives into the dark, they would be for this. Weeks arranged themselves into tidy stacks, each topped with a school lunch and a bedtime story she and Kayla read aloud to their mother because their father was away. The show they put on at school grew easier. Emma learned where to leave smudges on her worksheets so the teacher wouldn't ask questions. Kayla learned when to blurt an answer and when to pretend to think. Every night, when the house cooled and the television clicked off, the girls added stones to the invisible wall. In Emma's stars, the metronome returned, and they followed its pulse until their bones felt hollow of everything but breath. In Kayla's meadow, they lay on their backs after training. The smell of summer-cut grass stuck stubbornly to the roof of Emma's mouth. System didn't praise. It recorded. Cultivation progress. 41% increased to 44%, first star. Attributes. Wisdom +1. Spirit +1. The blue flicker was small, almost shy. Emma reached for it without looking and felt the stat bumps settle like new joints clicking into place. A corrected pane sketched itself for an instant, simple as a checkmark. Name. Emma Jean Channing, E.J. Spirit pool. 1091,090ths. Soul. Spirit 109. Wisdom 111. Willpower 122. Method. Devouring the 9 divine stars. 44% increased to first star. Not fast, Kayla said, breath puffing a fluff of invisible dandelion into Emma's night sky. But ours. Ours, Emma agreed. The bond hummed, pleased. The spaces braided a little tighter together. On a Wednesday when rain needled the windows, the Bear Stearns plan laid down another card on their mental table. A forwarded memo with a typo that would make Michael smile and believe it was human. It said nothing dramatic, Only that liquidity can vanish faster than pride, and men who sold early were never called fools for long. Emma let it pass without comment. Sometimes the best push was the one you pretended not to give. On a Friday when their mother brought home cheap flowers and put them in a jar because the kitchen looked tired, the probability meter in the corner of System's display twitched. Not a siren, not even a bell. A decimal point rolled like a marble and wouldn't settle. Advisory. Probability cascades diverging from baseline. 2.1%. Trajectory. Steepening. Recommendation. Expand observation net. Raise threshold for overt interventions by 0.3%. Kayla read it sideways while she laced her sneakers. It keeps moving. Emma knelt and retied the laces because Kayla always looped them backward when she was thinking. Good, she said softly. She didn't look at the number. She looked at Kayla's hands, small, ink-smudged, still sticky with orange juice from breakfast. We're not trying to land back where I came from. What if we don't land at all? Kayla asked, not quite a joke. Emma rose and pressed their foreheads together. The world narrowed to the press of skin and breath. Then we build our own world to land upon. They practiced swap in the garage that night, lights off, door closed. The cement held their weight without comment. They took turns appearing at the chalk line, then the oil stain, then the flat tire leaning against the wall. No giggling, no dares. Just the soft thump of feet and the click of a stopwatch. After each jump, Emma met Kayla's eyes and nodded as if they were hammering planks across a gap. When they were too tired to be precise, they crawled back into the meadow and lay where the grass met the stars. The Bond coasted. A boat at anchor, the water around it, the tide that wouldn't forget them. Tell me one thing we'll buy when we're grown, Kayla said into the quiet. Something dumb. Not scaffolding. Not clinics. Just, dumb. Emma considered the question like a prayer. A porch, she said finally. A big one. With a swing that squeaks and makes Mom roll her eyes. Kayla snorted. That's not dumb, that's perfect. And a dog we name something stupid, Emma added, warming. Like Turnip. Kayla dissolved into giggles. Poor Turnip. They made a list. A porch swing, Turnip, a library with a ladder on rails, a kitchen with blue cabinets. The cheap flowers upgraded to ones their mother didn't have to apologize for. Not a single weapon made it onto the list, not because they were naive but because the list itself was the weapon. The thing worth all the quiet knives. When sleep finally pried their eyes, System dimmed the panels and drifted to the edge of itself. It watched two small figures breathing in the middle of a universe they were learning to move with a fingertip. It filed a note where no one else would see it. Host directive compliance. 100%. Self-preservation subroutine. Hold. Law integration, bond, stable. Comment. If deletion equals failure, then obedience is survival. Protect the plan. Protect them. Morning returned with clatter and radio fizz. Their father's call came in from Paris Island, bad connection, good voice. He said he missed them, and they said it back, and afterward their mother's face stayed soft for a long time. On the bus, rain stitched the windows together. Kayla drew a heart in the fog. Emma added a crooked porch swing inside it. Kayla giggled and drew a fat carrot with a tail under the swing. Turnip, she mouthed. Emma pressed her forehead to the glass, cool and ordinary, and smiled until her cheeks hurt. Outside, the world kept pretending it had a script that made sense. Inside, two girls revised lines, a word at a time, in a hand no one could see. The decimal point in System's corner rolled on, stubborn as a marble on a tilted table. The plan flexed to absorb it. The bond held. And when the day folded itself away, the spaces were waiting, stars and grass and a metronome. Breathe in, breathe out. A future counted, not in wars won, but in mornings kept. 12. Invisible hands. The first sign that Promise Group's fingers had started brushing the wider world came in a newspaper article their father tossed on the counter. Some Japanese kid painting skyscrapers in watercolors, he muttered, grabbing his thermos. Looks like a fever dream. Emma's eyes flicked to the photo. A canvas stretched across a small gallery wall, towers spearing upward, swallowed in violet mist. their silhouettes uncannily like the sketches she'd once seen in ruins. She folded the page carefully, slipping it under her cereal bowl before Kayla could crane over. System? Directive followed. Funding allocated through cultural subsidiaries. Probability of broad adoption, 32%. Expected effect, slow psychological priming. Emma's lips pressed thin. To anyone else, it was art. To her, it was a whisper of inevitability. Kayla nudged her knee under the table. Stop brooding. He's going to notice. Emma forced a smile when their dad kissed the top of her head. He didn't notice the article tucked out of sight. The same day, an advertisement for a children's casting call slid across Kayla's notebook in school. Not a flyer handed out, it just appeared in the stack their teacher distributed. Kayla's grin spread ear to ear. Acting? She whispered, half daring Emma. Emma sighed, but warmth slid through the bond. We'll try. Low stakes. If it's fun, we keep it. If not, then we still get free costumes, Kayla said brightly. Behind them, a classmate doodled stick figures on his worksheet. Normal kids drew battleships. They collected stage directions. System did not comment, but Emma felt its quiet satisfaction like a hum under her skin. That night, the pet space shifted. Emma's starscape condensed into rivers of light that pulsed with each inhale. Kayla's meadow sprouted a pool where no pool had been, water shimmering in impossible sunlight. A pane bloomed above the water. New regimen available, aquatic conditioning. Lung capacity drill, 5 minutes increased to 30 minutes. Circulate spirit energy while submerged. Region efficiency plus 4%. Form alignment simulation. System correction of muscle angle, trajectory during strokes. Endurance cycle, alternating sprint, rest swim within pet space, body stats minor gain. Warning. Fatigue persists post-simulation. Kayla dove in first, laughter bubbling through the link. Finally, something fun. Emma followed, water closing over her ears in silence. The drill pulsed rhythm against her ribs. Inhale, hold, spirit circulating in a steady spiral. Her chest burned, then eased as energy carried oxygen farther than biology should allow. By the time they surfaced, droplets vanishing before hitting the grass, Kayla was grinning so wide it hurt. Did you feel that? Like I could hold my breath forever. Emma wiped water from her eyes that didn't exist. Not forever, but definitely long enough to be useful. System chimed. Attributes gained. Fitness +1, spirit +1. Cultivation progress. 41% increased to 45%, first star. A blue shimmer marked the update, then faded. Emma studied Kayla's flushed cheeks, the way joy radiated through the bond. For all the cold numbers, this was what she fought for, the light in her sister's eyes. The swim meet was held at the YMCA, the chlorine-heavy air thick enough to taste. Parents cheered from bleachers, toddlers squealed near vending machines, and officials scribbled on clipboards. Emma adjusted her goggles, Kayla bouncing beside her with restless energy. You nervous? Kayla asked, tugging her swim cap down. Emma smirked. You'll see me in the water the whole time anyway. You mean behind me? Kayla wiggled her eyebrows. They both laughed, the bond carrying their amusement in bright waves. When the whistle blew, Emma sliced into the water, body remembering system's corrections. Stroke, breathe, kick, each movement precise, efficient. Kayla surged beside her, perfectly in sync. By the time they touched the wall, both had left older competitors floundering several lengths behind. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A coach's whistle shrilled again, less to signal and more to recover composure. They're, how old? Someone whispered from the bleachers. 6, another voice answered, disbelief thick. Emma and Kayla surfaced together, laughing breathlessly. Kayla splashed water at her twin. Emma retaliated, grinning widely. To anyone else, it was just kids celebrating. To Emma, it was a test passed. Public success without exposing the bond. Reporters scribbled notes. A local photographer snapped shots of identical smiles, droplets frozen midair. Headlines would follow. Twin wonders of the pool. Emma let Kayla soak in the attention, standing close enough that their shoulders brushed. Inside, the bond thrummed with a steadier truth. Every medal, every headline was another brick in the wall they were building. A wall high enough to keep the fall at bay. The pet spaces changed again, as if they were keeping pace with the twins' lives. Emma's star's cape sprouted a lattice of glowing lines above her head, points dangling like constellations waiting to be solved. Kayla's meadow pond deepened, its bottom vanishing into dark blue. Systems panels blinked awake. New regimens available. Diving precision. Posture corrections during rotation. Error margin reduced by 12%. Synchronized timing. Bond link mirror drill. Plus 0.3% sync efficiency. Memory flow. Recall weaving through visual nodes. Enhances script retention, line delivery. Note. Gains non-combat but recorded as proficiency. Kayla squealed and dove headfirst into the pond, vanishing in a clean arc. She surfaced grinning, hair plastered to her cheeks though the water slid away in rivulets. It fixed my entry. I didn't even splash. Emma followed, water swallowing her in a cold rush that wasn't really cold. She tucked, rotated, opened, and entered cleanly. When she surfaced, system chimed. Skill progress. Diving 1, 36% increased to 49%. Bond efficiency. Plus 0.3% increased to 98.6%. She hauled herself onto the bank, lying on the grass, chest heaving. It's cheating. She was aware of the irony. It was Kayla who usually cared about the ethics of their situation. Kayla rolled beside her, still beaming. It's practice. The good kind. Emma didn't argue. She let her sister's joy hum in the bond, the meadow sun warm against her damp skin. The next big step in their plan arrived a few after the swim meet. The casting call was in a beige office downtown, the kind with buzzing lights and plastic chairs. A board assistant handed them sides, 2 short pages of dialogue between sisters in a fantasy village. Kayla mouthed the lines eagerly. Emma read them once, then tucked the paper under her leg. Her memory was enough to learn it with a glance. Kayla could too, but she was more anxious. Ready? Kayla whispered. Emma smiled faintly. Always. When their turn came, the twins walked in hand like the little girls they were. The director looked up from his clipboard, eyebrows rising at the sight of mirror images. They read. Kayla threw herself into the role, wide-eyed and earnest. Emma steadied the pace, her voice calm, anchoring the performance. The words wove together like they'd been practicing for weeks. Silence followed. The casting assistant blinked in stupefaction. Again, the director said, leaning forward now in interest. They did it again. This time Emma let warmth slip through the bond, and Kayla lit up brighter than stage lights. The director finally exhaled, scribbling something quickly into his notes. You'll hear from us. Back in the hallway, Kayla giggled into her hands. Did you see his face? Emma squeezed her shoulder. That's what we want. Faces that listen. Kayla's grin faltered. You mean? Emma softened, brushing her sister's cheek with her knuckles. Not to trick people, to reach them, to make them hear us when it matters. Kayla nodded, the bond carrying her trust like a quiet flame. That night, System unveiled something new. A second pane flickered beside the usual stat sheet. Not attributes, not cultivation, but something humbler. Skill ledger activated, Emma and Kayla. General education. Reading. Level 3, 64% increased to next. Writing. Level 2, 92% increased to next. Mathematics. Level 2, 75% increased to next. Performance. Acting. Level 1, 48% increased to next. Public speaking. Level 1, 23% increased to next. Athletics. Swimming. Level 2, 15% increased to next. Diving. Level 1, 49% increased to next. Fitness, body training. Level 1, 81% increased to next. Kayla's eyes went wide. We have school skills now? Emma read carefully, lips twitching. Systems tracking everything. Reading, writing, even swimming. Kayla laughed and flopped onto her bed. Next it'll give us XP for brushing our teeth. Emma shook her head, though the bond carried her amusement. Not everything, just the things that matter. Kayla peeked up. Swimming matters? Emma's gaze softened. It will. All of it will. She reached out, tugging Kayla's blanket up to her chin. Every medal, every roll, every page we read, it's all practice for when the world finally listens. Kayla's eyelids drooped, the bond humming steady. Twin wonders, she mumbled sleepily. Emma stayed awake longer, staring at the new ledger until the words blurred. She thought of porches, and dogs named Turnip, and the fall looming like a wave. The system thought in numbers. Emma thought in lives. Both were right. And the ledger gleamed faintly, proof that even the smallest strokes counted. 13. The family trip. The house buzzed with the kind of energy that only comes before a long-awaited trip. Towels and swimsuits were stacked in bright piles on the couch, sunscreen tubes rolling to the floor as Kayla darted past with her swimming goggles clutched to her chest. Emma lugged the cooler from the kitchen, grunting dramatically until her dad swooped in to take it from her with one hand. "You're going to give yourself a hernia," he said, lips twitching at her mock scowl. "It's training," Emma shot back, puffing her cheeks. Kayla collapsed into giggles, already tugging on her sister's arm. Patty swept through the chaos with practiced calm, checking bags and zipping compartments with the precision of someone who knew exactly what she'd forget if she didn't double-check. Hats, water bottles, extra clothes. "Did either of you pack shoes that aren't flip-flops?" Both girls froze. Patty sighed, shaking her head. "I'll grab sneakers. Again." At the door, John straightened his posture like a drill sergeant and barked, "Roll call." The twins snapped to attention, arms at their sides, trying not to laugh. "Patty Channing." "Present," she said dryly, giving him a high five, and slipping past with the sunscreen bag in her spare hand. "Emma Channing." Emma saluted, barely suppressing a grin. Aye, Captain." Another high five as she passed. "Kayla Channing." Kayla copied her twin, though her giggles ruined the effect. "Reporting for duty, sir." A final high five. John gave them all a stern once-over, then let his grin slip through. "All right, squad. Load up." The car hummed down the highway, cooler rattling in the back, and the girls pressed their faces to the window as trees gave way to billboards boasting world's largest wave pool and thrills for the whole family. Emma traced a finger across the foggy glass. "That one," she whispered through the bond, pointing at a twisting slide that seemed to knot itself in midair on the billboard art. Kayla's eyes sparkled. "Only if we don't chicken out." Emma smirked. "I'll race you." Out loud, they both chorused, "We're going on the big green one first." Patty chuckled from the passenger seat. "Let's start with something that doesn't drop you out of the sky, all right?" John's hands tightened slightly on the wheel, but the corner of his mouth curved upward. "We'll see. Priority 1 is keeping all troops intact." The twins exchanged a sly glance. "He's already planning his retreat," Emma teased. Kayla giggled, the sound muffled against the window. "We'll wear him down." The water park sprawled like a kingdom of glitter and sound, pools gleaming under the late summer sun, slides arcing overhead in impossible ribbons of blue and green. Children's laughter rolled like surf across the crowded plaza, mingled with the scent of fried food, sunscreen, and chlorine. Kayla squeezed Emma's hand until their knuckles pressed white. "This is heaven," she sent through the bond, eyes shining as they darted from the looping slides to the marina where sailboats bobbed in the breeze. Emma didn't disagree. Her own heart thudded at the sight of water shimmering in every direction. Pools large enough to train in, a lazy river curling like a moat, and beyond the fencing, the wide sweep of the lake with sails like white wings skimming the horizon. Their father stood with arms crossed, sunglasses reflecting both twins bouncing on their toes. "We're here for the slides," he reminded them, dry as ever. "Not the marina." "Please, Daddy," Kayla pleaded, tugging at his sleeve. "Just one ride." Emma piled on, eyes wide in perfect imitation of innocence. "We'll wear the vests. Promise." Patty, already laughing, slipped her arm through his. "You'll lose this one, John. Might as well surrender now." His sigh was theatrical, but the twitch of his mouth betrayed him. One rental. One, he said, pointing a stern finger at the twins. And no crying if I say time's up. The girls chorused their victory, bouncing as if they'd won medals. The rented sailboat was small, meant for beginners, with a stubby mast and a modest auxiliary motor that chugged like an old lawnmower. The dock hands fussed with ropes and life jackets while John ran his hands along the tiller, muscle memory flickering in his eyes. Patty stretched out on the stern bench, wide-brimmed hat shading her freckled face. I can't believe you gave in, she teased. John muttered something about relentless kids, and cast off. The boat eased into the water, sails catching just enough wind to pull them into the lake. The twins perched at the bow, vests snug, hair tangling in the breeze. Emma leaned out over the edge, spray catching her cheeks. Kayla mirrored her, both laughing as the boat tilted slightly, the lake opening before them like an endless playground. This is better than the pool, Kayla whispered through the bond, awe thrumming in her chest. Emma's answer was quieter, though joy threaded through it. It's freedom. Behind them, their father's voice called out, clipped but warm. Keep your weight balanced. Don't lean too far, unless you want to swim. Kayla shot Emma a grin. That's not a punishment. Half an hour later, their shoulders glistened with spray, laughter rolling as the little sailboat cut lazy arcs across the water. John showed them how to shift their weight with the tack, how the auxiliary motor helped when the wind lulled. His instructions were dry, precise, but his eyes softened every time the twins squealed with delight. Patty dozed in the sun, one hand trailing over the side to feel the wake. Every so often she cracked an eye open to smile at her husband, clearly savoring this side of him, a side she thought lost. His reluctant enjoyment might seem a little thing, but she knew it was momentous. When Emma leaned out too far during a sharp turn, water splashed high, soaking both sisters. Kayla squealed and Emma sputtered, then both dissolved into laughter. A pale shimmer ghosted across Emma's vision. Swimming plus 0.1%. She blinked it away quickly, heart thrumming. Systems watching, she sent to Kayla. Kayla only giggled harder, eyes bright. Let it. We're earning this one. As the boat slid back toward the marina, John cut the motor and let the sail slacken, easing them into dock. He stepped off first, looping the rope with the casual precision of long practice never forgotten. Patty gathered their towels, brushing damp strands of hair from Kayla's face. Well? She asked her husband, arching an eyebrow. John hesitated, sunglasses hiding his eyes. Then he glanced at his daughters, wet, laughing, flushed with joy, and shook his head with a rueful smile. We'll look at buying one when we're home, he admitted. Something safe. A proper sailboat, not this toy. The twins squealed, leaping into his arms before he could protest. Emma clung tight, warmth flooding her chest. For all her knowledge of storms and futures, this was the moment she would fight to preserve. Her dad whole again. By the time they returned to shore and shook the spray from their hair, the sun was climbing high and the sound of rushing water beckoned. The slides towered above the park like twisting serpents of color, staircases winding upward into dizzying heights. The twins could hardly decide which way to run first. Slow down, Patty called, juggling their towels and sunscreen. Shoes off here, then straight to the shallow pool. And no running on the pavement. Yes, Mom, they sang in unison, already tugging off their sandals. Kayla tugged Emma toward a bright red spiral slide. That one. Emma hesitated only long enough to notice the lifeguard nodding them forward, then followed her sister up the stairs. They took turns sliding down, shrieking as the current whipped them around curves and spat them into the splash pool at the bottom. System flickered faintly in Emma's mind. Fitness plus 0.1%. She snorted, blowing water from her nose. Counting everything, huh? Kayla surfaced beside her, coughing with laughter. Guess even fun is training. They moved from one pool to another, conquering the smaller diving boards with ever more daring jumps. Kayla tried a belly flop that left her gasping and red-faced. Emma attempted a neat pencil dive, entering clean but too stiff. Each success or failure brought laughter loud enough to draw smiles from strangers lounging nearby. But the real temptation loomed across the pool, the big kids board. 10 feet up, springy and bright blue, with a line of teenagers climbing the ladder and showing off with flips. The twins stared at it like worshippers at a shrine. "Can we?" Kayla asked breathlessly, tugging at her father's wrist. "Just once?" "Absolutely not," John said without hesitation. "That's for older kids." "But we can swim," Emma protested, indignation curling her lip. "You saw us at the meet." Patty joined in, gentle but firm. "Sweethearts, your bodies are still small. That's a long drop. Wait until you're older." Both girls groaned, heads hanging in exaggerated despair. Kayla pouted at Emma through the bond. "We could do it." Emma folded her arms, sulking half in earnest. "Of course we could. But they won't budge. We'll just have to get lessons, make it official." That earned a spark of excitement from Kayla. "Diving lessons?" "Why not?" Emma answered, sly grin curling inside the bond. "Better to be trained than told no forever." Their father eyed them suspiciously, as if sensing the unspoken conversation. "Don't even think about sneaking up there. When you're ready, we'll enroll you in proper classes." The twins exchanged a quick high five. It wasn't victory, but it was a promise. Later, sprawled on their towels with dripping hair and sticky fingers from popsicles, the twins watched their father eye the marina again. He hadn't stopped thinking about the sailboat since returning it. Patty caught him staring and smirked knowingly. "You're already planning to buy one," she teased. He didn't deny it. "Something safe. Something steady. With an auxiliary motor so we're not stuck if the wind dies." His gaze flicked to the twins, softened. "Maybe even a speedboat someday. But not until they're older." The girls squealed at the promise, collapsing against each other in giddy triumph. Emma tucked the moment into her heart like treasure. The laughter, the warmth of the sun, her family whole and safe. It was everything she had lacked in her last life. Everything she refused to lose this time. That night, exhaustion pulled at their limbs as they sprawled in the back seat of the car, chlorine still sharp in their hair. Kayla's head rested on Emma's shoulder, the bond quiet but steady between them. A faint pain flickered into being before Emma's half-closed eyes. Skill ledger update. Swimming. Level 2, 15% increased to 22%. Diving. Level 1, 49% increased to 56%. Fitness, body training. Level 1, 81% increased to 83%. Emma smiled faintly, letting the pain fade before it could rouse her sister. The numbers were small, but they were proof. Proof that every laugh, every splash, every moment mattered. Kayla stirred, murmuring against her shoulder. "We'll get the big board next time." Emma pressed her cheek against Kayla's hair and closed her eyes. "Next time," she promised. The hum of the road carried them home, family together, safe. 14. First glimmers of stardom. Morning came in with the sting of chlorine and sunlight pressed hard against the hotel curtains. Emma woke to Kayla's hair fanned over the pillow like wet silk and the faint ache in her shoulders that meant they'd done enough to feel it today, but not enough to regret it. Patty's voice floated from the bathroom, soft, unhurried, while their dad's silhouette crossed the room with the steady purpose of a man who believed in schedules even on holiday. By 9, the water park had found its hum again, an organism of shrieks and splashes. The twins were back in their bright suits, goggles bumping against their chests as they trotted down the steps to the activity pool. A sign read Synchro Splash, 9:30 a.m. Learn a simple routine. In cheerful letters, a young instructor with a whistle and an unflappable smile tried to herd 15 children into a wobbly line. Kayla glanced at Emma, excitement fizzing under her skin. "We could do it better." "We can do it kinder," Emma sent back. They slipped into the water when the whistle blew, mirroring the instructor's crooked arm circles and uneven kicks with exaggerated care that never once felt like mockery. Emma watched the gaps. The boy who didn't want to put his face in, the girl who couldn't time her kick, the pair of sisters who spun opposite directions and crashed mid-turn. Kayla floated near them, giggling, and matched their pace, not hers, until their bodies found the same beat. The line steadied. The instructor's shoulders lowered a bit as her anxiety lessened. Parents along the edge shifted from worried to entertained. Emma and Kayla counted under their breath, turning with the slow precision of clock hands. At the end, when the whistle trilled for the final pose, arms up, toes pointed, faces bright, the pool broke into applause, small and sincere. Emma surfaced, laughter bubbling in her chest, and only then noticed the woman on the deck who wasn't clapping because she was too busy watching. Not staring exactly, studying. Dark hair cropped to her jaw, linen shirt tied at the waist, a camera slung not like a tourist's trophy but a tool she knew how to use. Her smile wasn't the open kind of someone charmed against their will. It was a professional sort of warmth that said, I have seen this before and it still delights me. Kayla followed Emma's gaze and squeezed her hand under the water. That one's different. She's staring. Let her, Emma answered, heart calm but alert. If she comes, we listen. If she doesn't, we are still happy. They climbed out, towels rough against gooseflesh, Patty wrapping them close while John handed over their sandals as if issuing equipment before a mission. When Emma dared another glance, the woman with the camera had stepped away from the crowd and was talking quietly to a staff member, pen moving quickly over a small notebook. Not urgent, not pushy, just interested. A delicate shimmer touched Emma's vision, so quick she almost missed it. Presence plus 0.1%. She let it pass like a blink, then bumped Kayla's shoulder with her own, both of them grinning for no one but each other. It was nearly lunchtime when the woman found them near the shade of a striped umbrella, where Patty fought a valiant battle with sunscreen and John pretended not to notice his own forearms turning the color of old brick. The woman stopped at a sensible distance, lowered her camera so the lens faced her own chest, and angled her posture in a way that didn't trap anyone. Emma noticed those things. People who wanted something too much leaned in. People who were safe made room. Mrs. Channing? The woman asked, voice warm. I'm sorry to intrude. I'm here on holiday with my partner. I saw your girls in the pool. I do children's print work and small commercials for a living. I couldn't help watching. They have great timing. Patty's glance flicked to John, then back. Timing? She echoed, amused. They have a lot of energy. The woman's smile crinkled at the corner. And the ability to share it. My name's Elena Ward. I run a boutique agency, small, careful, mostly for print catalogs and the occasional regional spot. Nothing that eats a childhood for breakfast. I don't scout on holiday, I swear, she added, palms lifting a fraction, but sometimes you see a pair of kids who make other kids better just by standing near them. Kayla stood a little straighter. Emma felt her sister's pulse quicken through the bond and sent a mellowing wash back, breathe. John's voice came slow, measured. We're not stage parents. Not an artistic bone in our bodies. Elena nodded. Good. I'm not a stage anything. Her gaze never slid, never darted. She reached into her crossbody bag and produced a simple card. Ward and Fallow, Youth Division, embossed in neat gray. If you'd like to talk while you eat, I'm happy to answer questions. Or you can put this in a drawer and forget you met me. I won't chase you. Patty accepted the card with 2 fingers like it might bite and flipped it over. On the back, a list of brands Emma recognized from glossy store windows and Sunday circulars. Not the huge household names that left you dizzy, but steady, decent ones. May I take a photo of the 2 of you, together? Elena asked the twins directly, careful to keep her voice light. Not for work. For me, to remember why I broke my no scouting on holiday rule. Emma very deliberately looked at her parents. Patty gave the smallest nod. John's mouth was neutral, but his eyes said I'm watching. They stood with their shoulders tucked close, chin to chin, not performing so much as being the way they always were when no one asked them to be anything else. Elena crouched for their eyeline, didn't ask for a smile, and pressed the shutter once. The click sounded like the start of something or nothing at all, depending on how they decided to remember it. Thanks, Elena said, tucking the camera away. I'll be at the cafe by the marina for the next hour. If you want to ask what this life looks like when it's done with respect, I'd be honored to tell you. If not, enjoy your holiday. They're remarkable. She left them with the shade and the sunscreen and the little white card that suddenly felt heavier than cardstock should. Kayla stared at it like it might sprout wings. She felt real, she whispered down the bond, breathless. She felt careful, Emma corrected gently. Then, softer still, and real. A thin thread of awareness slid through her mind, cool as water across a stone. Emma didn't move, didn't blink, only sent the thought inward the way she'd practiced. System, quietly check Elena Ward. Credentials, company health, client outcomes, complaints, safety policies. She closed her fist around the card as if to keep the question from escaping. Nothing flashed to confirm. Nothing chimed. Only the faintest acknowledgement pressed against her thoughts like a hand to her shoulder. Query received. Verification in progress. Emma exhaled, and the world returned to sunscreen and the distant scream of someone conquering a slide. They chose the cafe by the marina because it had ceiling fans and polite shade, and because Emma wanted the sightline. A view of water and exits and the gentle bustle of staff who noticed when someone needed a refill. Elena had chosen well. She liked people who knew how to be found without making anyone feel hunted. "May I?" Elena asked, hovering at the edge of the table after the first 10 minutes had belonged to sandwiches and the awkward laughter that followed new possibilities into any room. At Patty's nod, she sat, laying her camera on the table like a sleeping cat she didn't want to wake. She didn't begin with rates or reels. She began with boundaries. "We don't do swimsuit shoots," she said calmly, as if reciting a creed. "We prefer school-friendly brands, shoes, jackets, backpacks, winter sweaters. When there's a set, parents are on it. If there's an exterior location, transport is provided and insured, and the day is capped. The chaperone knows the schedule, and food is decent because hungry kids can't work well. When I say no to a client, I say it early so your children never have to hear the compromise that was asked." Patty's shoulders lowered an inch. John's jaw eased. Kayla sipped too quickly from her straw and coughed bubbles, which somehow made everyone smile at once. "Time," John said after a moment, wiping a napkin across the table where soda had beaded. "School, childhood. We're not trading those." Elena nodded, unsurprised. "A few Saturdays a month when there's demand. Sometimes a weekday for a half day if we arrange it with the school and you're comfortable. There's no pressure. If you say no, we move on. I don't have quotas. I have families." She paused, then added with a sliver of humor, "and an accountant, but I try not to let him run my heart." Patty glanced at the card again. "Ward and Fallow. Who's Fallow?" "My partner, Gwen. She's the contract's brain. Former solicitor, very allergic to nonsense. You'd like her." Something in the air shifted, invisible. Emma felt it the way sailors feel a change in wind on the back of their necks. The system slid a thread of confirmation along her attention, so subtle it could have been a sigh. A few clean lines unfurled in her mind, no fanfare. Elena Ward, verified. Company registration, active, compliant. Client list, reputable, average project size small medium. Safety record, clean, parent satisfaction high. Prior complaints, minor scheduling dispute, resolved, no safeguarding concerns. Financials, solvent, no predatory commission structures. Emma didn't smile exactly. She allowed her lungs to fill, which felt close. She pressed her knee against Kayla's under the table. "She's safe," she sent, the words warm as bread. "And she's small. I like small." Kayla's answering thrum was pure fizz. "I knew it." Patty and John didn't know the exact shape of the knowledge that had just settled in their daughter, but they saw something change. Parents know when a maybe turns into a yes in a child's brain. "What would a first step look like?" Patty asked carefully, like a woman placing a foot on a new stair in the dark. "Coffee and a chat with Gwen back home," Elena said. "If we all agree that we like each other, we set up a test shoot, not for a campaign. Just a gentle morning with a photographer we trust to build a portfolio. Some pictures that look like them, not mannequins. If, after that, it still feels fun and safe, we say yes when the right small job comes along. Right matters more than first." John nodded once, then again, as if that second nod belonged to a private tally he kept. "No rush," he murmured. "No rush," Elena agreed. "You get to go home and change your mind as many times as you like." The fans turned lazily overhead. Boats nosed the docks, bobbing like they had their own opinions. Emma looked at her sister, then at her parents, and felt the hour set like a pearl. Somewhere inside her, the tiniest bell, a private one only she could hear, made a single, satisfied note. Composure plus 0.1%. She let it vanish and reached for Kayla's hand under the table because that felt like the only true thing to do with certainty. Share it. They didn't sign anything. Instead, they finished lunch, and Elena walked them as far as the marina like a friend who happened to have a good business card. She left them there with a wave and a reminder. Cafe email printed on the back of the card. Gwen available any weekday after school hours. No one expected an answer before the world decided to be ordinary again. Back at the hotel, the air conditioner clicked, a metronome measuring second thoughts. John spread the card on the small table and looked at it like a map. Patty perched on the edge of the bed with a legal pad because some decisions deserve ink even if you never look at the page again. The twins sat cross-legged on the carpet between them, solemn the way children are when they understand that today's fun is asking to become tomorrow's plan. We can say no, John began, voice level. No contract means we can say no later, too. If even one thing feels wrong. Yeah, Patty said, pencil hovering. But if we say yes, the yes is small. Test shoot, no swimsuits, school-friendly only, parents present always. Always, John confirmed. Kayla's fingers worried the hem of her towel. If it's boring, can we stop? If it's boring, if it's scary, if it's anything you don't like, Patty said. Pencil finally making a neat check beside choice belongs to the girls, we stop. Emma lifted her chin, not defiant, just clear. If we do it with Elena. Not someone else. Patty's mouth softened, because she felt careful? Emma nodded once. She didn't say verified. She didn't say clean record or client outcomes. She said the thing that mattered most, because she listened to us and didn't push. John exhaled, and the line of his shoulders changed. All right, he said. We'll meet her partner. We'll see their offices and studio. We'll talk about what happens when money tries to make someone think they own your hours. The corner of his mouth flicked. Then we'll let you try a morning of photos in a sweater and shoes and call it work. Kayla burst into giggles. Emma's laugh followed. That night, after a last lazy loop of the hotel's warm pool, the twins curled under the scratchy coverlet with their wet hair braided and the card resting like a passport on the nightstand between them. Through the bond, Kayla's thoughts danced fast and bright. What if it's fun? What if it's weird? What if we get to keep the shoes? And Emma let them spin, watching their shapes as if they were constellations she'd seen once before and prayed to see again. We'll go slow, Emma promised in the quiet of their headspace. We'll choose every step. And if anyone tries to hurry us, we'll turn around. Kayla's hand found hers under the blanket. Together, she whispered, out loud this time, sleep ready and certain. Outside, a boat thudded softly against the dock, a heartbeat against wood. Inside, no ledger glowed. No numbers were tallied. The only progress that counted in that moment was 4 people agreeing to protect each other from good things done badly. Emma closed her eyes, and the night gathered them without asking for anything in return. The drive back from the water park was quieter than the one that had carried them there. Not silent, not dull, but threaded with the kind of tired joy that only followed a day of sun and chlorine. The twins were slumped together in the back seat, hair still damp, giggling in half-sentences that their parents only half understood. And when you leaned out too far, I thought you'd fall, Kayla laughed, her head thumping against Emma's shoulder. I meant to do that. Emma smirked, wiping at a drop of water that had somehow clung stubbornly to her arm. System even gave me a gain for it. Patty glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Gains? She asked, amused but puzzled. Points for practice, Emma said quickly, sidestepping into the safe answer. She nudged Kayla through the bond. Don't slip. Didn't plan to, Kayla sent back, still laughing. John kept his eyes on the road, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Next time you'll keep the boat steady, he muttered, though his tone was softer than his words. For all the laughter, there was a card tucked in Patty's purse that seemed to hum with weight. Elena Ward. Ward and Fallow. The name had repeated itself in Emma's thoughts all the way home. She didn't need to confirm the woman again, she already had. But every time Kayla's eyes lit with fresh excitement, Emma felt the burden settle more firmly on her shoulders. They pulled into the driveway just as the sun slipped low, the siding of their house painted orange. John shut off the engine and turned back to them with mock gravity. "All right, squad. Debrief in the kitchen after gears unloaded." The twins groaned but obeyed, dragging towels and plastic bags of damp swimsuits inside. Patty shook her head at the mess, but there was a smile tugging at her lips. The house smelled like home, coffee grounds lingering, wood polish faint from Saturday chores. Safe. Ordinary. Except it wasn't anymore, not with the card waiting. Dinner was takeout pizza, spread across the kitchen table with paper plates and glasses of milk. Kayla had eaten half her slice before anyone spoke about the obvious. Patty placed Alina's card in the center of the table, flattening it with her fingers. "Any thoughts?" "Too good," John said instantly, his tone clipped. "No one's that careful unless they've got something to hide." "She wasn't pushy," Patty countered gently. "She gave us the choice." Emma and Kayla sat side by side, watching the card like it was a spark that might ignite something too big to control. "Auntie Jean might know," Kayla blurted suddenly. "She knows everyone." Patty hesitated, then reached for the phone. It was late, but Jean always picked up. The call was brief but grounding. Jean listened, hummed in that way she did when measuring possibilities. "Elena Ward," she said at last. "Yes, I've heard of her agency. Small, boutique, decent reputation. She's known for saying no more often than yes, which is a good sign. If she approached you, she saw something genuine." But, Jean's voice sharpened like a knife, "Don't let anyone rush you. The industry eats families alive if they aren't careful. If she's what she says, she won't mind you taking things slowly." Patty exhaled, relief threading her voice. "That's what I needed to hear." John still looked unconvinced, but his shoulders had softened. He turned to the twins, eyes steady. "If we try this, it's on our terms. No swimsuits, no pressure, no skipping school. The second it stops being fun, we pull the plug. Clear?" "Yes, sir," Emma said, her voice steady. "Yes," Kayla chirped, unable to hide her grin. The card remained in the center of the table, like a compass waiting for use. Later that night, after teeth had been brushed and hair brushed, Emma curled under her blanket with the bond open, listening to Kayla's mind race too fast for sleep. What if we mess up the shoot? What if we look silly? What if they laugh? Emma rolled toward her. "You won't mess it up." Still, Kayla hesitated, then thought carefully, directing it not to Emma but to the quiet presence she felt in the back of her mind. "System? What happens if kids do modeling early? Is it dangerous?" There was a pause, then the cool reply. "Probable outcomes. 67%. Portfolio building, confidence increases, minor skill developments. 28%. No significant long-term effect. 5%. Adverse outcomes, risk of exploitation, fatigue, loss of privacy. Note: risk decreases when parental oversight is strong." Kayla giggled into her pillow. "That's such a system answer. Exact percentages." Emma smiled faintly, warmed by the sound. "You see? It even says with mom and dad watching, it'll be safe." "I like asking it myself," Kayla admitted. "It makes me feel less like your shadow." Emma pressed their foreheads together. "You've never been my shadow," she whispered out loud. "You're my light." Kayla's laughter melted into sleepy breath, the bond quieting as she drifted. The next morning, sunlight filled the kitchen as if it knew a decision had been made. Patty tucked Alina's card into her planner beside a grocery list. "We'll call her partner, just to talk," she said, the firmness of her tone making it clear this wasn't surrender but strategy. John grunted, pouring coffee. One meeting. No promises. The twins beamed at each other across their cereal bowls, excitement bubbling under their skin like carbonation. Emma let herself soak in the warmth of the moment. The smell of toast, the scrape of spoons, her sister's grin. This is why we fight, she thought, not for the first time. For mornings that stay safe. For chances that don't hurt us. That evening, as the girls sprawled on their bedroom floor with notebooks, practicing lines from a cartoon they loved, a faint shimmer ghosted across the corner of their vision. Skill ledger update. Reading. Level 3, 64% increased to 66%. Writing. Level 2, 92% increased to 94%. Acting. Level 1, 48% increased to 53%. Public speaking. Level 1, 23% increased to 25%. Emma dismissed it quickly, not wanting to disturb Kayla's laughter as she tried out a silly voice. But she stored the numbers away. Every step mattered. When the lamp was finally clicked off, the twins curled into their beds, the bond pulsing steady between them. Tomorrow was still ordinary, but tomorrow carried the promise of something new. And for tonight, that was enough. 15. The first shoot. The studio door didn't creak. It cushioned shut with the soft finality of a good decision. Emma logged that detail as if the room itself had chosen to be gentle. Kayla's hand was nested in hers, warm and damp, their steps matched like always. Light pooled across white CYC paper, chairs, a tidy rack of children's jumpers. She could feel Mum's careful scan of corners, Dad's assessment settling into the room's bones. No threats, just light. Elena appeared without hurry, camera dangling, eyes smiling before her mouth did. Good timing, she said. We still have the soft sun. Emma dipped her chin, half nod, half brace, and Kayla beamed, the bond fuzzing at the edges with the kind of excited static that made Emma straighten her spine and feel an urge to be Kayla's ground. They were guided toward stools, a taped X on the floor, a small box, for little legs. Emma took it as a challenge, not an insult, stepping up with unforced grace. Kayla followed, bumping shoulders deliberately until they giggled. Elena lifted the camera but didn't shoot yet. Look at each other, she murmured. Tell a secret with your eyes. Emma let her gaze warm. We're fine, the bond hummed back. We're brilliant. The shutter clicked, a neat insect sound. Elena had a way of leaving space after every click, as if respect could be measured in pauses. When Kayla's grin quivered, Elena asked about Turnip the dog, and Kayla demolished her own composure with an impression so dire it looped back into divine. Emma burst, then reined it, riding laughter like a wave and choosing when to set it down. The studio smelled faintly of sawdust and coffee, the light feigned summer. From the sidelines, Mum folded her arms and unfolded them. Dad's mouth learned a new shape, something like maybe. Emma caught the reflection of herself and Kayla in a silvered power pack. Two girls who looked like the answer to a question Elena hadn't asked aloud. Can they be themselves in front of strangers? Ping. Acting L1 58% increased to 59%. Ping. Composure L1 41% increased to 42%. She dismissed the overlays quickly, a private sigh that tugged the corners of her mouth. Numbers were the spine, Kayla was the heart. They went again. Elena tried, serious faces, then, tell me what color laughter is, and Kayla said blue without thinking, and Emma said blue too, because their laughter had always been a sky they both owned. The camera loved the unison. When Elena finally lowered the lens, she didn't praise them like pets. She showed Mum the back of the camera, saying simply, this is how they feel to each other. Mum's breath hitched. Dad leaned in, and some calculation behind his eyes resolved to a cautious yes. Emma slid off the box and offered Kayla a hand like a stage partner. The lights hummed, benign. The door stayed quiet. The day was deciding itself. Ping. Presence, passive, plus 0.1%. Wardrobe turned out not to be costumes, but a rack of ordinary made specific. A navy cardigan with buttons like moons. A cord pinafore that had opinions about whose shoulder it preferred. Elena didn't force matches, she held up options and watched the twins choose each other. Kayla picked the cardigan because the moons were cheeky, and Emma nodded, because cheeky moons against white paper would photograph well. Emma always based her girly opinions on Kayla. Gwen, the studio manager with sensible glasses and a voice like a metronome, introduced the language of the set without condescension. These are marks, she said, pointing to faint tape crosses. If you're on them, the light is a friend. If you wander, the light sulks. Kayla promised solemnly never to make light sulk. Emma saw the key. Light, fill, backlight like a soft halo. She stepped in, turned 3 degrees when asked, and felt heat shift from cheekbone to temple like sunlight through leaves. Elena tested rhythms. On 3, glance. 1, 2, no, wait with me. 3. Their eyes met on the count, clean and exact. Again, but this time do nothing on 3. Surprise me on 4. Emma did. Kayla, trusting the private gravity between them, followed. The shutter swallowed the moment and gave it back as assurance. Ping. Acting L1 59% increased to 60%. Ping. Timing, microbeat sense. L1 12% increased to 15%. Kayla's copy of system, thin gossamer compared to Emma's, fluttered a question Emma felt as a nudge. Is this performing? Emma sent back warmth. It's being honest on purpose. Kayla hummed, and her next smile was not for the camera but for the thought, which made it perfect for the camera anyway. They practiced listening faces, the hardest kind, and Elena didn't fill the air with chatter to give them something to react to. She let silence speak, and the girls listened to it. Emma thought of home, of Dad's way of counting heads at the door before any trip, of Mum's nail tapping quietly when bills were discussed in the kitchen after bedtime. Those sounds wrote themselves across her expression. Kayla read them and softened, eyelids a fraction lower. Click. Gwen shifted a flag and the light obeyed, sculpting their small shoulders. Emma filed away the way shadows erased what didn't serve the image. She wondered, idly, what it would be like to decide which parts of herself to light on any given day. Not hiding, choosing. The thought made her taller. Between takes, Elena showed them the difference 2 inches made. She moved Emma's toes half a shoe and the line of their faces changed from cute to striking, just like that. Kayla gasped, delighted. It's like magic. Elena's mouth tipped. It's craft. She let the word hang, an invitation. Ping. Spatial awareness L1 34% increased to 36%. Ping. Learning, applied, L1 52% increased to 53%. Emma felt the shape of the day settling into muscle memory. Marks, beats, breath. The light wasn't a demand, it was a tempo. She and Kayla could dance to that. The studio had a tiny conference nook behind a pane of glass, just enough separation to pretend privacy while everyone could still see everyone. Gwen invited Mum and Dad back there with printed packets and a pen that wrote in a very serious blue. Elena came too, camera set aside, palms visible on the table like she had nothing to hide. Emma stood with Kayla by the bookcase outside, albums of other shoots, swaddled babies and graduation caps, and watched through reflections. Dad's shoulders stayed squared, the old Marine line in him drawing clean. School comes first, he said. No funny business with the girls' images. Mum added, no social media without our say. No strangers calling our house because a brand posted our address in a caption. The tiny quiver on address was a whole storm locked in a teacup. Emma wanted to lay a hand on Mum's wrist through the glass. Gwen slid a document across, fingertip tapping not as pressure but as anchor. No contact details ever published. We book through the agency, not you directly. If you choose to work with us, your daughter's legal names aren't used publicly unless you instruct otherwise. Elena's gaze flicked, not to Emma, but to Kayla, reading how the younger twins' bounce had slowed under adult weather. We'd rather lose work than lose trust, Elena said. It sounded like policy, not poetry. Contract scan, passive, running. Clauses unrolled in Emma's peripheral vision, crisp as hymnals. Usage rights, term lengths, territory. Fair for a test shoot, conservative on renewals. Emma exhaled, surprised at her own relief. She pinged Kayla a picture of a green tick, small and silly. Kayla's lip twitched. Dad's questions sharpened. Working hours. A chaperone clause. Pay directed to a trust, not to Mum's purse, not to Dad's wallet. Somewhere that belonged to the girls' futures. Gwen didn't blink. Standard practice. We can recommend a lawyer who specializes in child performers. Elena added, also you can say no whenever you like. Even on the day. We go home if the girls aren't comfortable. Emma felt something loosen in Dad, subtle as a knot eased under warm water. Mum reached for the pen. Dad laid a finger over it. We'll take the papers home. Gwen nodded like that had been the right answer all along. Ping. Legal comprehension. Passive, L0 increased to L1, 4%. Ping. Risk assessment L1 38% increased to 39%. Through the glass, Mum laughed at something Elena said. A small true sound, as if a window had opened. Emma watched the laugh ripple down the line to Dad, who didn't laugh but let the air in. The grown-up table had stopped feeling like a tribunal and started feeling like a plan. Emma squeezed Kayla's hand, anchor and promise both. They wouldn't be carried by this, they would steer it. They stepped outside for a few natural light frames, before the sun tipped past its polite angle. The alley beside the studio smelled of damp brick and dried bay leaves from a cafe door further down. The light was a sheet of warm honey, catching in Kayla's curls and turning Emma's eyes to a color Elena would later call storm before blue. Just walk, Elena said, backing up, feet sure. Talk to each other and ignore me. That was easy. Ignoring adults had been a survival tactic since nursery. Emma told Kayla about the Cardigan Moons plotting a tiny mutiny against boring buttons. Kayla plotted back, inventing a lunar courtroom where the moons put dull clouds on trial. Halfway down the alley they passed another family, a boy younger than them wearing shoes that didn't forgive scuffs. He tripped over a ridge of old asphalt, palms slapping the ground. The sound yanked at Emma's stomach. Before thought, she was there, hand out. Kayla arrived a breath later, their voices a low braid of comfort. You're fine. Stings, right? It'll pass. The boy blinked up, trying not to cry. His mother hurried, breathless apology stalling in her mouth. Elena didn't call directions. She didn't call anything. The shutter clicked exactly twice, then stopped, and Emma forgot cameras existed. She checked the boy's hands for grit. Kayla conjured a tissue from a pocket like a magician's assistant. We've got a dog called Turnip, she informed him solemnly, like a treaty. He snorted a laugh that sounded like he'd never had one before. Emma smiled back, small and sure. The mother's shoulders fell an inch. Thank you, she said, meaning more than scraped skin. When they moved on, the honey light had turned peach. Elena walked in silence for a few paces, then lifted the camera again. Just that, she said softly, as if asking for an encore the day would provide on its own. Emma didn't perform. She resumed walking with Kayla, shoulder to shoulder, letting the afterglow of usefulness settle under her ribs. Ping. Empathy. Applied. L1 47% increased to 49%. Ping. Presence. Passive. Plus 0.1%. Cumulative plus 0.2%. At the alley mouth, the cafe door opened and let out Cinnamon and a poorly tuned bell. Dad pushed it with 2 fingers, scanning the room by reflex. Mum's eyes were bright, not with worry this time but with that fizz she got around good decisions. Elena lowered the camera. 5 more minutes of the day, she said. No pictures. She meant, be people now, not images. Emma liked her better for it. They took the corner slow. The sky performed its evening trick like it did for everyone, not just girls with cameras pointed at them. Emma approved of that. The cafe had tables that remembered elbows, a chalkboard that threatened soup of the day like a friendly dare, and a barista who looked at the twins with unhidden curiosity and then remembered manners. They ended up in the back by a radiator that clicked as if it had arthritis. Dad's posture softened, not slumped, never, but at ease adjacent. Mum wrapped both hands around a mug and waited for steam to touch her face before speaking. Well, she said. Kayla went first because she always did. It was like playing shop, but the till is made of sun. Not accurate, but true. Emma added, it was like having to be honest on purpose. Mum's eyebrows rose. Dad's mouth did that nearly smile again, quiet as a seal in snow. They talked boundaries. Schoolwork circled with thick pencil lines. No shoots on exam weeks, Dad said. Elena, who joined them for one tea and was already making to leave, said, obviously. Bedtimes and nutrition are important too. You can't fuel a day on cookies, Mum agreed, the kind of rule that sounded old because it had been true forever. Elena slid a card across, her number, Gwen's, an after-hours line. Take the paperwork, she told Mum and Dad, and take your time. If this is a yes, we'll start small. Catalog work. Nothing that turns your life upside down. No one needs two exhausted children and a regret. Dad nodded, gaze tethered to Emma for a heartbeat. She looked back, steady. We choose, he said. At every step. Elena tapped the card once. At every step, she repeated, and stood, giving them the gift of leaving before it got awkward. Gwen would email, she said. She didn't say we want you. She let the day do the asking. When Elena was gone, silence settled like a soft coat. Kayla wriggled, then stilled under Emma's palm. If we do it, Kayla ventured, can we give some money away? Not all of it. Some. To the dog home. Emma felt Dad's objections arraying themselves like chess pieces and watched him set each one down unused. He tapped the tabletop once. If we do this, the money goes into a trust, he said. From there, we can choose, together, what portion goes to charity. But first, we make sure future you aren't robbed by present us. Emma liked the shape of that, knowing they would never rob anyone, let alone their own kids. But it played into her plans of using system to operate the trust alongside its other duties without leaking secrets. Mom liked it too. She'd heard some nasty stories about child star exploitation. We'll ask a lawyer, Mom said. And we'll set the rules before we start. The clicking radiator sounded like approval. On the way out, the barista slipped 2 cinnamon cookies into a bag, by accident. Dad pretended not to see. Mom pretended not to notice him pretending. Outside, the street light flickered, then committed to being on. The day had negotiated itself into something livable. Emma squeezed Kayla's hand. Kayla squeezed back twice, their old code for I heard you. Home was warm with habit. Shoes off at the mat, the smell of something tomatoed easing out of the kitchen. Mom cleared a patch of table for the studio packet. Dad set his keys down exactly where keys went. The twins, blessed with a brief reprieve from homework by virtue of a long day, drifted to the living room mirror like iron filings to a magnet. They practiced without saying practicing. Emma angled her shoulder and watched how the line of her neck changed. Kayla mirrored and then exaggerated until they both cracked up. Listening face, Emma reminded, and they unpacked it. What do you do with your eyes when you are not the one speaking? Kayla discovered a half smile that said I love your story even though it's not mine. Emma found a stillness that kept room for breath. Ping. Acting L1 to 60% increased to 61%. Ping. Mirror work. Technique. L0 increased to L1, 6%. Dad's laptop chimed with an email. Mum hummed low, reading. Gwen, she said, like the name belonged in their house now. A link to proofs, small watermarked images of the day so they could decide whether this felt like them. Dad projected them on the telly. The first frame stole the room. Emma and Kayla mid-laugh, light thieving fear right off their faces. Mum's eyes shone and she didn't swipe them dry right away. Dad's nearly smile made a sound in the air like a hinge oiled. They paged through. Serious faces that weren't really. A golden shot in the alley. The moment with the boy not shown. Thank you, Elena, for keeping that off the proofs. And the last one. The twins walking away. Hands brushing. The sky practicing sunset behind them. The landline rang. Mum reached. Dad beat her to it. John speaking. He listened, brow a weather map. Elena, he mouthed. He put it on speaker. Did we leave something? No, Elena's voice said, measured and rinsed of pressure. Gwen sent the proofs and one to a client we were already casting for, local, small, a children's clothing line that needs siblings or twins. They asked if your girls would consider a short session next Saturday morning. 2 hours, 2 outfits, in studio. If not, no problem. Truly. Silence expanded and then folded neatly. Mum looked at Dad. Dad looked at Emma. It was not the kind of test that had one right answer. Emma looked at Kayla. Kayla's eyes were stars held in with stitches. The bond ran warm. We can say no, Emma sent. Kayla swallowed, then smiled a brave little wolf smile. We can say yes too. Dad cleared his throat. We're reviewing the paperwork with a lawyer tomorrow, he said. We'll confirm after that. Elena didn't rush to pin him down. Perfect. Sleep on it. And thank you for today. Your daughters are kind. The camera noticed. The line clicked soft. The telly showed the walking away shot again, as if time had looped to ask politely. Mom shut the laptop. Teeth, then bed, she said, voice gentled. We'll talk in the morning. Kayla darted away, already humming. Emma lingered a tick longer, watching the curve of two small backs on the screen, the way the space between their hands was a thread. Ping. Presence, passive, plus 0.1%, cumulative plus 0.3%. The night cooled everything that had run warm the day before. Morning came in pale and honest, spreading across the kitchen tiles, turning the steam from Mum's kettle into a thin ghost. Emma sat at the table with Kayla, their knees touching under the wood, the bond humming at a low, content frequency. Dad read the studio packet again, pen in hand, drawing boxes around clauses the lawyer would want to prod. Mum slid a plate in front of each girl. Eggs the exact amount of soft, triangles of toast, tomatoes blistered and sweet. Food first, she said gently, as if contracts and futures should wait until mouths were full. Emma approved of the order of operations. Dad looked up. We'll see the lawyer at 11. After that, we decide about Saturday. He didn't dress it as a test, he lined it up like steps on a path. Mum tucked a curl behind Kayla's ear and then did the same to Emma, even though Emma's hair didn't need it. The touch landed like a blessing. Dad had questions stacked like plates. If we do this, he said, school has primacy. Shoots are exceptions, not routine. No brand gets to tell you who to be. No one separates you if you don't want to be separated. He said it like a vow and looked to Emma as if to confirm it held. She met his eyes and nodded once, sealed. Mum added the softer. We talk about every offer as a family. You get to say no because your stomach says no. Not every no needs a reason. Kayla's shoulders fell an inch, a small surrender to safety. Emma filed the words away where she kept things worth rereading. The proofs link waited on Dad's laptop like a polite hand raised at the back of a classroom. He opened it again, and the walking away shot filled the screen, the space between the girl's hands a thread so thin you had to believe it into existence. Mum smiled at it without showing teeth. I could live with that being out there, she said. If the rest of it is as careful. Dad closed the laptop. Let's go find out. He wiped his plate with the last bite of toast and stood. He did the roll call by the door out of old habit. Patricia. Here, Mum said, amused. Emma. Here. Her voice didn't tremble. Kayla. Here. Bright and immediate. They stepped into the cool air as if the day had opened its palm for them to walk on. Emma felt the world tilt a degree toward possible and matched her gait to it. She didn't look back, she didn't need to. Home followed in the arrangement of their steps. The lawyer's office smelled like wool and old paper and the lemon polish that tries, valiantly, to make history behave. M.Y.'s ward had hair the color of pencil graphite and a cardigan that might have remembered a better decade, but her eyes were exact and kind. She shook hands with Mum and Dad, nodded at the girls as if they were the primary clients, then half-turned her chair to include them in the geometry of the table. I've read the agency's standard contract, she said, tapping a copy with the kind of pen that leaves confident lines. It's cautious, which is the right flavor. A few clauses want tightening. We'll attach an addendum. Emma sat very straight. The words came as shapes first, usage, term, exclusivity, and then as meanings. Kayla swung her feet, hitting the chair's rung in a steady rhythm that M.Y.'s ward unconsciously matched with a quiet tap of her pen. Usage rights, M.Y.'s ward said. At present, they ask for 3 years on stills, global, in paid media and owned channels. We'll offer 1 year, option to renew by mutual consent, and clarify the carve-out. No resale to third parties without fresh signatures. She glanced at Mum. This prevents a picture from following the girls into contexts you never agreed to. Ping. Legal comprehension L1 to 4% increased to 9%. Exclusivity, M.Y.'s ward continued. They do not require category exclusivity. Good. If a particular brand is, we set a premium and a short window. She added, almost to herself, we'll also direct payment to a trust in the girls' names. Parents as co-trustees. Distributions for health, education, maintenance. Majority control transfers at 18, with an option to extend management to 21 if you wish, but only with a court's rubber stamp. Dad relaxed by degrees, as if air had finally started keeping its promises. MY's Ward turned to the twins. You may hear adults talk around you as if you were the subject of the conversation, not participants. In my office, you speak freely. Any questions? Kayla raised a hand that wasn't necessary and then forgot her question halfway through lifting it. Emma caught it in the bond and set it down gently as words. If we don't like a set, Emma asked, and want to go home, on the day, will anyone be in trouble? MY's Ward's mouth softened. If anyone makes you feel that leaving would cause them trouble, they are the wrong people to be working with. You may leave. She tapped the addendum draft. We will write that plainly. They discussed the image hygiene clause. No shoots that sexualize, no themes that trade on harm, no brand with values that made Mum's shoulders go granite. MY's Ward wrote the words so clear a sleepy man couldn't misunderstand them. She charged less than Emma would have expected, and more than Dad wanted to pay, which seemed like the right balance for someone who protected futures for a living. At the door, MY's Ward crouched so her eyes met the girls. Your job is to be children, she said. The rest of us do paperwork so you can keep doing that. It could have been patronizing, it landed like grace. Outside, the day had brightened a notch, as if relief affected weather. Back home, the kitchen table hosted its own committee. The addendum printed in neat stacks, the kettle worked overtime. Dad read the changes aloud for the rhythm of them. Emma liked the way the words sounded when Dad gave them spine. Mum signed with the signature she used for important things. Dad signed with the carefulness of a man who knew signatures could ruin or rescue. The phone call to Elena lasted 5 minutes and a lifetime. We're in, Dad said, provided the addendum is attached to every booking. Elena didn't hesitate. Send it. Gwen will countersign. For Saturday, call time is 9. We'll keep it to 2 hours. You'll be home for lunch. Kayla pogoed quietly in place, her joy conducting through the table's wood. Emma set her palm over Kayla's bouncing hand until excitement found a channel. Gwen's email arrived like a tidy miracle. Confirmation, countersigned documents, a simple call sheet whose orderliness soothed Dad's sense of the world. Wardrobe sizes were requested but not dictated. Snacks would be net safe. A quiet room was set aside for rests. The brand name meant nothing to Emma, just a cluster of clean fonts and smiles on the website. But the shoot mood board made sense. Light jumpers, small truths. Ping. Planning, logistics, L0 increased to L1, 5%. Ping. Professional etiquette, on set, L0 increased to L1, 4%. The evening before the shoot, they staged their own rehearsal in the living room. Not poses. Emma didn't like the stiffness in that word, but presence. They practiced arriving hanging coats, greeting names, finding marks, asking for water without apology. Mum played stylist, with hair clips and the allowable radius of hairspray, negotiating with Kayla's curls until both parties declared a truce. Dad played producer, discovering he had a talent for saying no in a way that left everyone liking him anyway. Ping. Composure L1 42% increased to 43%. Ping. Acting L1 to 61% increased to 62%. Saturday's sky arrived undecided and then chose blue. The studio felt smaller with more people in it, brand rep, stylist, a lighting tech who whistled softly through his teeth. Elena in a denim shirt with sleeves rolled. Gwen everywhere at once without ever rushing. The rack held the clothes. Jumpers the color of breakfast and library carpets. Good morning, Elena said, meeting the twins' eyes first, always first. We'll start gentle. The brand rep, a woman with cheerful earrings and a phone she checked like a pulse, smiled at the girls in a way that didn't land exactly right. Could we try a few solo frames? She asked, bright, just to see how each girl carries. Mum's spine stiffened so slightly only Emma felt the air change. Dad didn't bristle, he asked questions. Are solo frames in the brief? Gwen answered with paperwork. The contracted deliverables specified duo imagery. If you want solos, we can discuss after this booking and only with parental consent. The rep's smile didn't crack, but it stopped tugging. Of course, she said, and looked elsewhere for a yes. She didn't find one. Wardrobe turned into a choreography of small hands and patience. The stylist had efficient fingers and a gentle patter that didn't scrape Kayla's nerves. Beautiful hair, she said, to both, because she had learned how twinning works. Emma let herself be turned on the apple box 3 degrees, then 2 more. Alina's lens never felt hungry, it felt attentive. They moved through setups, sitting cross-legged and telling each other about a made-up dog park, leaning shoulder to shoulder as if reading the same book, standing with foreheads almost touching but not quite, leaving space for breath and future. The lighting tech adjusted a flag and caught the brand rep's eye. She mouthed something about magic, and, this time, Emma believed her. Mid-set, a junior assistant suggested a tickle fight. The word fight tilted the room. Emma's smile held, but Kayla's eyes flashed a warning only a twin would see. Elena didn't wait for it to sour. No tickling, she said, mild as milk but final as a door. We're after connection, not chaos. Try the, tell her your favorite biscuit, prompt. Relief unclenched Kayla's hands. She declared cinnamon with such grave sincerity the crew laughed the right kind of laugh. Emma declared the same, because some things deserved unity. Ping. On set etiquette L1 to 4% increased to 7%. Ping. Acting L1 to 62% increased to 63%. 2 hours moved like good music. They wrapped on time, clothes rehung, small bows to everyone who had made the morning clean. Gwen pressed 2 stamped envelopes into Mum's hand, one for MY's ward, one for the trust bank. Paper trails, she said, which sounded like grown-up magic. The brand representative thanked them with a smile that had found its sincerity in the last half hour. You gave us exactly what we didn't know we needed, she said, and for once that sentence didn't feel like stealing. The bank smelled of carpets that kept secrets and pens that didn't wander. Mr. Dutta, the manager, wore a tie with restrained stripes and spoke to the twins like the trust had asked for them by name. Papers slid and were initialed in the boxes Mr. Dutta pointed to with a pen that clicked like a metronome. Trust name, he said, writing it in careful block letters. Channing Sisters Trust. He added the long account number as if copying a spell. Payments would go here. Distributions would require 2 signatures. Records would be kept as if the future might ask questions, it would. Mum's brow unknotted with each clause. Dad asked about interest rates, fees, the safety of a thing you couldn't hold in your hand. Mr. Dutta's answers were unshowy and exact. Emma trusted him because he didn't try to make numbers sound like stories. Numbers were already stories, he just read them properly. Ping. Finance, personal, L0 increased to L1, 3%. Ping. Planning, logistics, L1 to 5% increased to 7%. After the bank, they walked to the animal shelter with the anonymous frontage and the loud, grateful heart. Kayla carried an envelope like a chalice. The receptionist blinked when Mum asked for a receipt made out to the trust and then smiled wide enough to show a childhood she hadn't entirely outgrown. We'll send a letter, she promised. And pictures. The kennel smells were wrong and right. The dogs sang their loud opinions. Kayla put her palm against a wire gate and received a soft nose in return. For Turnip's cousins, she said, voice bright. You still want a puppy? Dad's hand landed on her shoulder. Steady, no squeeze, and that steadiness traveled into Emma through the bond, braided with the sense of disinfectant and hope. We want Turnip, not just any puppy, Emma said. Who or what is Turnip? Dad said looking to Mum, but she didn't know. Together the girls said in alternating twin speak, Turnip is a boy dog. He's chocolate. In color. He's grown up, but not old. He's a goofy dog that will play with us in the water and in the garden. And he never bites good people, but will bark at the bad people. Dad listened as if it were the most important thing he ever heard. He looked around at the pound and pointed out a Labrador. Is Turnip like that one? Kayla nodded doubtfully. Yes, but Turnip is chocolate not gold. Mum went to the reception area to inquire after chocolate Labradors around a year old. The receptionist checked on the computer. They did have one at another branch and armed with directions. Dad drove them over to take a look. Kayla and Emma fell in love with Turnip right away. The dog was lively and exactly like Kayla imagined. Emma was happy that Kayla was happy, and so they adopted the dog on the spot. All of its paperwork was in order, and after signing various things and buying food and doggy toys, they were ready to take Turnip home. Although Turnip's name had been something else before, Turnip was intelligent and quickly learned to respond to his new name. Evening arrived wearing gold at the edges. The living room was a democracy of cushions and elbows. Gwen's email chimed with a soft authority. It contained an accounting note sat at the bottom of Gwen's email. Payment remitted to the trust. Invoice attached. A friendly line about cinnamon cookies delivered to the crew in the twins' honor. Ping. Professional etiquette L1 to 7% increased to 9%. Ping. Acting L1 to 63% increased to 64%. Passive. Presence cumulative today, plus 0.5%. Kayla giggled at hearing that and went hunting in the kitchen, returning with 2 real ones because the universe, sometimes, coordinates. 16. Dancing feet. Breakfast smelled like orange juice and toast that had already lost one corner to Turnip's stealth. Emma watched the dog work the perimeter of the table with professional patience, chin just high enough to be polite about his thievery. Dad's newspaper was folded in a way that said he was pretending to read while actually tracking everyone's plates. Mum set down a fresh bowl of fruit, the gentle ultimatum of blueberries and sliced banana doing the work of a speech. Before we run away with the day, Mum said, fishing something from her bag, I thought of this. She placed a brochure in the center, a sweep of pink slippers and black letters, Harbor School of Dance. The paper shone like it had recently been near Hope. Kayla leaned in first, breath fogging the glossy cover. The girls in the photo were mid-turn, hair afloat, arms reaching for something not pictured. They look like birds, she whispered, the bond flickering, a flit of feathered light. Emma tilted her head and saw the same bodies through a different lens, weight dropped into heels for a beat before a glide, the clean geometry of balance finding its line. Fighters, she thought. The bond carried the thought to Kayla with a tiny electric tickle. Kayla snorted. Only you would see soldiers in tutus. Turnip, seizing his moment, nudged Kayla's elbow and liberated the final bite of her egg. Oi, Kayla yelped, scandalized. Turnip wagged so hard his entire back end participated. Mum pinched the bridge of her nose without hiding her smile. We'll add obedience school for this rascal, she said, scratching his ears. Parallel education. Emma slid the brochure closer. The schedule block read, Beginners Ballet, Tap, Jazz, Saturdays 9 to 11. Kayla's foot bumped hers under the table. Can we try it? She asked, words rushing. Just once. Like the photos. To see. Mum's mouth softened. Yes, she said. Just once if that's what you want. Dad's nod was the thick line that confirms a plan. The bond hummed as Emma and Kayla squeezed hands under the table. We'll spin together, Kayla sent, fizzy with anticipation. We'll land together, Emma answered. It had taken a lot of work on Kayla's part to turn an old warrior into her twin sister, but the hard work was mostly complete now. Ethan James Channing was long dead. Dead and buried in a different timeline, one that would never repeat now. Only Emma and System remembered him, and Emma liked it that way. She only ever let System see her old ruthlessness when discussing certain tasks in private. Never her family. A faint pain shimmered at the edge of Emma's vision, as quiet as breath. Ping. Dancing. L0. 2%, new skill detected. Emma dismissed it at once. Numbers mattered, but Mum's careful suggestion, Dad's almost smile, Kayla's shining eyes were the metric worth learning from. Turnip huffed like he'd made the decision himself, then settled with his chin on Kayla's knee, dignified as any patron of the arts. The dance shop kept its own weather, warm from bodies, cool from aircon, lavender sharpened by the clean bite of new leather. Slippers lined the walls in patient ranks, satin that shone, canvas that promised work. A bell tinkled when they entered, and a woman with brisk hands emerged, ice kind behind half-moon glasses. First fitting? She asked. Let's measure. Emma and Kayla stood side by side on the marked mat while the fitter slid the ruler against their heels and pressed her pencil along their arches. Kayla squeaked when the graphite tickled. Emma locked her knee and willed stillness into her foot. Twos, the woman decided, decisive as a drumbeat. She returned with pale pink canvas slippers that looked like secrets. Emma eased her foot in. The shoe hugged her like a yes. Kayla did a tiny experimental twirl, nearly taking out a carousel of tights and dissolving into giggles. Outside the window, Turnip sat as instructed, large head tilted, tail performing a metronome for the entire street, while Dad watched, arms crossed. Approval tucked behind his face where it liked to live. The fitter showed them how to sew the elastic into a gentle X, not too tight, or you'll make enemies of your feet, she said. She added basic tights and 2 hairnets to the pile, then a discreet packet of bun pins like a knight presenting a sword. After all the excitement, they paid. The brown paper bags were light but felt like treasure. Outside, Turnip pressed his nose to each bag, respectfully investigating. No, sir, Dad told him. Not edible. Turnip sneezed as if to say debatable. On the pavement, Kayla tried a step in socks and laughed when Friction scolded her. Emma took her hand and matched her pace until the laughter calmed. The city moved around them, cars and voices, a bus sighing at a stop. The world didn't notice 2 girls holding new shoes. That was fine. Some beginnings preferred to be small. A whisper at the corner of Emma's sight noted what her body already knew. Ping. Dancing L0 to 2% increased to 5%. Ping. Dexterity 8.1 increased to 8.2. This will be good for us, Emma said. Kayla nodded. Her own copy of the system had displayed the same data. And fun, she added, determined not to succumb to the utility mere data tried to force upon her. Turnip sneezed again like a gavel. Decision ratified. Harbor's studio smelled of polish and old music. Mirrors doubled the world until it was full of girls who looked like them and not like them at all. Emma and Kayla wore leggings and t-shirts among a sea of pastel leotards. The difference pricked and then passed. The wood floor held a warmth that came from 1,000 feet learning where to go. Miss Harper had a dancer's posture and a librarian's calm. First class? She asked, scanning the group. Her smile was the kind that landed softly and stayed. Welcome. We start with listening. Your body speaks. You tell it what to say. Emma understood and Kayla did too. The bond took the instruction and translated it into we. They stretched, reaching up until their ribs unlatched, folding until the backs of their legs complained in polite protest. Emma watched how the teacher's knees didn't cave, how her heel grazed the floor in a tendu like a secret. She copied, imperfect, corrected, tried again. Kayla wobbled on one foot and laughed. Emma anchored her. Their bond made new things easier. They shared thoughts and experiences like they shared the air. Plies. Demi, then deeper. The room breathed in unison. Emma felt her weight sit into her heels and then rise, a line drawn from floor to crown. The burn in her calves arrived tidy and useful. Jumps came small and even smaller, barely air, mostly intent. Kayla's curls bounced like applause every time she left the floor. Turnip gave a single bark in the hall outside, the sound of a dog remembering he had opinions. A ripple of giggles traveled around the bar. Miss Harper didn't shush, her smile broadened. Even dogs know rhythm, she said. Again, 4 counts. By the time cool-down slides arrived, sweat kissed Emma's hairline and her knees felt well spoken to. In the mirror, the girls' legs looked the same. In the bond, their reasons differed. Emma cataloged turns as pivot potential. Kayla stored them as ways to make joy visible. Both truths flexed under their skin. As they laced trainers after their lesson, Miss Harper crouched so her eyes met theirs. You two listen very well, she said. To each other, too. Keep it up. It wasn't flattery, it was an assignment. A quiet overlay blinked and receded. Ping. Dancing L0 to 5% increased to 12%. Ping. Spatial awareness L1 36% increased to 38%. Outside, Turnip pranced like he'd done the bar himself. Emma scratched his ears. Show off, she told him, the word gentled by affection. The living room transformed with the shove of a sofa. Open floor, 2 girls, 1 dog convinced the center belonged to him by right. Mum clapped a steady beat that was kinder than a metronome. Dad counted time like a drill he could almost pretend wasn't fun. 1, 2, step. 1, 2, turn. Emma and Kayla wore socks to mimic slipper slide and threatened friction. They started with first position because rules were bones. You need them so you didn't fall apart. Knees over toes, shoulders down, neck long. Kayla's neck lengthened so enthusiastically her chin tried to lead the room. Emma bumped it with a fingertip. Down, swan, she teased. Kayla made a face and then a swan anyway. Turnip, an immovable brown island, blinked and arranged his paws like punctuation. When the girls spun too near, he offered a dignified woof that translated to mind your lines. They adjusted, laughter snagging their breath and then smoothing out as the steps landed. Emma felt the figure 8 of weight in her feet, the difference between a turn you survived and a turn you owned. Mum filmed a few seconds and then put the phone down to clap properly. Kayla added her own choreography, a silly flourish at the end of a combination, a head tilt stolen from a cartoon. Emma kept it but shaved the edges, trimming the movement into something that would hold under speed. The Bond read, adjusted, grinned. This was how they learned everything now. Kayla brought light, Emma brought line. Together they made something the mirror didn't argue with. Turnip relocated as they did, always 3 steps ahead of where they needed to be, obliging them to choose new paths. It was irritating. It was perfect. Obstacles that loved you made you better. A whisper at Emma's vision recorded what muscle and brain had already agreed upon. Ping. Dancing L0 12% increased to 18%. Ping. Dexterity 8.2 increased to 8.3. They finished with an invented bow that made Mum laugh. Dad, pretending not to, smiled into his sleeve. Emma caught their reflection, their small serious faces gone soft with joy, a dog sprawled like punctuation. By the second Saturday, the slippers had molded to the twins like a decision that stuck. The studio seemed to recognize them, the mirrors fogged a fraction slower, the floor offered its welcome without conditions. Miss Harper moved them through warm-ups quicker now, trusting their bodies to remember what their minds had learned. Halfway through class, she clapped for a circle. A quick note, she said, smile folded into the word. In 6 weeks, we'll have a small recital. Nothing terrifying. Partners and groups. It isn't about perfection, it's about showing your work. She looked around at faces, gauging weather systems. If you wobble, wobble with commitment. The audience will applaud your honesty. The word recital pinged through the room like a thrown coin. Kayla's hand found Emma's without looking. Like a performance? She asked, excitement skipping stones over nerves. Emma pressed their fingers, steadying. Like practice with clapping. She could already feel how this would spur them on. Miss Harper handed out papers, date, time, costume, plain tunic, hair tied back, simple shoes. Emma folded hers into her pocket with the neatness she saved for tasks that would matter later. Kayla clutched hers as if ink might fly away if she let go. At the door, Mum and Dad were already there, 2 anchors at the top of a tide. Kayla launched the paper at Mum in a stream of words that tripped over each other. There's a show, Mum. We get to dance together, with music, and everyone will clap and... Emma tugged her lightly back into breathing distance while Mum read. Dad skimmed, eyes ticking down the lines, searching for threat and finding none. A performance, he said, trying the word on his tongue. Mum's smile was small and true. Confidence, poise, and fun, she reminded the room. She brushed a curl back from Kayla's forehead and did the same to Emma, equality rendered in the smallest gesture. Emma caught Dad's glance, something like strategy and trust braided together. He gave her the nod he used when a plan aligned with principle. The Bond carried it to Kayla as warmth. Turnip, who had been practicing patience under the no dogs sign, yipped once when they reached him, tail writing calligraphy on the pavement. Kayla bent and hugged him around the neck. You'll come too, she murmured. Emma laughed. Only if they make a program note. Canine metronome courtesy of Turnip. A soft pain flickered and vanished. Ping. Dancing L0 18% increased to 25%. Ping. Composure L1 43% increased to 44%. Ping. Acting L1 to 64% increased to 65%. Evening turned the windows into dark mirrors. The sofa retreated again, ceding ground to practice. Dad took the corner chair with the expression of a man who would deny he was entertained. Mum claimed the clapping post with the certainty of a conductor. Turnip considered the options and flopped in the exact center like a benevolent boulder. From the top, Dad said, which made no sense in dance but made sense in their house. Mum counted them in, gentle, and the twins folded into first position, heels kissing. They worked the combinations they half remembered, filling gaps with agreement. Pliés that stacked the spine, tendus that drew quiet lines across the floor, a turn that went on forever in Kayla's heart and exactly 1¼ rotation in reality. Turnip barked on the jumps as if logging takeoffs. When Kayla landed too close to his tail, he lifted it with offended dignity and moved 6 inches, resetting the puzzle. Center, Dad said softly when Emma tipped forward on a turn. Keep it like a coin on edge. She pictured the coin again, the miracle of a circle pretending to be a line, and caught the balance mid-spin. The bond flashed Kayla a small triumph. Kayla flashed back a silent cheer. Sweat drew commas at their temples. The room learned their breathing. Mum switched to clapping accents, 3 soft, 1 loud, and the girls discovered how music could change the story of a step without changing the step at all. Emma experimented with stopping, clean finish, no wobble, face soft. Kayla experimented with joy, eyes bright, mouth relaxed, the kind of smile that didn't feel performed because it wasn't. They finished by collapsing in a heap that Turnip immediately colonized, sprawling across both sets of legs and sighing like a curtain. Kayla scratched the precise spot behind his ear that made one back paw go into automatic thrum. Emma leaned her head against the sofa, the kind of tired that proved something had been built. Good, Dad said, verdict granting. Feet under you, always. And enjoy it, Mum added, the counterweight no one wanted to forget. Emma looked at her sister, cheeks flushed, curls wild, eyes lit from the inside. We flew a little today, Kayla sent, breath ghosting over the words. Yes, Emma answered, stroking Turnip's warm fur. And next time, higher. Ping. Dancing L0 25% increased to 30%. Ping. Dexterity 8.3 increased to 8.4. The night folded itself around them. Beyond the window, someone's porch light clicked on. Inside, the living room held 3 heartbeats in a tidy chord. Emma dismissed the numbers and let the lesson settle into bone. Balance is a promise you keep to yourself. Grace is how you keep it for others. Turnip snored, and the house agreed. 17:7. Emma woke to the soft fizz of balloons rubbing against the ceiling and the heavy thump of something happy hitting her legs. Turnip, delighted beyond language, had taken the shortest route from door to bed, airborne. His paws landed with a solid oomph across both twins, then he snuffled her ear as if checking she'd grown properly in the night. Turnip, Emma groaned, laughing anyway. Kayla yelped and flung an arm around the dog's warm neck, curls wild, eyes bright with the kind of awake you could only be on a birthday. The door swung wider. Mum hip checked it open with a tray. Dad followed carrying a lopsided chorus of, Happy birthday, dear girls, that had more sincerity than pitch. 2 small cakes balanced precariously, one with blue icing swirls and sugar stars, one with a fondant daisy field that looked slightly like a crime scene but smelled like promises. The number candles were the same on both cakes, 7 and 7. 2 flames, twin small suns. Official, Dad announced, setting the tray on the desk. 7 years to the day. His voice held that gentle gravel it got when he was remembering something only he had seen, the first time he'd held them, a hospital corridor that still lived under his ribs. Mum kissed each girl's forehead, easy and sure. Make a wish, she said, then added, 1 each. No cheating by wishing for 2. Kayla squeezed her eyes shut with operatic seriousness. Emma didn't close hers. She looked at her sister's face, the freckle at the corner of her nose, the crease where her smile lived, and wished for what she could hold. Another year of this, of mornings with cinnamon in the air and safety in the walls. They blew in unison. The smoke curled like ribbon. Gifts were small and perfect. New notebooks with thick pages that wouldn't bleed. Pencil cases in colors chosen for them. Storm blue for Emma, meadow green for Kayla. A book each. Mum had written their names in the front in tidy script. A pair of sturdier dance shorts for rehearsal and, wrapped in tissue, bright swimsuits the color of sherbet. Turnip's gift to himself was the ribbon. He ate it with reverence until Mum rescued the last length and sighed, "We will be retrieving that in the garden later." "Plans for the day," Dad said, adopting his mock briefing tone. "Breakfast feast, school drop in for cupcakes at lunch, then." He let the word dangle, enjoying his own suspense. "An errand." Kayla's eyebrows climbed. Emma met Dad's gaze. There was a particular brand of delighted secrecy in it. Not dangerous, just good. A thin pain shimmered at the edge of Emma's vision, system respectful enough to stay quiet until she looked. Status update. Age confirmed, 7 years. Ping. Family coordination L1 to 71% increased to 72%. Emma dismissed it with a thought. Birthdays didn't need counting, they needed keeping. She hooked her foot around Kayla's under the blanket, anchor and celebration both. 7, she said softly. Kayla grinned back. 7 together. Turnip sneezed cake crumbs onto the sheet and wagged so hard the balloons nudged the ceiling again, as if applauding the math. The classroom had changed only in the ways that mattered to people who lived inside it. The wall display now said Year 3 in bubble letters with a jaunty border. The reading corner had a new beanbag that swallowed small children whole. Emma and Kayla hung their coats on pegs, slipped birthday cupcakes to Miss Patel for later, and took their seats side by side, the bond humming its low comfort between them like a radiator that knew its job. "Happy birthday, you too," Miss Patel said, eyes crinkling. "I expect neat work until lunchtime, and then chaos sanctioned by icing." Her tone was the kind that turned rules into a game everyone could win. Maths came first. Column addition, carry the 10. Emma worked the sums with clean strokes, enjoying the logic of it, the way numbers behaved if you asked them properly. Kayla solved hers aloud in a whisper that Miss Patel pretended not to hear. They checked each other's answers with elbows touching. When Kayla hesitated, Emma tilted her paper so the pattern revealed itself. When Emma's line went too straight, Kayla drew a tiny star in the margin, like a laugh. Ping. Mathematics L2 to 75% increased to 76%. Reading after break. The book smelled faintly of dust and 100 hands. Kayla volunteered to read the first page, her voice finding the rhythm of the sentences like it found songs. Emma took the second, letting the commas steer her breath. She wasn't performing, she was delivering, and the story arrived whole. Ping. Reading L3 to 66% increased to 68%. Ping. Writing L2 to 94% increased to 95%. Notes neatness bonus. At lunch the cupcakes emerged to a choir of oohs. Turnip was not allowed in school, but he survived in legend. 3 children asked if he could do tricks. "He's working on Don't Steal Ribbon," Kayla said gravely. "It's a graduate course." Emma smirked into her milk. The table erupted. On the playground, a small knot of girls asked about dance class. Kayla demonstrated a half turn and almost fell. Emma caught her shoulder, stabilized, and let go. "First recitals in 6 weeks, Kayla announced, as if this were general public knowledge. Emma felt her stomach tip and right itself. Practice with clapping, she told herself, and the thought settled. Jamie from the back row sidled over, a boy who always wanted to race but never wanted to lose. "Bet I can do a bigger jump than you," he said. Kayla considered. "Probably," she said cheerfully. "But can you land without wobbling?" Emma watched the challenge blink and fade. Kayla didn't beat him, she offered him a different game. He grinned. "Race you to the wall," he said. They ran. Emma didn't. She timed him in her head and filed the numbers where she kept small truths. When the last bell dismissed them, Miss Patel pressed 2 stickers into their palms, little silver 7s. "Grow well," she said, as if it were an instruction and a blessing. The corridor smelled of rain-wet coats and pencil shavings. Outside, Dad leaned against the car like a man who knew a secret. Mum had the camera out but didn't lift it yet. There would be other pictures. This one they would keep in their bones. The pool air always felt like a different country, chlorine sun, wet tile echo, the hollered announcements of small triumphs. Emma loved it in the way she loved a rule that could be learned. Water would hold you if you respected its math. Kayla loved it because it made joy visible in ripples. Coach Beck had a whistle he used sparingly. Birthday twins, he greeted, without making a fuss of it. Warm up. 2 lengths easy, 2 with kickboards. Then dives. Let's see the lines. Emma slid into lane 3 like a knife put away in its drawer. The first length was inventory. Shoulders tight? No. Breath short? A little. Legs lazy? Never. She counted strokes, turned clean, felt the pull travel from fingers to feet. Kayla, in lane 4, kept pace by instinct rather than counting, correcting herself to Emma's rhythm the way birds adjust to the flock. Kickboards next. Emma fought to keep her feet quiet at the surface. No splash, all drive, while Kayla, chastened by last week's dolphin impression, matched the tempo. They finished warm-up together, forearms propped on the pool edge, breath synced from 1,000 shared naps. Coach Beck nodded. Better. Again. Ping. Swimming L2 22% increased to 24%. Dives. The low board had its own personality, less height, more honesty. Emma stepped to the edge, toes curling on rough rubber, and let her world narrow to angles. Arms to ears, hinge at hips, line held tight through water. She entered with a sound like a secret. Kayla's turn. A breath, a grin, then a clean spear into blue. She surfaced whooping, then remembered to quiet the whoop. Emma bumped her shoulder with a wet laugh. Higher, Coach Beck called, sending them to the 1 meter. Kayla hesitated half a heartbeat. Emma sent a picture through the bond, me first, then you, just like turns on the rug. She went. The board flexed, the water waited, the entry stitched up the surface with barely a bruise. Kayla followed, and though her legs scissored wide in the air for the briefest, most Kayla moment, she corrected mid-flight and sliced through grinning. Ping. Diving L1 56% increased to 58%. At the end, they practiced streamlines and breath control. Emma forgot the edges of her fear in the simple mercy of counting tiles. Kayla forgot everything but the way bubbles sounded like applause up close. On the bench after, Coach Beck tossed them towels. You push each other. That's good. Don't make it sharp. He looked at Emma when he said it, and she nodded, storing the caution as law. Turnip appeared in the viewing gallery at the exact moment he was least allowed, pressed between Mum's knees like contraband. He watched solemnly, ears pricked, tail tapping a message in code. Proud, proud, proud. Mum mouthed sorry to Coach Beck and did not budge an inch. Ping. Fitness, body training, L1 to 83% increased to 84%. They left the pool smelling of clean work, hair damp, skin humming. Dad checked his watch but not in a hurry way. 1 more stop, he said. Then home. Errand? Kayla prodded, practically vibrating. Something like that, Dad allowed, and Emma's stomach lifted as if a wave were under the car. The marina offered a different kind of water, tidy, tethered, boats nodding as if murmuring secrets to each other. Gulls negotiated overhead, halyards clicked nervously against masts. Emma breathed in tar and salt and a cold that felt older than she was. Dad led them down the dock with hands in his jacket pockets and a look of a man pretending this wasn't the best part of his week. They stopped at a slip halfway along. A sloop sat there, clean lines, a hull the color of weathered cream. Name newly painted on the stern in careful navy letters. Blue Tern. Not Bluebird, not Bluebell. Blue Tern. Something between tide and intention. Kayla clapped her hands to her mouth. Is it? It is, Dad said, unable to help the smile that escaped. Ours. Mum arched an amused eyebrow. So that's what the errand was. Her voice held an I knew that made Dad's grin widen. The boat wasn't grand. It was the kind of sensible pretty that wore well. A modest cabin with 2 bunks and a little galley, cockpit benches that knew about Sunday sandwiches, a mast that took itself seriously. There was a small outboard mounted like a practical friend, auxiliary, just in case the wind got bored. Dad's hand skimmed the tiller with tenderness he pretended not to feel. Can we? Kayla began, already a foot on the deck. Dad's nod was automatic. Careful, starboard first. 3 points of contact. Emma stepped aboard and the world tipped in that pleasant way boats have of reminding you they've chosen not to throw you in. The deck felt like a test she wanted to pass. She touched the shrouds, the halyard cleat, the coil of line Dad called a proper Flemish, though it looked like a sleeping snail to her. What's her name mean? Kayla asked, fingers already finding rhythm on the tow rail. Dad shrugged just enough to be dramatic. Lots of things. A turn of weather, a change of tide, a change of mind, blue for the water, and, well, he looked at Emma, then Kayla. Blue for eyes I like seeing happy. Kayla dissolved into pleased nonsense. Emma ran a palm along the combing and let Dad's quiet say more than the paint did. This wasn't a present so much as a promise. Time together, lessons hidden in joy. Turnip placed both front paws on the dock edge and looked wounded by physics. We'll try him on later with a dog life jacket, Mum said, pragmatic. For now, admirers remain ashore. Dad showed them the locker with life jackets, too small, too big, the chart in a plastic sleeve, the knot he tied by reflex even when he wasn't thinking about knots. He pointed out wind, current, the space you give other people. The rules sounded like kindness disguised as caution. Ping. Sailing L0 to 7% increased to 10%. Ping. Risk assessment L1 41% increased to 42%. Tomorrow morning, Dad said. Short shakedown, just around the harbor. Weather's polite. Mum's hand found his elbow and squeezed. The boat seemed to settle under the weight of being chosen. They stood a while, doing nothing useful, just letting the names of things become familiar in their mouths. Sheet, cleat, port, starboard. The gulls went about their business. So did the tide. They went out early before the marina decided it was a place for people. The water wore its best face, the kind it shows to gentle tries. Life jackets clicked shut with small authoritative sounds. Mum double-checked each strap with the kind of seriousness that made Kayla stand taller. Dad's hands moved over the lines and the outboard like a pianist thinking through scales. Then he killed the engine, and the silence that followed wasn't silence at all, it was wind saying hello. Uncleat the jib, he told Emma, and the word uncle it slid into her like new vocabulary that already belonged. She freed the line, felt the sail's tambour as it filled. Ease. That's it. Feel her breathe. The boat leaned as if beginning a thought. Kayla took the mainsheet, tongue out in concentration, and Dad set the tiller with a kind of amused reverence. We don't fight her, he said. We ask. She answers. The boat answered by cutting a V in the water that made Emma's chest feel like someone had opened a window in it. They traced the harbor, avoiding the Farah's wide authority, nodding at a man on a varnished thing who nodded back as if they were all members of a club whose only fee was not being foolish. Wind picked up. Dad had them tack. Ready about, he said. Emma echoed, Kayla answered, and they moved like a three-part instrument. Sheet in, duck under, ease, trim. The sail cracked and then went quiet, full and pleased. Emma's hands memorized the give, the pull. Kayla's found the spot where the boat sang. Turnip, vested like a small, affronted lifeguard, stood between Mum's feet and tried to plant all four paws in stability at once. When Sprake kissed his nose, he sneezed it off with dignity. Mum rubbed the space between his eyes and looked around the harbor like she'd just remembered a place from a dream. Look at the telltales, Dad coached. Little ribbons, big truth. The port streamers lay politely, the starboard flirted. Trim a touch. Kayla did, intuitive, making the flirting turn to listening. Emma filed it. See, adjust, see again. It felt like dance had been teaching her this already. It felt like fighting would one day ask for the same patience. Ping. Sailing L0 10% increased to 13%. Ping. Spatial awareness L1 38% increased to 39%. They reached the breakwater, turned before open sea made new rules, and ghosted back in on a run, sails fat with satisfaction. Dad's eyes were the kind he got when things clicked. Good crew, he said, as if surprised and not at all surprised. No show-offs. Back at the slip, mooring felt like threading a needle while the fabric moved. Emma held the boat steady with a line as Dad stepped ashore. Kayla passed the hook without inventing a game with it first. Mum kissed each girl's salt cheek and untied Turnip, who leapt to dock like he'd carried them all. Ping. Family coordination L1 to 72% increased to 73%. Ping. Dancing L0 30% increased to 31%, transfer of balance. They ate sandwiches on the cockpit benches while the boat breathed them back to shore life. The sky grew its afternoon. The gulls approved of crumbs and restraint. At home, the house held the day the way cupped hands hold water. Some escaped at the edges, most stayed. Mum set leftover cake on the table and declared vegetables a lost cause. Dad rinsed salt off the lines of his hands and sat without his newspaper for once. Turnip patrolled the kitchen for floor confetti and found 2 crimes to commit. The twins retreated to their room with notebooks that smelled like new beginnings. Kayla sprawled on her stomach and drew the boat with sails that looked like friendly mountains, Turnip on deck wearing a crown he had not earned. Emma opened to the first page and wrote the date neatly, then the word 7 with a small underline. She itemized nothing, no bullet points, no agenda. She wrote one line. We will learn the water, the floor, the air. We will choose the light. A shimmer of system offered itself at the corner of her eye, polite as a librarian. Mini ledger, day's progress. Reading L3 to 66% increased to 68%. Writing L2 to 94% increased to 95%. Mathematics L2 to 75% increased to 76%. Swimming L2 22% increased to 24%. Diving L1 56% increased to 58%. Sailing L0 to 7% increased to 13%. Dancing L0 30% increased to 31%. Family coordination L1 to 71% increased to 73%. Dexterity 8.4, stable. Composure L1 44%, stable. Emma accepted the pain with a nod and let it fade. Numbers were spine. Today's story was muscle. Mum tapped on the doorframe and leaned in. Toasts, she announced, producing 2 chipped mugs of cocoa. In the kitchen, Dad clinked a proper glass against a juice cup and said, "To 7 years of smart, kind girls, and to the boat that will refuse to be silly if we are." Mum added, "To the dog who will learn about ribbon in his own time." Turnip barked twice, which everyone took as assent. In the dark later, Kayla's voice threaded across the room, sleepy and sure. "We're 7, she sent, pride and a little wondering threaded through. "We're really doing it." "We are," Emma answered. She pictured the harbor in early light, the studio mirror and the living room rug, the pool tiles and the classroom's quiet empire of books. She pictured a future where these small, disciplined joys built something strong enough to meet a falling world and hold. The bond hummed, agreeable as a cat. "Next year," Kayla murmured, halfway to dreaming, "we should learn cartwheels on the lawn." "Next year," Emma said. "And this year, turns that stop clean." Turnip sighed from his heap at the foot of the bed, and the house settled its weight around them. A boat at rest in a good slip. Emma closed her eyes and let the day finish writing itself on her bones. 7. Together. Enough for now, and the first page of more. 18. Weather signs. Saturday arrived washed and bright, the kind of light that makes dust look like stars instead of chores. Emma followed the ribbon of sunlight down the stairs and found Dad at the kitchen table with a screwdriver and a scatter of small screws laid out like a constellation. The target of repair, Turnip's newest victim, a cupboard latch, sat in dignified pieces next to a mug leaving a brown ring on last week's grocery list. Turnip, the criminal, sprawled under the table with his chin on Dad's foot, eyes pretending not to know shame. Kayla slid in beside Emma, hair contained by exactly 2 clips, which meant chaos would begin sometime after 11's. "Morning, minions," Dad said, not looking up. "Report. 1 latch neutralized by canine insurgency. Repairs in progress. Casualties limited to my patients." Emma and Kayla giggled. Mum breezed in with the weather. "Blue turn wants us after lunch. The forecast says polite wind." She kissed the top of Emma's head, then Kayla's, and then, because fairness mattered, Turnip's. He thumped his tail against Dad's boot, sentencing the screwdriver to a temporary wobble. Emma laid out plates, toast, jam, 2 halves of a grapefruit that Kayla would attempt to barter for an extra biscuit. The house felt like a ship before cast-off, Quiet, people in place ready to go. A shimmer at the edge of Emma's vision asked for attention. She let it in. Ping. Planning. Logistics. L1 to 7% increased to 8%. Checklist habit detected. They ate, and Dad demonstrated the reformed latch like a redeemed citizen. It clicked with a sound that promised better days. Kayla clapped as if it were theater. Mum checked the Tide app and the sky. Sales after lunch, she confirmed, but first, dance practice. Recital in 4 weeks. Kayla spun in place, already on stage in her head. Emma didn't spin. She ran through the combination in her thoughts, counting beats without moving. We'll fly a little, Kayla sent, fizz in the bond. We'll land properly, Emma returned, the reply like a weight in the right place. Turnip chewed a junk mail envelope with the care of a librarian turning a page. Dad sighed, set it aside, and patted the dog's head. He's editing, he said dryly. He prefers a leaner narrative. Ping. Composure L1 44% increased to 45%. Maintained routine under distractions. They cleared plates, the morning sliding from warm to useful. Emma felt the shape of the day, dance, lunch, sales, fit together nicely. She liked days you could read without guessing. The weather agreed by refusing to complicate itself. The living room learned to be a studio again. Sofa back, rug straightened, Mum with the metronome in her hands even when she wasn't holding one. Emma and Kayla slipped socks on for slide and agreed silently not to attempt turns that required more room than the house had. Turnip stationed himself on the sidelines, a brown judge with low standards and great enthusiasm. They started with first and second, pliés that stacked spine on pelvis, shoulders low, arms rounded like they already knew about air. Miss Harper's voice lived in Emma's head. Don't perform. Place. Place each part of you where it belongs. Emma liked placing. It felt like truth more than show. The new section for recital had a partnered turn, then a break where each girl took one count to choose her flourish before joining again. Kayla had selected a playful head tilt and an absurdly graceful wrist flick that made everything feel like laughter. Emma tried it once, felt silly, and bent the flourish inward, a small steadying of chin, a look that said I meant to do that. Together, it balanced. 5, 6, 7, stop, Mum counted, voice soft, hands clapping the beats. Emma turned, weight gathering under the ball of her foot, and halted without wobble, breath a neat line between ribs. Kayla went a fraction long, smiled, then corrected, landing shoulder to shoulder with Emma at exactly the right second. The bond hummed approval. 2 roads, same destination. Turnip barked once at the turn like a starter pistol and then at nothing at all, pure enthusiasm in search of an object. Dad, watching from the doorway, let out a quiet chuckle and tried to hide it in a throat clear. Ping. Dancing L0 31% increased to 35%. Ping. Spatial awareness L1 39% increased to 40%. They ran it all again. Emma focused on the breath drop before the stop, the tiny unglamorous part that makes endings clean. She felt the alignment click. Kayla added a lighter foot in the cross step, the kind of adjustment that reads as charm to an audience and as economy to a coach. They met in the middle. Good, Mum said, setting imaginary metronome down on the windowsill. Again after lunch, and then no more. Your legs are not made of metal. Emma flopped onto the rug, calves zinging with the kind of ache she liked. Kayla sprawled beside her, arm over her eyes, smile visible anyway. Turnip seized the opportunity to occupy Emma's shins. He was heavy and exactly the right weight. Vote next for your reward, Dad said. Lunch was grilled cheese cut diagonally because Mum had standards, soup with basil-like green punctuation. After, the twins were sent to read quietly, while plates clinked and the house rearranged itself for departure. Reading quietly was a language Emma spoke. She curled on the stairs where the light was best, spine against the banister, book open on her knees. Kayla started the same, then turned the book into a whisper of dialogue with the pictures, as was her custom. Voices floated from the kitchen in the particular tone of grown-ups who forgot the house had ears. It's everywhere now, Mum said, not alarmed, exactly, just tired in a way that suggested she'd been carrying other people's weather. Articles about defaults, American home foreclosures, families stretched past breaking. Dad's reply came after a drawer closed, softer than his morning voice. It was always going to wobble. I just hoped it would wobble quietly. A pause, the sound of a cup meeting a saucer. Michael was really on it, though. Lucky. He got out of those mortgage-backed things early, didn't he? Early, Mum confirmed, relief warming the word. Jean said he's sleeping well again. Whatever he did back then, she broke off, a small laugh. Well, what he did was what he always does. Listened to himself. Thank God he was born for this stuff. Emma's heart performed a contained movement, not a startle, more recognition. Which meant the nudges she'd placed in his path had turned into his thoughts properly, he owned them. Good. That was the rule. No puppets, no strings visible. And the bank? Dad asked. We're not exposed? We aren't, Mum said. Small mercies. Your pension is boring in exactly the right ways. A chair scraped, a sigh that didn't belong to fear. We'll keep an eye, Dad said. If it gets loud, we'll keep it small at home. His soldier voice, the one that measured, not frightened. Emma angled the book, letting the print go blurry a moment so she could make space inside herself for the knowledge. Trouble on the horizon. Adults standing between it and the kitchen table as best they could. She felt the bond hum. Kayla had paused her whispering and was listening too, breath held, wordless. Mum's chuckle came brighter. Anyway, no doomsday today. We have birthday girls and a boat with a silly name to boss around. Plates knocked together like applause. Emma underlined a sentence in her mind and then actually read the next line on the page. She didn't need to fix everything, couldn't anyway. Not yet. Today had wind and water and handholds that were theirs. From the hall, Dad called, crew. Shoes. Jackets. The house tilted toward afternoon. The marina's boards were warm underfoot, gulls opinionated, the air doing that clean salt trick that made Emma think more clearly. Blue Tern nodded at their approach, patient as ever. Life jackets clicked into place. Dad checked lines with that half-smile that meant he'd rather be doing this than anything else he'd admit. They motored out of the slip and cut the engine. The sudden quiet widened the world. Ready about, Dad said, and the words by now felt like a poem with actions. Emma uncleated, Kayla trimmed, the sails filled like lungs. The boat leaned into its work. Wind was friskier than last time, not rude, just insistent. Let her round up if you lose the groove, Dad coached. Don't bully it. Emma's hands read the line, felt the small stutters that meant too much, eased a fraction, felt the song return. Kayla managed the main with a face like a maths problem she was winning. Mum, one hand on the boom out of habit, kept her eyes busy counting everyone's fingers as if to make sure they stayed attached. They practiced tacks until the language sat in muscle, call, answer, duck, trim. On the third circuit, a gust shouldered in with bad manners. Blue Tern heeled hard enough to make Emma's stomach lurch. Kayla hissed between teeth, then laughed, too bright. Dad's voice landed like ballast. Ease. Emma eased. The boat stood her ground again, affronted dignity intact. Ping. Sailing L0 13% increased to 17%. Ping. Composure L1 46% increased to 47%. They ran the channel and circled a red buoy that always looked like it wanted to be asked to dance. Turnip, in his life jacket, had found a brave stance. Four paws in a constellation that mapped to unlikely but committed. Spray kissed his nose, and he sneezed his contempt of sea etiquette. Dad pointed toward a boat fighting with its jib like it was a misbehaving child. That's what happens when you argue with the wind, he said mildly. Let it work for you. Emma squinted at the telltales, one flirty, one lazy, and trimmed until both behaved like students under Mum's eye. Kayla's hands discovered the angle where the mainsheet felt like a conversation instead of a tug-of-war. They fell into that quiet that only complicated tasks give you, the kind where speaking would be cussing at the music. Mum, finally convinced no one was about to test the water without consent, lifted her face to the sun and sighed a sigh that settled some old fight Emma couldn't name. The boat moved like an idea made visible. They weren't fast, they were right. Back at the slip, docking had its own choreography. Fenders down, lines ready. Emma's knees soft so the jump to the dock didn't jar. Kayla passed the boat hook at the correct angle. Blue Turn kissed the dock tenderly. Mum stroked the rail like you thank a horse for not killing you. Ping. Spatial awareness L1 40% increased to 41%. Ping. Family coordination L1 to 74% increased to 75%. They sat a moment after everything was tied, listening to halyards click and the soft applause of easy water. No one hurried. The day had more of itself to give, but this was the good bit. Before. Late afternoon traded salt for chlorine. The pool greeted them with its weather. Coach Beck greeted them with his usual economy. 2 lengths to warm up. Then drill. 5 count breaths. He glanced at their life jackets drying on the backseat through the window and did not comment. The man understood hobbies. Emma cut the water with the blunt honesty of fatigue made disciplined. Her strokes weren't flashy, they were reliable. Kayla started too fast in celebration of being a mermaid again and then matched Emma's cadence without being told. The sisters were a metronome no one else heard. Breath control drill meant learning to be greedy in a measured way. Emma liked the order of it. Inhale on the 3, don't panic on the 5, trust the numbers. Kayla exhaled a stream of bubbles that looked like laughter and then got serious, setting a pace she could keep. Ping. Swimming L2 24% increased to 26%. Dives next. The low board came first, and then the 1 meter. Emma practiced entries that left the smallest signature, trying to erase herself from the surface. Kayla practiced control, fighting the comedy her legs liked to attempt midair. By the 3rd dive, she nailed the line of her body so clean Emma actually clapped once, water stinging her hands. Again, Coach Beck said, which was praise from him. Ping. Diving L1 58% increased to 60%. After showers and the blessed itch of clean skin, the car park asked what evenings ask. The twins answered by running an impulsive race to the far curb and back. Neither declared winner because Dad called, finish together or no cookies, and they both understood that game. At home, the garden smelled like its own small country. Kayla proposed a cartwheel on the lawn. Emma vetoed, grass in my hair, and then relented when Kayla looked like Heartbreak's poster child. Kayla flung herself into a cartwheel that was 70% flail, 30% wonder. Emma laughed and then tried one, and to her profound irritation and secret pride, her version annoyed the grass less. Show off, Kayla said, grinning. Emma bowed like Miss Harper's ghost. Ping. Dancing L0 35% increased to 37%. Ping. Dexterity 8.4 increased to 8.5. Turnip chose that moment to steal a garden glove Mum had put exactly where gloves were meant to go, and the chase made the evening funny as heck. Night arrived politely, switching the world to lamplight like a theater cue. The house smelled of pasta and the clean cotton of bath time. Mum declared vegetables victorious by sheer force of will. Dad declared dishes a too-adult mission and sent the twins to find quiet. They sprawled on the living room carpet, hair damp, the telly off because the day had made its own pictures. Emma opened her notebook and wrote the date, the act itself a small spell. Kayla drew Blue Turn with Turnip at the bow wearing a cape instead of a life jacket. Art had its own truths. Emma thought of Michael, out there somewhere doing the brave ordinary thing of listening to his own cautions. She thought of Mum's small mercies, Dad's keep it small. She breathed, counted to 4, to 5, and let her shoulders drop. A pain lifted at the edge of her sight. Mini updates. Sailing L0 13% increased to 17%. Dancing L0 31% increased to 37%. Swimming L2 24% increased to 26%. Diving L1 58% increased to 60%. Composure L1 45% increased to 47%. Family coordination L1 to 73% increased to 75%. Dexterity, 8.5. She accepted it and let it vanish. Numbers were the bones, today had been the flesh. Kayla scooted closer. Weather's noisy, she sent, not exactly a question. Well, it's fine inside. We'll get better at boats, and turns, and breathing. Kayla's smile showed up in the bond before it reached her mouth. And cartwheels. Turnip thumped down at their feet, sighed, and made his small room snores. The lamp haloed the page, Mum and Dad's voices softened the edges, the window showed the night minding its own business. Emma closed the notebook, turned off the lamp. 19. Learning the wind. Sunday arrived and Emma padded down to the kitchen. Dad was already there, sleeves pushed up, a little island of order on the table. Pen, folded paper, the day marked out in neat lines. He wasn't a man who worshipped lists, but he respected them the way sailors respect charts. "Morning, Em," he said, not looking up yet. "Then, you're my toast monitor." Which meant make sure Kayla didn't negotiate her bread into a treaty with jam that ended in chaos. How did he know she was Emma and not Kayla? She'd asked him once and he'd looked at her like she was daft. Of course he knew her. Duh, she was his daughter. That really didn't answer anything. They were identical, and by identical, she meant absolutely identical on a system scale which is absolute. Before the bond they were only human identical, after though, they were perfect. Only their souls should set them apart. Emma suspected he was just guessing correctly, but he was always right, so that couldn't be. Turnip performed a slow wag around Emma's legs, as if he'd been thinking about this reunion all night. The dog's breath smelled vaguely of yesterday's legitimate crimes. Emma scratched the spot behind his ear that turned him into jelly with one hind leg shaking in time. Mum came in rescuing the kettle from its own complaints and flicked a flyer onto the table with a smile. "Here's the recital details. It in 2 weeks. We have an extra rehearsal next Saturday in the big hall." On the back, someone had scrawled timings and costume notes. Nothing glittering. Miss Harper didn't run a circus. Kayla arrived with hair barely contained and a solemn announcement. "I dreamed of a big stage made of marshmallow." My feet were very confused. She peeled a clementine with the focus of a surgeon. "What are we doing today?" Dad angled the list toward the room. "Morning. Errands. After lunch. Marina, if the wind behaves. Evening. Quiet." He shot a look at Mum that meant please let it be quiet, and Mum lifted a shoulder. "We can try." Quiet in their house was a creature you lured, not trapped. A card from Elena and Gwen sat at the edge of the table, postmarked Friday. A thank you, a promise of proofs mailed for the girls' scrapbook, a note about spring catalog interest, and we'll move at your speed. Mum tucked it into the drawer with recipes and birth announcements and the permission slip that had to be returned on Monday or the world would end. She believed in drawers the way other people believed in saints. Emma buttered toast with pragmatic efficiency, triangles distributed in a way that meant no one could claim bias. Dad's newspaper lay nearby, folded to hide the worst headlines. She caught a word anyway, markets, and shut the thought door on it. Not now. Later, when the house had its coat on. They ate without rush. The house breathed with them. A breeze crept down the corridor and curled around the chair legs like a cat. On the back of the flyer, Mum had added one more line in pencil. Check shoe elastics. Emma pressed the paper flat with a fingertip, the graphite leaving a shadow on her skin she didn't wipe away. After breakfast, Dad started the ritual inventory, keys, wallet, patience, while Mum checked hair for wildness. Kayla volunteered to be head of balloon procurement for post-recital celebrations and was denied on the grounds of historical evidence. Turnip shouldered his lead with a look of wounded nobility. The Marina's "No Dogs on Pontoon Without Life Jackets" sign had embarrassed him last week, but he was willing to forgive if the cookies returned. The morning shaped itself into something readable, as if the weather had taken their list into account. Emma liked that. Boats liked that too. Before errands, Dad produced a bag of neon cones from the cupboard, the kind that made a lawn look briefly like training mattered. 10 minutes, he said, setting them in 2 wobbly lines. Warm up. Keep it simple. Kayla bounced on her toes. Bounce is not simple, Dad told her, deadpan, and set a cone back where Turnip had thoughtfully relocated it. They started with a game Emma had begun to love, the square. 4 cones, 2 meters apart. Walk the edges heel to ball. Keep your center quiet, eyes up. Emma found the line between her shoulders and let her feet draw a square under it. Kayla sang under her breath, a rhythm that made the corners arrive on time. Turnip tried to insert himself as a 5th cone and was demoted to judge. He accepted bribes. Switch, Dad said. cross step, then turn. Dance steps wore new names in his mouth and grew different muscles. Emma made the cross step about accuracy, Kayla made it about air. They both arrived at the turn together. Dad's mouth might have twitched. Hard to tell. The son decided to try, shadows formed, then softened. Next, a partner drill. They faced each other an arm's length apart, palms up, and Dad called directions they couldn't anticipate. Left, back, cross, hold. The job to obey without crashing. To read each other's weight and promise to avoid a collision. It felt like Miss Harper's class, like tacking the boat. Good, Dad said when they were breathing heavier and arguments had been avoided. Again slower, smooth beats fast. Kayla's hair escaped its clip in a downpour of curls. She blew it away and grinned. This is like dancing in sneaky shoes. Dad considered that. Footwork is always sneaky, he said at last, reflective. Saves shouting. He put out 3 cones in a triangle. Last one. Blur your eyes and let your feet find the pattern. Emma squinted just enough to turn the shapes into hints. Her feet traced the triangle, then reversed it. Kayla followed, laughter turning the corners rounder. Turnip yawned loudly as if to say call me when you're chasing something. Finished, Dad decided, clapping once. Errands before someone mistakes us for professionals. He collected the cones and the lawn forgave the imprint as easily as it took it. Emma felt the pattern settle into her ankles, the way triangles teach balance without speeches. On the way inside, Mum stood at the door watching through the glass, a tea towel in her hand as if she were auditioning for sainthood. Useful mischief? She asked when they reached her. Mischief, Dad confirmed. Emma slipped past them, a little fizz under her ribs that hadn't been there at breakfast. 10 minutes had put new maps in her feet. She didn't need a system pain to tell her so. The body kept its own ledgers. Monday was the sort of school day that didn't demand legends. The bell ringing like it always did, the classroom smelling of pencil shavings and the peculiar wax of the floor. Year 3 sat with a tension that wobbled only as much as children were allowed. Emma found her seat by the window. Kayla was beside her, already concocting a one-line comic in the margin of her math sheet that Emma could see and Miss Patel could not. Topic, Miss Patel announced, clapping gently. Rivers. We'll be explorers. Group work. The words, group work, sent a small wave through the room. Joy, dread, negotiations for teaming up. Emma and Kayla chose a table with Jamie and Lila. Jamie wanted to captain before the ship existed. Lila wanted to decorate a ship they hadn't drawn. Emma tugged the plan into the middle, voice level. Map first. Where the river starts, where it goes. She drew a line with her finger on the blank page. We can stick on the animals after. Kayla chimed in, and add funny comments, saving Lila from disappointment. Emma caught Miss Patel's look, small pleased, the kind that says you've saved me 5 minutes I can spend teaching. They found a cadence. Jamie read labels like he was discovering them. Lila turned tributaries into reasonably accurate squiggles. Kayla colored the floodplain a green that had ambitions, and Emma wrote the key with a neatness that made the page feel like it had always wanted to be a map. In the playground, a pair of older boys argued with a football in the way that ends with someone's shin. One boy's anger had the shape of something older, the other boy's grin had the shape of armor. The ball broke free and made a bid for the twins. Emma stopped it with the side of her foot, the cone drills suddenly very proud of themselves. She nudged it back with just enough spin that it returned to the boy's feet gentled, argument slightly embarrassed. The angry boy looked at her as if he'd been shouted at by a library. Kayla blew him a kiss, which made him laugh against his will. Inside again, Miss Patel passed around a note about a swim gala sign-up. Kayla elbowed Emma under the desk. Emma didn't commit. She liked the pool's honesty but not the noise of the audience at races. She folded the paper and put it in her bag for later. By home time, clouds had remembered their job. The air went silver. Mum had the umbrella that could shelter 1 adult and 2 insistent children if everyone remembered their pacing. They walked in a configuration the street had seen before, Kayla hopping puddles, Emma stepping where the water thinned, Mum reading the sky for sudden downpours. At the car, Mum said, Elena rang. No rush on anything. She said, tell the girls I won't call if they're practicing turns. Kayla beamed into her seatbelt. Emma watched raindrops collect on the window and drew triangles with her fingertip, the lawn drill returning in ghost form. The day felt ordinary and full, a better kind of heavy. Late afternoon put its back into the rain and then got bored. By the time they reached the marina, the weather had remembered its manners. Blue Tern waited, patient as a dog who knew his people's footsteps. Dad tested the lines, Mum checked jackets, the twins scrambled into roles without instruction. Turnip wore his life jacket with stoic dignity and pretended not to care about the gulls. They eased out of the slip and let the outboard idle until the channel grew wide enough for sail. When Dad cut the engine, silence arrived with its pockets full, halyard tick, water hush, Mum counting heads with her eyes, Kayla's breath doing a little happy trick she didn't know it did. Emma stepped into her line and waited. The wind came from somewhere kind and made room for their practice. Ready about, Dad said. Let's keep it tidy. They were tidy enough to make the boat preen. Emma felt the pressure in the sheet change a fraction before it told her, hands adjusting, a conversation learned and relearned. Kayla handled the main like a dance partner who'd finally agreed to follow. By the time they came back in, the tide had decided to leave. Docking asked for thoughtfulness. Emma bent her knees for the jump, didn't rush, took the line from Dad without looking at her hands. Kayla fed the stern line out and made it pretty because she could. Mum talked softly to Turnip like dignity was a skill he could practice. On Saturday, the community hall smelled like school dinners and floor polish, an aroma that had witnessed every ambition from nativity plays to councils on bins. Miss Harper had taped a rectangle on the floor to represent the stage. Black crosses marked the places where feet would be welcome. The twins arrived with shoes and a drawstring bag and the kind of nerves that feel like fizz rather than knives. Walk it first please, Miss Harper said, hands on hips, smile never ornamental. Don't perform yet. They walked. First in pairs, Emma's shoulder a fraction ahead, Kayla a half step behind. Then in fours with two other girls, then eights. It was counting and listening and remembering. Emma found the line where her jaw relaxed, and Kayla landed without wobble. Both discoveries were theirs and also the room's. Costume check. Tunics that moved like good manners, hairnets that made Kayla feel like a grandma and then like a swan once she caught sight of herself in a mirror. No glitter, Miss Harper reminded a hopeful chorus. We're not cakes. Kayla mouthed we can be cake later at home. Emma had to agree. The music felt larger in the hall, the speakers doing their best against clatter and air. Miss Harper's claps threaded through it. Again, she called. If you wobble, plan it. Don't let it be the boss. The line made all the kids smile, a shared joke, a lesson in disguise. Emma placed her weight like a vote that counted. Kayla let her hands speak a little more and her feet a little less. Together, they promised the floor they'd be kind to it, and it kept them standing. No trips, no falls. All good. At break, the twins sat on the edge of the taped stage with paper cups of water, watching other groups practice. A boy in another class attempted to leap and landed in a tangle of knees. He popped back up with a grin that saved face. He'll be fine, Emma said. Kayla nodded. He's made of springs. Miss Harper walked past, paused, and tugged the back of Emma's tunic an inch to the left. Good. Remember, your face is your instrument too. When they left, the sun had decided on theater lighting, gold corners, soft shadows. Mum took one photo in the car park, backs of two small girls, shoes dangling from fingers, heads leaning together, and put the phone away without announcing it to the world. Some things were meant for the drawer. On the drive home, Kayla hummed the recital song in a version only she would recognize. Emma tapped the counts out on her knee without noticing. Dad drove like the road had asked him to follow its lines exactly, and Mum sent a text with one hand that said, "Pick up milk?" to herself for later. Evening shuffled in with bolognese and the thud of Turnip's hopeful paws on the cupboard where treats lived. After plates and warm water and the ritual of arguing about how many leaves constitute salad, quiet finally arrived. The phone rang mid-washing up. Auntie Jean. Mum answered with the face she wore for good news and bad news and the keeping of both. Hey you, Mum said, and her mouth folded into a smile. How are you? Emma pretended to read on the sofa, which meant she listened with her eyes pointed at a page. Dad dried a pan with unfair attention. Turnip slumped across the floor like a warm doorstop. Kayla traced circles on his back that matched Aunt Jean's laugh. He was early, Auntie Jean was saying, cheerful in a way that had taken great effort. Early and grumpy about it, as usual. But we're clear. He keeps saying it was obvious and then wouldn't explain, which is exactly how he apologizes. At least I can sleep without worrying about him. Jean's voice sounded teary. I thought he was going to have a stroke or something. Mum's relief lived in the tilt of her head. Good. Sleep is good. Tell the girls Uncle Mikey's going to teach them the art of boring savings accounts when they're teenagers. We'll all celebrate by not buying anything. Mum promised and hung up. She leaned on the counter a moment, the kind of lean you don't do unless the floor loves you. Dad put the pan down and touched her shoulder without making it a speech. He's fine, Mum said. He was on the pulse. Thank God. On the sofa, Emma arranged her face into curiosity. Auntie Jean? She asked, and Mum sat on the armrest, hair damp at the temple, a small towel leaving wet sighs on her lap. Jean, she confirmed. Michael's been very sensible at work. We're proud of him. Because he's boring? Kayla asked, delighted by the new adjective. Because he's brave in a boring way, Mum corrected, kissing her forehead. Which is the very best kind. Later, in bed, the window offered a square of night and a slice of tree. Kayla whispered across the space. We were good at hall tape. Emma smiled into her pillow. We didn't mess it up. Emma let the day settle down. Time for her seemed to flow so quickly, days and weeks flying by. Weeks do that. There would be boats, and boards, and a hall with tape, and a kitchen that could hold weather at the door. She didn't need numbers to tell her they were getting older, steadier. The steadiness was the point, and it made its own kind of counting. 20. Currents. The Year 3 classroom buzzed like a hive that had learned manners. Morning light striped the desks, pencils clicked, and Miss Patel tapped the board with a calm rhythm that meant business but not war. Emma sat by the window with Kayla beside her, their books open, handwriting angled toward neatness. Lila Bennett leaned across the table, hair ribbon already escaping, whispering about her upcoming birthday party. Bouncy castle, Lila announced with gravity. And jelly. Proper jelly, not the cheap kind. She looked around as if daring anyone to doubt her. Lila always planned like she was running a minor government. Her invitations came with color coding and hand-drawn unicorns. Kayla's grin widened. Can we bring Turnip? He's basically family. Lila's eyes lit, then she made a face. Mum said no animals after the hamster incident. The hamster incident was never fully explained but featured a cereal bowl and a chase. Emma lifted her head. The hamster lived, she said, level. Mostly. That earned her a giggle from Sophie Hall, quiet in the corner until she wasn't, pencil hovering like punctuation. Sophie's laugh always sounded like she'd been surprised into joy. Jamie Patel swung a football keyring around his finger like a wheel that could decide fate. Race at lunch, he declared. Last one to the fence is a slowpoke. He bounced on his toes, legs already racing inside his head. Kayla nodded fiercely, curls bobbing. Emma tilted her head. And who's timing? Jamie faltered, then grinned. You don't cheat. Danny Wright, already smirking at his own joke to be, leaned in and said stage whisper loud, unless it's cake. Then she cheats for Kayla. The table erupted, Miss Patel cleared her throat with a polite ahem that could move mountains, and the hive settled itself. Maths first. Column addition, carry the 10. Emma liked numbers because they behaved if you asked them properly. Kayla liked numbers because sometimes they let you draw stars in the margins without anyone noticing. When Jamie's column slid into a diagonal like a sleepy snake, Emma turned her page and nudged it upright with a fingertip. He mouthed thanks without the word touching air. Lila drew a tiny unicorn next to her total, then scrubbed it out just in time as Miss Patel passed, converting the unicorn's horn into a decimal point so clean even the decimal felt flattered. By lunchtime the playground had remembered it was spring. Shoes slapped against tarmac, the skipping rope slapped back, and the football carried negotiations across the grass like a peace treaty that needed constant signatures. The twins weren't satellites, they were in the middle of the orbit. Kayla joined the chase, light feet, laughter trailing her like streamers. Jamie tore after her, determined. Danny attempted keepy-uppies and performed a slapstick demonstration of gravity instead. He bowed to applause with an earnestness that made the mistake part of the joke. Sophie and Emma stood by the fence, timing the sprint with serious faces that fooled no one. 8.6, Emma called. Too slow. Sophie added dryly, that's because he waved like the queen. Jamie groaned and demanded a rerun. Life obliged. Playdate after school? Lila asked, hopping alongside them as they queued for water. Mum says we can. We've got the big art table out. Her tone implied capital art. Kayla lit up so quickly the bond tickled. Emma did a quiet inventory, homework, dance practice, the possibility of Turnip redecorating someone else's carpet, and nodded. Yes. As long as Turnip doesn't eat the crayons. Lila's laugh rang like a bell. He can try. Our crayons are tough. In the afternoon, Miss Patel switched them to history. Rivers, explorers, settlements that made sense because water had decided to be generous there. Groups formed with the ease of long practice. Emma drew the map key with tidy letters. Kayla colored the floodplain a green that believed in itself. Jamie labeled the source with a flourish that looked suspiciously like his name. And Lila stuck blue waves onto the estuary because a river without waves would be moody. Sophie wrote a caption that sounded like something from a clever book. Emma admired that about her. The way words came out balanced. When the bell let go of the day, it didn't feel like escape. It felt like being handed back to afternoon. Miss Patel ruffled Kayla's hair in a way that never disturbed dignity and said to Emma, "Thank you for timing fairly." The compliment landed like a stamp in Emma's quiet ledger of rightnesses. They filed out in a knot of friends, Lila negotiating jelly flavors, Jamie bragging that his sprint would have been world-class if his laces hadn't betrayed him, Sophie holding her book to her chest like an extra rib, Danny already planning a knock-knock joke so bad it might loop back into art. They stepped into a world that belonged to more than 4 people and a dog. Elsewhere, far beyond the hum of school corridors and the diplomacy of football, the system's attention arced across coordinates and probability maps that looked, to human eyes, like a galaxy drawn with rules. A name glowed red: Colonel Varga. Paramilitary leader. Architect of 3 border massacres and 2 kidnappings that hadn't been called that in the papers. The calculus around him had tightened, the cost of letting him continue ticked upward each hour. A contract had been posted on a darknet channel. Money had found the men who would take it. Varga's schedule, soft as a rumor, said he would sleep in the East Wing tonight. Execution order initiated. Resources nudged. Timing chosen to step between CCTV pulses. Exit routes mapped. Fallbacks branching into tidy decision trees. No heroics. Remove the node, reduce the chaos. At 0200 local, the strike team, freelancers cobbled into competence by money and a dozen private debts, slipped through the compound's rear service corridor. Cameras fed grainy film to the invisible lattice that watched over the move. Heat signatures, empty rooms, cool beds. A cleaner's cart half filled, abandoned. The map warped under new information. The system recalculated. A motorcade rolled out through a back gate the surveillance had flagged earlier as routine supplier. Tonight, not routine. The lead car's plates were registered to a dead taxi company. The rear car's exhaust coughed irregularly, masking another engine's note. The colonel's chair in the command center was still warm. So were the cups on the sideboard. Someone had stood where death was scheduled to be. Someone had left before the hour struck. The team adapted, as meat machines do, split, searched, found nothing but the echo of breath and the bloom of wrong timing. 2 guards dead in the west corridor, 1 operative wounded by a ricochet that should not have existed in this tidy geometry. A young comms officer bleeding into a radio on the roof until silence corrected him. CCTV loops overwrote most of it, but not all. Enough frames escaped to suggest a story that the system would not have chosen. When it ended, it had not ended. The darknet ledger ticked the payment withdrawn. The chatter rose. Sloppy job. Didn't even catch him. Maybe they wanted him alive. Rivals sniffed. Backers whispered. The system put a thin gray line beside the mission status that no algorithm liked to draw. Partial failure. Inside the lattice, protocols slid. Watchers were retasked. Bribed clerks and border posts were given their small instructions. A half-bored customs officer would feel compelled to check a particular container in a week's time. The net would be rewoven. But the perfect record had cracked hairline, not structural, but a crack nonetheless. Far away, in a lamp-lit bedroom with cocoa mugs still warm on the desk, Emma will later feel a tremor at the edge of her awareness with no words attached to it. Just a sense that something in the great machine had caught on a roughness and scraped. She will roll onto her back and look at the ceiling and not know why the dark feels like it's listening. Storms did not only belong to the sea. Dr. Matthias Keller could tell how long a student had been in academia by the way they opened a mailer. The newly minted ripped with glee. The veterans slid a blade under the flap like surgeons, expecting a mess. He was a veteran. So, when the buff-colored envelope with no return address landed on his desk, personal, no departmental stamp, he locked his door out of habit and slid it carefully. Schematics slid out. Dense, precise, the kind of drawing that makes the human eye do that small involuntary widening that betrays recognition of something significant. Keller scanned the first page, then the second, and felt that old teenage flush rise. The one your body saves for the moment you realize the universe has been hiding a secret from you and just decided to tell. Polymer lattice for energy storage, efficiency curves that cheated the curves he'd been living with for 10 years, a membrane design that turned his back of envelope math into a quaint story. He sat down. Wonder arrived first, sat cross-legged on his desk and beamed. Suspicion followed, took the chair, folded her arms. Who sent this? He looked through the glass at his lab, at the 5 students he trusted and the 2 he tolerated. None of them could conjure this. The director didn't have friends who did. The institute's funding wouldn't even buy the paper this should have been printed on. He read another page. The annotations were crisp and unshowy, the kind of clarity that comes from actually building something rather than dreaming it. That detail chilled him. If someone had built this, where was the patent trail? The preprint? The gossip? Science moves with whispers before it writes a word. This had arrived like a fully formed stranger at a family dinner. He paced his small office twice, opened the window a crack, as if air might dilute temptation. He considered the options. Replicate in secret? He pictured the first time his student would hold a membrane that behaved like this, the joy. He pictured the funding body's eyes lighting, the headlines with his name spelled correctly, the crowd at a conference he'd convince himself he didn't enjoy and then secretly would. He pictured, too, the knock at the door. Explain how you came by this. He pictured the shame of being what he despised, a thief of other people's work. At lunch he carried the folder to the director's office and laid it like contraband between them. This came for me, he said. No sender. If it's genuine, it changes everything. Which is why I think someone is trying to entrap us. Or use us to launder something. The director read with the face she saved for bad ethics. Don't touch it, she said. Not until we know what it is and who wants us to use it. If it's industrial espionage, or worse, we will not be the headline. Keller nodded, left, and then, because curiosity is a sin with a scholar's passport, he went back to his office and drew one figure from memory on scrap paper. Just to see if his hand could bear the shape. It could. He felt, absurdly, watched. He tore the scrap in 4 and put it in 4 different bins and washed his hands like a doctor who'd touched blood. On the tram home, a boy with a skateboard fell asleep against the window. Keller envied him the uncomplicated exhaustion. He kept thinking of the membrane, the way the math lined up like a choir. He went to bed with the sense that he had been given a gift and also the bill, and that both would come due in public. The cafe closed at 9, but the manager let Marisol finish her section's receipts at the back table because she sang while she counted, and it made the room feel like it still had life. Los Angeles had that way of being tired and electric on the same street. She stacked coins, wiped a ring of coffee from the rim of someone else's cup, and stared at the chord progression she'd scribbled in the margin of a napkin 3 days ago. It resisted. She had burned through a whole year of resisting. At home, her apartment smelled like jasmine from the neighbor's balcony and dust from dreams. She set the cheap keyboard on milk crates and plugged in the amp that crackled like an unkind friend. She played the chords she had, and the air said no. She tried the melody she'd bullied into place last week, and the air said nice try. Okay, she told the room. Be that way. She closed her eyes because sometimes that was the only door that opened. Something slipped in. Not a lightning strike, no drama. More like a tide. Inevitable, arriving even if you were rude. A melody threaded itself into her mouth and she hummed before she could doubt it. Her fingers found it without having to look. The chord progression that wouldn't behave revealed the hinge it had been hiding. The note after the note explained itself. She laughed, a small, shocked sound, and hit record on her phone because she'd learned that lesson hard. Lyrics came like the top of a drawer that had been stuck for years and finally slid. They weren't what she would have written on purpose. They were better, honest in a way that made her cheeks hot. She wrote very fast and very neat and did not dare sit back until the shape existed. When she did, the room had shifted, the way rooms do when prayer, or art, or something disreputable but holy has been here. At rehearsal, the band went quiet halfway through the first run. Rico stopped drumming mid-bar and said, "Again." They played it again. The guitarist, who never smiled in the mornings because he believed in art's suffering, smiled in the morning. A small-time producer who'd come to see someone else stood at the back and leaned forward like money does when it smells itself. "Where'd that come from?" he asked after, half joking, half hungry. Marisol shrugged and told the truth that wasn't the whole truth. "A dream." She did not say a tide, or a hand on my shoulder that wasn't there. She took the producer's card and put it in her back pocket and pretended her heart wasn't sprinting toward a cliff. They recorded a scratch track in a friend's garage, and it traveled faster than her feet had ever carried anything. A blog called it, "The song that says what we meant." A critic used words like inevitable and haunting and true. She felt happy in public and nauseous in private. Friends who loved her said strange kind things and one who loved her the wrong way said, "It doesn't sound like you." She answered, "Maybe it sounds like me when I finally stopped trying to sound like myself." It was clever and almost true. At night, alone, she played the melody again and felt watched the way a person feels watched by water. It wasn't malevolent. It wasn't benevolent. It was bigger than her roof. "Who are you?" she asked the ceiling, almost laughing. The ceiling said nothing. The Promise Group, if it had admitted to being a noun, would have called it a soft insertion. Influence, not control. Culture moved more gently when it thought the step was its own. This was victory. It also left fingerprints if you knew where to powder. Sunday gifted the park that exact shade of green that makes adults declare goodness, it's finally spring. The paths were busy with scooters, the benches occupied by parents pretending to relax while counting heads with their eyes. Emma and Kayla arrived trailing laughter, Maya and Tom riding ahead with the confidence of small monarchs. Danny jogged behind, already composing a joke about the goose that had chosen violence by the pond. Turnip bounded like weather that had decided to be dog-shaped for an afternoon. The park was its own tiny country with laws everyone knew. You queued for the slide or were banished by general opinion. You shouted, heads, if a football launched wrong. You shared chalk if you had chalk, and if you didn't, you admired the pavement galaxies someone else drew and said, "Good spiral," because courtesy mattered. The twins slotted in without thought. Kayla took one handle of the skipping rope, Maya the other, and they called out the chants that never quite made sense but made rhythm anyway. Emma turned for 3 beats, stepped out, landed by Tom, who announced he could do 7 turns and did 4 and declared 4 was the new 7. Sophie arrived with a book and a thermos because her mum was sensible. She read 2 pages and then closed it because watching was the better story. Lila turned up with a bag of sweets and the moral authority to distribute them unevenly. She handed Emma 2 because Emma had timed races fairly yesterday, Kayla 3 because Kayla had made Tom laugh so hard he fell off the bench, Danny 1 because he had put on a show of being wronged which was funny enough to earn a bonus rogue sweep later. Jamie had found a football somewhere and conscripted Tom and Danny into a team against whoever could be persuaded. No slide tackles, someone's mum called without looking up. Jamie accepted the law and then invented a dribble that technically obeyed the law while spiritually insulting it. Emma, not wanting to referee on her day off, told him, shoulders low, and he fixed his run without arguing. It would have been easy for her to be outside at all, the girl who watched like a captain. But she was in it, hands on the rope, chalk on her palms, hair escaping its tie with the same stubbornness as everyone else's. Turnip fell in love with a pigeon he would never catch and chased it with the joy of certain failure. When he flopped in a theatrical heap, tongue-lolling, Danny dropped to one knee and proclaimed, "Sir Sleep's a lot has perished." The children gasped in communal mock horror. Turnip blinked and thumped his tail and rose from the dead in time to accept a cookie hidden in Emma's pocket. The bench of parents laughed the small safe laugh of people who share a postcode and a weather app. Mom and Dad talked with Mrs. Hall and Tom's father, meal ideas, the bane of school shoes, the miracle of a quiet Thursday. Dad accepted a recommendation for a man who fixed gutters without trying to sell you a roof. Mom wrote a birthday card list in her head. Someone asked how the boat was, and Dad said, "Solid," with the restrained pride of a man who did not want to be boring about it. "Bring it round the point on a calm day, we'll wave," Tom's father said, the kind of neighborly sentence that keeps places human. Later, with knees grass-stained and pockets containing contraband daisy chains, they walked home while Turnip pretended to heal and failed beautifully. Emma felt the day sit somewhere good in her bones. Parks were really good things. Night settled across the windows like a hand smoothing a sheet. The system panel slid up without ceremony. It always felt polite, which was either eerie or comforting. Tonight, it said. Unassigned attribute points, 92. Unassigned skill points, 38. Recommendation: cultivate further before distribution. Emma frowned. The points had been there since the bond, untouched like a wrapped present they'd agreed not to open because they were learning to like earning. System had used 400 points during the bonding process, and that had hit Emma where it hurt. In her pocketbook, she was very wary of using points now, during childhood, where their use might cause noticeable changes. "We don't need them yet," she said, thinking of her balance earned on deck, of turns that stopped clean because ankles listened in dance class. The panel didn't argue. It never argued with her, but it challenged. It offered options. Kayla leaned until their shoulders bumped, eyes bright with the kind of curiosity that gets cats into history. "Don't you wonder?" Her voice in the bond was a bubble. "We're each other's familiars. What if you spend some points now? Maybe we get one each as S, and one each as familiars?" Emma hesitated. That didn't seem likely, but then their bond was unique. Anything could happen, especially after the fall. The system panel's recommendation pulsed once, faint. Cultivate further. Patience written in blue. "One for each attribute," she said, "because certain experiments ought to be tried while the stakes are small." Emma had the free points, but they'd do this together. They placed their palms together, silly ritual, and thought confirm +1 to all attributes in chorus. It always worked better when they agreed. 1 point slid into strength. It arrived not as bulk but like someone had tightened a net under their muscles. Another point into agility, feeling like a fizz in their bodies, enhancing reflexes and speed. Fitness warmed their cores and smoothed out their breathing. Suddenly they had energy to spare, their tiredness from today's exertions retreated. Intelligence sped thought and made their memory sharper, not much but enough to make connections clearer and quicker. Wisdom increased too subtly. The girls looked at each other doubtfully, unable to discern a change. Spirit and willpower strengthened the bond. Emma could feel the exact shape of Kayla's grin as if possessing her. A new panel unfurled its advice without scolding. Attribute points are a finite resource. Cultivation yields greater long-term gains. "We won't spend more until we're older," she said, voice steady. "We practice. We grow the long way." Kayla nodded and lay down, head on the pillow they traded without choosing. "But we know now," she sent, half asleep, content. "Now we know." Emma lay on her back and watched the shadow of the curtain breathe with the night. The bond hummed like a cat settling, then softened to its usual warmth. They were 7. They were learning. They had time, and a house, and a dog, and friends who planned jelly with political seriousness. They had a boat that waited at the back fence and a teacher who taped stages into existence. They had a system that offered and warned and sometimes, she suspected now, missed by inches. And they had each other. Emma closed her eyes and smiled into the dark. She let sleep take the watch. 21. Bonds tested. The October sun sat low, a mellow warmth washing the playground as children pinballed across the field during recess. The air smelled of cut grass and damp bark chips, and somewhere behind the swings someone's lunchbox apple had started browning. Emma stood with Kayla at the heart of a loose ring of classmates, laughter rippling outward like pond waves. 7-year-olds weren't supposed to command a crowd, but the twins had a way of owning a space that felt safe. They remembered names. They listened. They lifted the quiet kids into the conversation without making a show of it, and they didn't allow bullies to join them. Not everyone appreciated this. 2 older girls hovered outside the circle, arms folded like shields, faces unhappy. The taller one, Amanda, wore a practiced look of boredom that never quite hid the itch underneath. "They think they're special," she said, just loud enough to be heard. "Matching bows and everything." Her friend giggled into her palm. Kayla felt the prickle first and brushed her elbow into Emma's ribs. Not now. But Emma saw the way a smaller boy, Jamie, knew this term, flinched at the whisper and angled his body as if he could shrink out of sight. Emma's smile thinned at the sight. She took a dozen unhurried steps until she stood in Amanda's shadow. "What?" Amanda asked, chin cocked, bravado like a rickety stage set. Emma didn't raise her voice. She let it drop, soft enough for only 2 people. "Walk away before you regret it." A tiny flex of willpower rolled off her, nothing that would register to anyone else, a half-breath of cultivated presence, and yet the effect was physical. Amanda's posture faltered. Her friend's fingers closed on her sleeve. There was an awkward laugh that wasn't a laugh. "Whatever," Amanda muttered, eyes sliding aside. "This is lame anyway." They peeled away with a last brittle glance that said they'd convinced no one, least of all themselves. Emma turned back. "Kickball?" she said brightly. The circle's tension dissolved with gratifying eagerness. Kids scrambled for teams, calling dibs on positions with the kind of chaotic democracy adults never quite manage. Emma jogged to the plate and toed a divot smooth. She could feel Kayla watching her, exasperation and pride braided together through the bond. "Subtle," Kayla said in the quiet space between them. "They wanted an audience," Emma returned, hands sliding to her sides as the pitcher rolled. "I prefer results." She kicked. The ball jumped off her foot and arced toward shallow center. Jamie, forgotten a minute ago, sprinted hard to meet it. The catch was all gangly arms and miracle timing. He cradled the ball to his chest and then stood blinking, astonished at himself. "Out!" someone yelled, laughing. Emma whooped, not at being out but at Jamie's face. She jogged over and smacked his shoulder. "You just saved first base, hero." He ducked his head, but his grin was blinding. Kayla came up beside her, ponytail swinging. "See? No bridges burned. Only rot scraped off," Emma said mildly. They played until the teacher blew the whistle. As kids trailed inside in 2s and 3s, Emma fell into step with Jamie and Kayla. "Hey," she said, like it was just an afterthought. "You're good in the outfield." Jamie shrugged, trying for casual and missing by a mile. "My dad, we play sometimes." "Bring him to the park this weekend," Kayla said, effortless warmth. "We're getting a game going." Jamie nodded so vigorously his backpack bounced. He peeled off toward his classroom, light on his feet now. Emma watched him go. She'd been alone in another life, and loneliness had taught her how quickly belonging could be stolen. She looked at Kayla and felt the vow settle again under her ribs. Nobody touches what's ours. Later, homework colonized the kitchen table the way ivy takes brick. Slow, inevitable, alive. Math sheets, open readers, a vocabulary list clipped with a lemon-shaped magnet because their mother refused to let school invade the fridge unless it matched her color scheme. The back door swung open, and a breeze rolled in smelling of tied flat and old rope. Their father stepped through, duffel slung over his shoulder. "You two keep studying like this," he said, dropping the duffel with a thump. "I'll have to hire you to balance my checkbook." Kayla didn't look up, pencil moving in clean diagonals. "We already do." He barked a laugh that startled the lemon magnet crooked. "Is that so?" Emma hid her grin behind a reader and nudged the bond ajar to let a flit of amusement pass. Her overlay simmered at the edge of sight. Planning, logistics, plus 0.1%. Finance, trusts, plus 0.1%. He eased into his chair with a tired smile. Long day on the parade grounds, he said. Recruits never give anyone much peace, but I swear Paris Island is cursed. We get the most stubborn ones. Emma rolled her eyes, remembering her dad saying something similar before. A memory arose of the other timeline and shook her hard. Deja vu. Kayla looked over as Emma's shock hit her, but it only lasted a moment. The memory was of another timeline, but the setting was the same. Same room, same sort of circumstances, but Kayla nearby anchored this new memory solidly here. Marines, Emma and Kayla chorused. Dad chuckled. At least the commute isn't too long. I'm home a lot more. By the way, the weekend's open. If the wind holds, we'll take Blue turn down the sound. You'll dock under current. Emma's heart made a small, ridiculous jump. The dock was their spine, the boat their family's second table. Deal, she said too fast. Kayla peeked over her sheet. But you're cooking afterward. Pirate stew? He offered, mock solemn. Pirate stew. Both girls sang, one beat off in harmony. Their mother leaned in from the hall, eyebrows up, tea towel flung over one shoulder like a banner. Again? I'll have to raid the pantry before my pirates raid me. We can help, Kayla said, without looking away from her sums. You can help by not salting the stock until it firms up, Mom replied dryly, but her smile stayed. They worked a while in the shared quiet that isn't silence. Pencil scratch, page flip, the occasional clatter from the dock where a loose fender knocked the piling. Emma read a paragraph on coastal explorers and felt the words slot neatly into the map she was forever sketching in her head. Timelines and supply lines. Tiny gears that would one day move bigger gears. The overlay ghosted another microgain in composure, because keeping her face straight while her mind stacked contingencies was a skill too. Dad stood behind them, reading upside down, and then reached to nudge Kayla's pencil grip into something a drill instructor would approve. You choke up like this, and you won't cramp when the test runs long. Noted, Captain, Kayla said, which made him wince and then grin because he wasn't a captain anymore, or not the kind with deployments attached. The promotion had moved him to training recruits. The doc had given back pieces war tried to take. He tapped Emma's book. You're reading ahead. Habit, she said, which wasn't a lie. He kissed the tops of their heads in quick, embarrassed succession and went to start the stew. Emma listened to the rhythm of him, pan, cupboard door, knife on board, and let it soak into the place in her mind that still woke in the night, hunting for a catastrophe that wasn't here yet. The steam on the window, a lemon magnet knocked crooked, Kayla's pencil whispering percentages. She would burn the world to keep this life. The house at night, lamp clicks, a door settling, the hum of the fridge like a distant boat engine. The tide licked the pilings in quiet fingers. In the twins' room, moonlight threw fence slat bars across blankets and carpet. Emma lay on her side facing Kayla's bed. She could hear the soft whistle at the end of Kayla's exhale, the one that always made her think of tea kettles and mornings that smelled like toast. Ping. Free attribute points remain unused. Efficiency loss projected over time. Recommended. Assigned to maximize cultivation curve. You nag worse than Dad, Emma whispered, not opening her eyes. Correction. Advisory. Host decision required. Kayla's thoughts brushed hers, warm and a little muzzy with sleep. It's not wrong, Em. But we said we'd wait. We still don't know all the bond's rules. Emma stared at the dark seam between the ceiling and wall. The first point she'd ever risked still lived in muscle memory. That electric cinch under the skin, the sense that her body had found a higher gear. She could feel all that potential stacked in the ledger like coins you're not allowed to spend. It itched. She wanted to jam the throttle forward and see who they became. Slow, Kayla murmured. Not so much a warning, a reminder. Together, or not at all. Emma's mouth tilted. You keep me on course, she breathed. Sometimes, Kayla said, and she could feel the silent, sleepy smile that went with it. The system fell quiet. It never argued when she decided. It only recorded, and recording was sometimes worse. Their stats panel had a way of making every choice feel like a line on a permanent record. The world might burn and still the math would sit there, unflinching. Emma scooted her hand across the thin gap between beds until her fingers found Kayla's. Kayla squeezed. Warmth spilled into Emma's palm, ran up her arm and eased the tight wire in her chest she pretended wasn't there. "This isn't forever," Emma said into the dark, not to the system. To herself. "We wait and watch. Then we spend like queens." "Like sisters," Kayla corrected, fond. Outside, a gull called once and then thought better of it. The house settled deeper. Emma let the sound of Kayla's breathing pull her toward sleep. There would be time to be ruthless tomorrow, to move unseen pieces on boards nobody else knew existed. Tonight, she allowed herself small ordinary things. Her sister's hand, moonlight like paper, the smell of salt in the curtain. Saturday unfurled blue and brisk. Dew glittered on the park grass like someone had shaken out a bag of crushed glass at dawn. The field was already a kaleidoscope when the twins arrived, soccer in the middle, a kite tangled toward the north fence, sidewalk chalk kingdoms along the path. Emma dialed herself up just a fraction, enough fitness and balance to feel springy, not superhuman, and crashed a pickup game with the uncomplicated joy of being allowed to run. She wasn't the fastest, not with 3 wiry 10-year-olds on the field, but she didn't fade. Where other kids stuttered, she flowed, cut, pivot, shoulder brush, gone. She didn't need to score to be happy, but when she slid past a defender and toe poked low, and the ball skidded under a diving foot and kissed the back of the net, the yell that tore out of her was half laugh. Kayla played wing for a while, then peeled off to coax a smaller girl into trying a pass. She tied a kite tail for a boy whose hands were still more wish than coordination. She kept glancing back at Emma, and every time Emma caught her eye, she felt steadier, like her cleats had found an extra stud. The pile-up came out of nowhere. Ball trapped under a tangle of sneakers, bodies toppling, the particular small silence that means a kid's breath just cut off with a sob. Emma was there before she thought, dropping to one knee beside the boy who'd taken the worst of it. His knee had a cherry scrape and a layer of dirt that would make a mother hiss. He had the shocked look of someone betrayed by physics. "Hey," she said, voice turned down. "Are you okay?" He gulped. "Hurts." "Yep. That's because you're alive." She held her palms up. "Let me see?" He stuck his leg out, trusting her because everyone in a 10-foot radius already did. She brushed grit aside, slow and sure, the way you do when you know that pain comes in 2 flavors and the second is someone else's hands not making it worse. "Not deep," Emma pronounced. "More dramatic than dangerous. You want a badge?" She reached into her pocket and came up with a dinosaur sticker she'd palmed from the art table because she always planned for emergencies. She stuck the T-Rex just above the scrape. "There, ferocious." He was laughing by the time Kayla arrived with water and a handful of napkins liberated from the snack moms. "T-Rexes are apex predators," Kayla informed the boy solemnly, which made him laugh harder. His mother hurried over, breathless. Gratitude washed off her in waves. Her eyes lingered on the twins, recalibrating something, opinion clicking into place. By afternoon, Emma and Kayla were small hubs inside larger ones. Emma taught a drill to anyone who wanted it: cut left, touch, lift your eyes before your feet. Kayla set up a kind of informal triage. Not tying for kite kids here. A rotating lemonade station there. Emma didn't think strategy in moments like this. She just did what felt obvious. Still, she caught Kayla watching her once with that narrow, thoughtful look that said she was counting ripples. Later, under the shade of a maple buzzing with late bees, Kayla nudged her. "You realize we're becoming the girls people look for when something goes sideways?" "Good," Emma said, no apology in it. "Good," Kayla agreed, and leaned her head against Emma's shoulder. "Just remember how hard it will be to be the dependable ones. Don't carry it all alone." "I'm never alone. I have you," Emma said simply, and it was so wonderfully true. This life was nothing like her last, and thank God for that. Kite tails sketched cursive against clean blue. The wind smelled like the river, and the twins sat in the middle of it, 2 anchors wrapped in cheerful noise, making a habit of being exactly where they were needed. The study smelled like dust and lemon oil and something metal faintly warm, the old computer tower they'd upgraded with the Guts Promise Group shouldn't technically own yet. The living room murmured with TV laughter. their parents' voices rose and fell in companionable counterpoint. In here, light bled blue from stacked panes of system windows. Emma's eyes skimmed code like a second language she'd been born with. Kayla sat close enough that their shoulders brushed when they leaned forward at the same time. The alert crawled along the bottom of the display with no drama, as if it were weather. Contract failed. Target survived. Follow-up required. Emma tapped it open. A man unfolded in bullet points. Mid-tier facilitator, arms shipments that, unchecked, would fatten into arteries feeding a body she intended to starve. Now, a small-time predator. Later, a reef that future monsters would hide behind. Sloppy, Emma said. Kayla's fingers found her wrist, a hinge-light touch that could open a door or close one. Not our strike team. One of the dark web independents we seeded with tools. Useful deniability. Also, amateurs. Emma leaned in, zooming a timeline. The system sketched 6 paths without being asked. Cleanly severed accounts. A black bag shove off a balcony in a city whose cameras they owned by sunrise. A slow bleed of credibility in circles that ate rumor like candy. Too many options. The wrong kind of abundance. We can't let him grow teeth, Emma said, quiet enough that the word didn't feel like boasting. Quiet enough to fit the knives she meant it to hold. Kayla nodded once. Root, not branch. Emma's mouth curved, a sliver sharp and fond. That was why nobody would ever split them up. One cut while the other held the patient steady. She slid her hand, and the system understood the instructions. Coded and dispatched across handlers and shells and strangers who'd never know they'd just been steered. Financials first, Emma murmured. Starve his future. Tip one local to seize ego toys, cars, accounts, the nightclub shares. On a procedural irregularity. Leak something small to his rivals so they smell blood. Nothing they can trace back to us. Then. And, Kayla corrected, not or. We'll need an accident. Emma nodded. 2 weeks. The balcony. Use a substitute building if he changes his route. We've got 3. There's not a camera alive within a block. I want him to fall into silence. The system acknowledged with a pulse that was not approval, never approval, but readiness. A new order went out. Promise group tools passed like contraband between hands that thought they were thieves and were, in fact, being used. On the screen, a photo of the man stared, smug, poorly shaved. Emma let her gaze go flat. Loving family, warm with friends, she had more to lose than anyone she knew. That was the point. Nobody would take a bite out of her people. After the balcony, Kayla said, voice light as lint, we send flowers to the rival's mother. Anonymous. White lilies. Let him wonder who knows his soft places. Emma glanced sideways and huffed a breath that almost counted as a laugh. Remind me never to get on your bad side. Kayla tipped her head onto Emma's shoulder. As if I have one with you. Sunday came home quieter than it had left, a thin thread of wind worrying the flag on the dock, the river talking in small gulps against the pilings. After plates and pirate stew and Dad's exaggerated tale about a redfish that had been a shark by the time dessert arrived, the house drifted toward bedtime. The twins slipped to their room with the ease of a habit no one questions. They sat cross-legged on the carpet facing each other, knees touching, hands linked. The devouring method had long since found the grooves in their breath. It settled in quickly, spirit energy drawing inward like thread-sought needle. The air didn't change temperature, not really, but it felt thinner, more exacting. All sense enhanced. Emma could taste the room, the old wood's dry sweetness, the faint tang of salt lifting from their hair. She didn't plan the decision so much as recognize one had been made. 1 point, she said, voice no louder than the space between their palms. Strength. Just, let's see. Kayla's eyes widened, but she didn't pull away. There was caution there, and trust over it like glass. Emma found the stat panel with the familiarity of someone who'd walked the route 100,000 times without stepping through the door. She stepped. A single point slid from the stack and clicked home. Lightning laced under her skin. Not pain, more like everything snapping into truer focus. She felt tendons and muscles sing, not louder but cleaner, as if they'd shrugged off grit. The floor under her bare feet was not simply carpet, it was woven loop on loop on loop. Her balance recalibrated by fractions she couldn't name. Kayla gasped and flinched like a hand had plucked an invisible string in her body. Her pupils flared. Goose flesh chased itself down her arms. You felt it, Emma breathed, half statement, half apology. I felt you, Kayla said, astonishment softening into assessment. Echoed, not full force, but close. The system's chime slid across both minds, cool and precise. Bond synchronization confirmed. Attribute investments mirrored across hosts. They stared at each other. Mirrored. The word landed with a weight Emma hadn't quite accounted for. Power doubled, cost halved, but risk doubled, too. No person in the world could afford to be sloppy with themselves. Now she couldn't afford to be sloppy with Kayla. Okay, Emma said, and only Kayla would have heard the shake under the steadiness. We don't spend alone. Ever. Not even 1 point. We decide together and when together, and we do it in a controlled way. Kayla nodded, serious as a vow. Together, she said, then shot her a sideways look that smuggled in a smile. Also? That was reckless. A measured experiment, Emma said primly. Ahem, Kayla replied, which in twin language translated to, I love you, don't scare me. Emma squeezed her hands. Noted. What are we going to do about skill points? System said skills need classes, and that means we need the game. We might have to resign ourselves to losing them. Emma sighed. I know. Even system doesn't know if they'll be deleted when the collective scans everyone. We know the bond will be fine, you designed it to be absolute, and if we spend all our attribute points before the fall those will be safe as well. We just have to hope. Before rebirth, hope hadn't been on her agenda, and she still preferred certainties, but one didn't always get what one wanted. They fell back into the cycle of cultivation, letting the method smooth the water they'd just stirred. The point just spent settled, the lightning gentled to a pleasant hum. Emma marveled at the way the bond hummed too, not as a leash around her throat but as a second heartbeat, proof that she didn't have to lift the world alone. When they finally slid under blankets, the wind had dropped. The flag on the dock sagged. Somewhere in the house, their parents laughed softly at a line they'd never remember in the morning. Emma rolled to face Kayla in the dark, and sleep took them in the same exhale. 22. First glimmers of the spotlight. The garden opened like a storybook, paths of crushed shell shining pale under the mid-morning sun, hedges kept in the sort of order that implied kindness, and a fountain murmuring the way grown-ups did when they wanted you to think you were alone. Wisteria hung in curtains, lilac and heavy, and the smell was all summer even though spring was still laying out its clothes on the bed. Emma stood with her sneakers on the cool flagstones and felt the shadows from the trellis lay soft stripes across her ankles. Kayla's sleeve brushed her wrist, a touch that was nothing and also a line. We are here together. The photographer, tall, thin, the strap of his camera digging permanently into his shoulder like he'd made a pact with it, tilted his head, chin up, eye closed, one eye open. The assistant cradled a reflector that wheeled the sun around like a tame planet. May we? Yes, like that, the photographer said, his English dipped in another language that made yes sound more polite. You, with the crown of green. And you will not mirror. You will echo. Emma didn't know what that meant until Kayla did it, tilted her chin as if listening instead of looking, the crown of small leaves and white sprays catching in her curls. The pose on Kayla's body had a question in it. Emma answered without showing that she knew it was an answer. She leaned into the line of her hip, softened her mouth in a way that felt like quiet laughter she wasn't ready to spend, and found the angle where the light turned her face into a secret. Shutter. Shutter, shutter. The sound came like rain on a tin roof, small and quick and ordinary, and yet each click fixed something. The agency rep, a woman in a navy blazer with sleeves pushed just past the wrist bone like she was always ready to roll them further, wrote 3 words without looking. Emma caught the last. Pairing, effortless. The fountain spray drifted and crystal beaded a fringe of Kayla's curls. Kayla didn't flinch. Emma watched the droplets hang for a heartbeat and vanish. Her hands, held low and loose by her side, wanted to turn into the shapes Miss Harper had taught them, soft square, soft oval, awareness in the fingertips without any fuss. But she kept them easy. The trick with cameras was not to perform. Kayla's shoulder kissed Emma's in the interval between one idea and the next, and the bond ran a bright filament under Emma's skin. He sees us, Kayla sent, not shy, only factual. He sees something, Emma returned, a calm line of thought. We decide what it is. Hold. The photographer dragged a low bench into the shade and made a face at it until it understood it was meant to be charming. Sit. Not together, not apart. Like a word that means two things. Emma sat first, back half against the curve, knees slightly turned, the hem of her cotton dress skimming her shin. Kayla took the edge, one foot tucked, the other poised to stand, as if she were listening for a call only she could hear. Their shoulders were not aligned, but the line between their spines would have made a tidy V if you could see what their mother saw. The assistant slid in with a flower crown, soft stems cold against Emma's hairline, petals smelling sweet like nursery crayons. Don't fuss, the representative murmured. Natural. Natural felt like the sound of their father's boots on the kitchen tiles at the end of a day. It felt like Turnip's warm sigh as he decided he was done pretending he didn't want to be on the sofa. It felt like Kayla's laughter when she tripped on nothing and declared it an artistic choice. Emma breathed where her teacher said breath should go, into the ribs, the back widening, and let that make her mouth a little softer. The gardener had placed a simple wooden sign at the edge of the path that read "Please keep off the beds" in block capitals that had been painted by a careful person with a small brush. A bee disregarded the sign and then the next sign and then sat with its entire self in the heart of a tulip. Emma watched the bee's legs dust themselves in gold and felt something in her chest go warm. The photographer made a pleased noise that other adults might have mistaken for a cough and crouched lower, shooting up across the fountain so that the water turned to light behind them. Two couples wandered through, talking about a late lunch somewhere with crab cakes. They slowed on the path as if held by the perfume. One woman put her fingers to her mouth, not in shock, in appreciation, and then caught Emma's eye. She lifted her hand and squeezed the air between her fingers the way you do when a baby grips you and your heart does something private. Emma looked down briefly and then up, that small shyness that shows so well on film. Kayla's mouth found a smile Emma could feel in the bond, not big, but true. Good, the photographer said to himself, as if the day had finally agreed to be what it had promised. You have rhythm, he added, prowling again. Rhythm with one another. He suggested standing, a lean to the trellis, a step that wasn't quite a step while the assistant chased the sun's bad angles away. He placed them apart and then together and then apart again. When he put a crown on Kayla but not on Emma, Kayla dipped, and Emma reached a hand, just enough, and then remembered her hand again and let it drop. The moment had the feeling of a comma, the camera loved commas today. Between frames, the representative slung a new strap of words over her shoulder and tested its fit. Can you do twins separately? She asked, to the air, and no one answered because the air didn't sign contracts. Kayla's shoulder made a small press into Emma's, and Emma thought about not letting what they were be turned into a trick. She thought of their mother's voice when she said no, like a door that was also a wall. The last location was a short stone bridge over a thread of water where the koi pretended not to be looking at the world as it looked back at them. Kayla leaned over the railing and let one finger dangle, safe above the surface. Emma stood exactly far enough behind her that if Kayla tipped, she would not fall and it wouldn't look like catching. The fish nosed the shade and made the water crease into delicate arrows. Merci, the photographer said to the koi, which made the assistant snort, and then he said it again to the girls properly, with a small bow that was bigger than the words. Thank you, Emma said. She felt older for a second, but then she felt 7 again, because the crown on Kayla itched and she wanted to scratch, but obviously couldn't. The rep smiled. We'll be in touch, she said to their mother, and her pen made a last noise like a tiny sword put back in a scabbard. On the walk back through the alley of crepe myrtles, Kayla bumped Emma's hip, gently. Fun, she sent. Yes, Emma returned. At the gate, a boy with grass-stained knees stared around his ice cream as if it were a spy. Are you on TV? He asked, mint chip going shiny with melt. Kayla grinned at him. Not yet, she said, friendly as a promise. They entered the agency's conference room. Its glass walls made the city look like a terrarium, people moving in slow lines far below while air conditioning made the room pretend it had no weather. A pitcher of water sat on a tray with lemon slices so thin they looked like ideas. Emma, feet not touching the floor, pretended not to enjoy the way her shoes swung through the tiny arc each time she breathed. Kayla had started drawing spirals on the corner of a glossy one-pager that showed other children who looked like promises a brand had kept. Their mother, Patty when Dad said her name softly, Mum when the twins leaned into her ribs, sat with her hands folded on the table the way you do at church when you're telling God you're paying attention. She'd worn a blouse that would not wrinkle just to be contrary. Elena, who had introduced them to the agency, took the chair nearest the door like she liked exits, and the representative in the navy blazer had a folder that she slid across with a professional glow. "We're very excited," the representative said, and the word "very" slid across the glass and didn't catch on anything. "We'd like to offer the girls an exclusive arrangement. 2 years. We guarantee a minimum number of campaigns. We manage scheduling. We ensure category protection. Your daughters would be the face of." No. Their mother didn't cut. She placed the word on the table like flatbread and invited nobody to argue about its shape. The rep blinked. Perhaps you'd like to hear the details?" "We're listening," Mum said, but she didn't pick up the folder. The rep opened it herself, turned a page with a finger that had a professional manicure but needed lotion. Term is 24 months. Usage is global, paid media, owned channels, point of sale. Renewal at our sole discretion. Deliverables. A minimum of 12 sets per year with options for motion. Exclusivity within the children's apparel vertical, with category-adjacent carve-outs at our discretion. Payment? Elena asked mildly. Base fee per set, plus usage uplift, standard. We'll also provide a small stipend for school disruption. Small, Mum repeated, polite, and the word made a soft sound as if it had bounced and rolled under the table to sit next to Emma's left shoe. The rep smiled the way people smile when they believe they're still 15 minutes from getting what they want. We'll, of course, coordinate tutors on set and ensure chaperone presence. We'll handle trust accounts. Coogan-style compliance is automatic. We're very family-forward. Who holds the trust? Mum asked. We do. Our fiduciary partner. No, Mum said again, and the 2 letters made a little knot and then pulled tight. Payments go to a trust in their names at a bank we choose. Their father and I as co-trustees. Our counsel will write the addendum. The rep glanced at Elena. Elena smiled politely, a pocket knife of a smile that could cut fruit. That's reasonable, Elena said. We'd also remove, at our sole discretion, Mum continued, turning the page as if the paper had confessed to a misdeed. Renewal requires mutual agreement. Category exclusivity requires a premium and a defined, short window. No blanket exclusives that hobble their options. No resale to third parties without fresh signatures. No perpetual usage. 1-year term on usage with an option to renew by mutual consent. No digital training on their likeness for AI. Ever. The rep's pen paused. That last one is new. Then it's time you updated your boilerplate, Mum said, without any heat. They are children. They are also people. We won't have them become a product line that performs without their permission. Under the table, Kayla's toe found Emma's and pressed, not fear, something else. Pride with a little fizz. Emma watched the rep's eyes. The woman had learned to keep them kind while her brain did math behind them, but kindness doesn't make your pupils change size. Calculation does. Emma didn't mind that there was math. She minded when people pretended there wasn't. The rep regrouped. We can explore those changes. But we'll need some assurances. Scheduling priority. Limited outside commitments. School has primacy, Mum said. Swim. Dance. Friends. Life. Shoots are exceptions. No one separates them if they don't want to be separated. If they're booked together, they work together. If they're booked separately, they agree separately. We will not make one say yes because the other did. Elena set her pen down and angled it so it stopped trying to roll away. We can put that into the language, she said, which was how you told someone you could make the ocean behave for a minute while they walked to the boat. The rep tried a different door. We can get them in front of casting. Film. Television. Fast-tracked. This is how you build momentum. Our daughters are 7, Mum said. We're building character. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was an elevator moving between floors. Emma swung her feet once and then set them down, heels pressing into the chair rung. She felt the system like a damped vibration rather than a sound, and she didn't shoo it away. Ping. Boundary enforcement, family, L1. Plus 0.3%. Ping. Self-advocacy L1. Plus 0.2%. Ping. Legal comprehension L1 to 9% increased to 13%. She didn't look at Kayla because Kayla was already looking at her, and looking back would have made them laugh. The rep offered to loop legal. Elena said she'd have a clean draft by end of week that actually meant something. Mum stood, and somehow the chair made no noise when it moved, which felt like an omen or maybe just good flooring. In the corridor, with the city behind glass, Mum reached down and smoothed a curl away from Kayla's temple without touching her skin. You did well, she said, as if they'd been asked to sit a test and had remembered to write their names at the top. Did we lose something? Emma asked, because it was the kind of question you only ask when you trust the answer won't make you smaller. Mum's mouth tipped. Maybe, maybe not. They took the lift 12 floors down. The doors opened on the kind of lobby where the flowers cost more than you wanted to know. A security guard who had learned to look at everyone like they might be tired smiled at them without irony. Outside, the air had remembered it was supposed to be warm. Dad's truck pulled to the curb and blinked once. The hazard lights always did a small shrug before they agreed to work like the manual said they should. Dad leaned across to push the passenger door open. How'd we do? He asked, as if the day had asked them to run laps. Mom said no, Kayla reported cheerfully, clipping her seatbelt. Then we did great, he said, and checked his mirrors as if people's lives depended on him doing normal things well. They drove along the road close to the water where the marsh smelled like salt. Emma watched the road dapple through the live oaks, light and shadow stitching and unpicking. Kayla's knee bumped hers with the rhythm of the truck's small mysteries, and Emma let her head rest against the window. At home, Turnip slammed his body joyfully against the front door and then remembered to sit like a citizen when Mum said his name. Walk, Dad promised, and the word made Turnip's ears do arithmetic. In the kitchen, the lemon magnet on the fridge had lost its battle with gravity again. Mum straightened it and then took a pad out from under it. We'll need to ring MY's ward, she said, already writing. And I want hard language around I use and likeness. Elena will help. We already have the Channing sisters' trust at the credit union. Clear audit trail. Kayla leaned her elbows on the counter and watched Mum write as if writing a spell. Emma felt the safest kind of tired settle into her bones. The kind you get when you've done the part of the day that required you to have a spine. She washed apples, 2 red, 1 green, and 1 for Turnip because the crunch made him absurdly pleased with himself. On the back step, they ate apples and watched the sky think about being pink. The Bond hummed low like a boat engine farther out in the sound. Kayla nudged the quiet. We won something, she sent, not entirely sure what. We kept a thing we would have missed if we'd lost it, Emma returned, and Kayla's teeth squeaked on her apple skin in a way that always made Emma laugh. Inside, the phone rang. Mum's voice turned into the professional version of itself, the one that was all silk with iron in it. Dad whistled for Turnip and clipped on the lead. 20 minutes, he said. Be right back. You always are, Emma said, and the sentence made something in Dad's faces, like a knot he hadn't noticed dissolved. When the door clicked and the night remembered it could come in around the edges, Kayla leaned her head against Emma's shoulder and whispered, I liked the lemon slices. In the water, even though they made the water taste like a pretend idea of lemon. Emma snorted. You're so fancy. Shut up, Kayla said, entirely without venom, and the world, every inch of it that mattered, felt correctly balanced. The catalog arrived on a Thursday folded into someone's backpack like contraband. It slid out during morning warm-up writing, a glossy spill across the grain of the desk, and the picture broke the room for a half second. 2 girls in simple dresses under trees that looked like they'd said yes to growing a certain way. Miss Carter reached to say please put that away and then didn't. That's you, Oliver said. He had a way of making facts sound like accusations and compliments at once. That's actually you. He didn't wait for an answer. He turned the page so the class could see the other spread, the one where Emma stood and Kayla sat, and the light made a secret exit out of the corner of the frame. 22 heads pivoted. Emma felt heat rise in her cheeks, and her pencil made a line across the top of her paper like a plane that had forgotten how to land. Kayla's hand drifted sideways until it touched Emma's wrist, and the touch was brief and enough. Miss Carter clapped, not loud, the way you clap for rhythm rather than attention. That's lovely, she said in the tone teachers use for we will neither punish nor reward the world for being interesting. Now pencils down for a moment. Let's all take a deep breath and put the magazine away until recess, please. Oliver closed it, the way you close a book you haven't finished on purpose, and the room returned to English. The instructions for the worksheet stayed sensible. Verbs, nouns, underline, circle. The sort of work that helps your mind remember it is attached to a body that has to write something before lunchtime. Emma did the work. Kayla did the work and drew a tiny boat in the margin that was exactly the right size to be a secret. The bond hummed under their focus with the small uplift of a giggle they were both saving for later. The bell for recess was a song that made children run whether or not running was warranted. On the playground, the air had that baked the smell of rubber and sun, and the swings squeaked like they were gossiping about cloud formations. The catalog made its second appearance near the monkey bars, and the request came like hail, paper thrust out, crayons held up like microphones. Can you sign? Sign my shoe. My cast. It's already signed by my brother. Does that count? Kayla laughed and took a purple crayon because purple made everything less serious. She wrote her name in the chunky round letters she decided were hers. Emma followed, smaller, neat, the E's just barely closed, the M with a dip like a curtsy. She signed first names only, because last names felt like giving away the rest of the apple after someone had taken a bite. Marcy, whose pigtails had character arcs, elbowed her way through and took their hands with both of hers. Don't let them, she said fiercely. Don't let them what? Kayla asked, delighted by the idea of a blank to fill. Don't let them make you weird about us. Emma looked at her and then at the group of not friends who were hovering at the fence like birds who hadn't decided whether to steal chips. We like you, she said simply. Marcy sniffed, nodded as if filing that in a cabinet labeled promises, and then dragged them toward the hopscotch because it needed players who understood that 2 feet on the line was a kind of moral failing. They played. Emma hopped, felt the square claim her soul and give her back clean. Kayla missed on purpose for a girl with new shoes who hated being bad at things. Time behaved. On the bench by the swing set, Miss Carter had an eye on everything and a hand on the catalog she had quietly taken into her care. Emma caught the teacher's glance, curious, cautious, kind, and returned it with the small tilt of her head that meant, we're okay. Miss Carter nodded once, and the world granted them 10 more minutes of not being a lesson. Are you going to be on TV? Oliver reappeared, the catalog having made him a shareholder in his own mind at least. My cousin was on the news when he found a snake in the washing machine. That's terrible, Kayla said, equal parts fascinated and appalled. For the snake. It was fine. It had a name. Which one? The snake. Kayla considered this and decided not to ask again. Emma's swing creaked, forward and back, and she felt the rhythm settle into the place in her chest that sometimes moved too fast when the world asked for too much. She let her foot drag lightly in the dust to slow herself and then tucked it back up again, a small experiment in how much the body can decide the speed of the day. Feels weird, Kayla said finally, shoes cutting arcs in the air. She didn't mean the swing. Emma watched the sky through the black grid of the swing chain. A lone gull cut across it and changed its mind about a crumb. Somewhere beyond the school's fence, an ambulance wailed and then learned some restraint. It'll feel normal again, she said, not as a guess. And then it'll feel weird again, when something else happens. That's how it's going to go. Kayla let that sit. Do you think they'll be mean? She didn't look at the cluster of older girls near the fountain. She didn't have to. Some might, Emma said, steady. We'll be fine. We have Mom, and Dad, and Elena, and we have us. Kayla's foot brushed Emma's in time with the swing. You sound like a movie. Emma grinned without letting it take over her face. We're not famous, she said, which was true, and also a spell you cast to keep the walls of your life at the right distance. Turnip appeared then, in the way of Turnip, suddenly central. He'd escaped his morning nap with the stealth of a creature who believed all rules were suggestion. Dad, at the fence, gave a helpless two-handed shrug that meant the lead had betrayed him. Turnip bounded to the swings, paws too large, ears writing a novel, and skidded to a stop the way only the utterly pleased achieve. The entire playground petted him with the democratic fervor of small governments. He leaned into Kayla's leg and then Emma's and then an entirely new child, supplying a universal policy platform of fur. Miss Carter raised a finger. Dad mouthed sorry, and Miss Carter mouthed it's fine, because some days you let dogs be public relations officers. Turnip found the patch of dirt that was his moral duty to explore, sneezed, and then flopped under the shade of the slide. By the time the bell pulled the children back, the catalog had gone soft at the corners. Miss Carter placed it in Emma's hands without announcing it to the room, the way you return something that is both a compliment and a burden. Put it in your bag, she said gently. Tell your mother you brought it home so she can decide if it returns to school. Yes, ma'am, Emma said, because some things were safer. At dismissal, Marcy wrapped both arms around Kayla and then did the same to Emma, quick and fierce. You smell like the outside, she declared. That's good. Thanks, Kayla said, unsure it was really a compliment. Outside the gates, Dad's truck idled with the patient cough of something old that had been loved into reliability. He had his ball cap in his hand and his hair doing that thing like it didn't understand gravity near the front. Did you two win recess? He asked as they heaved their bags into the truck. Turnip, reclaiming his place, grinned into their faces without apology. We might be on TV, Kayla said, deadpan. Because of a snake in a washing machine, Emma added. Dad considered this while signaling and checking his blind spot as if the safety of the county depended on him. I would watch that, he said gravely. On the ride home, the catalog sat in Emma's lap like a map of a place she already lived. She opened to the spread and looked at her own face and Kayla's, and the page looked back with the kindness of strangers who decide, for one day, to be on your side. Kayla leaned into her shoulder, Turnip's warm weight anchoring their feet on the floor. Ping. Presence L112% increased to 13%. Ping. Social navigation L044% increased to 47%. Emma dismissed the notice with a blink. Outside, the marsh flashed silver where the light found it, and inside the truck the air smelled of dog and apples and the faint salt that your skin remembers after you stop swimming. 23. Testing the stage. The beach didn't care about neat plans or call sheets. It rolled and glittered and breathed on its own schedule, and the first thing it did was shove hot wind under the twins' hats and lace sand into their socks the instant their shoes hit the boardwalk ramp. Emma squinted past the glare. Kayla laughed at a gull that strafed low like a heckler, one hand to the brim of her cap as if she could hold the day still. Dad walked a half pace ahead with the cooler in his left hand. His right floated near their shoulders, not touching, just there, a promise in the air. He never seemed rushed. He never seemed off-duty either. Paris Island had trained him to read rooms, and a beach shoot was only a room with fewer walls. Emma had learned the small language of his shoulders, the quiet lift that meant all clear, the slight notch tighter that meant he'd clocked a cable lying wrong where a child could trip. The production had staked its claim in color. Umbrellas, a pop-up tent, a rolling rack of outfits that looked like summer had sorted itself by shade. A generator coughed. A girl with a clipboard tried to corral a flight of cue cards that thought they were birds. The photographer, broad-shouldered, farmer-tanned, sunglasses migrating down his nose every 2 minutes, moved fast as if speed could make the light obey. There you are, he said, and the words came out as relief and order. You're early. I love early. He pointed with his whole hand, a knife without the blade. Wardrobe, set 1. Hair, sand-friendly. We're chasing clouds. Kayla's fingers ghosted across Emma's wrist in a touch that lasted half a heartbeat. We're fine, the Bond hummed. Emma angled her body to catch the wind, using it, not fighting it. You're fine, she returned, warmth thrumming. Laugh like the wave told you a secret, the photographer called once they were in place. Kayla, give me sun on your face. Emma, echo her, don't mirror. Echo. The distinction had weight, but this wasn't their first rodeo and even the echo thing wasn't new to them. Kayla let her arm sweep up as if greeting someone just out of frame. Emma kept hers low, elbow bent, answering with the arc instead of copying it. The shutter rattled, a tin roof in soft rain. The man made an involuntary sound like gratitude. Out of the corner of her eye, Emma saw the agency's production assistant scribble on her tablet, twins equals rhythm. Props arrived. A beach ball too glossy for any real child, red buckets that threw sparks back at the sun, a ridiculous kite the color of sherbet. Wind grabbed the kite as soon as Kayla took the string, teasing and bossing her. She laughed, digging her heels in, and for a second Emma forgot the lens. She sprinted, caught Kayla's wrist, steadied the line hand over hand. The kite shot up, in sudden obedience, and made the photographer exult. Yes. Again. Like that, together, but not the same. They did it again, and again, the game resetting at the speed of the shutter. The work was a rhythm, and rhythm was something the Bond took delight in. Twice Emma reacted a breath before the director spoke, stepping left so a reflector could swing. Kayla angled her chin to eat the light a heartbeat before a hand gestured. A gaffer watched, curiously. Never seen kids read a set like that, he muttered, mostly to his coffee. The heat stacked on itself as the morning rose. Sunscreen stung eyes, the backs of knees got gritty, the wind didn't cool so much as move the hot air around. Between setups, Dad knelt and rinsed sand off their feet with a jug of water, hands gentle, voice mild. Hydrate, he said, adopting his instructor cadence that always made even water sound mandatory. Get into shade between takes. If you feel lightheaded, you tell me. No toughing it out. Kayla snapped him a mock salute with the straw of her juice pouch. Aye, Captain. Dad's eyes folded into a smile at the edges. The Bond tasted of salt and fondness. For a blink Emma saw him on the parade ground, hat brim shadowing his eyes, voice like gravel as new recruits learned that someone cared enough about them to demand more. He traded dust and shouting for sunscreen in a cooler, he carried both worlds in the set of his shoulders. Ice cream came like a bribe the sun immediately punished. Kayla's chocolate carved a runnel down her wrist. She licked by instinct and made a face at the sticky. The photographer made a satisfied sound at the unself-consciousness of it. Emma offered her cone, the two of them leaning into one frame that felt like the opposite of pretending. Kayla bumped her shoulder. Emma bumped back. The laugh wasn't a pose. It lived in their ribs and came out because it wanted to. By noon the glare had teeth. The corners of everything got too sharp. Other kids would have wilted. The system chimed soft as breath at the edge of thought. Composure L1 44% increased to 48%. On set etiquette L1 12% increased to 15%. Environmental adaptation L0 22% increased to 27%. Kayla's Bond pulse met the numbers with a grin you couldn't see. We're doing it, she sent. Simple, glad. We adapt, Emma returned and shifted weight so the wind did the work of holding her dress against her legs instead of turning it mischievous. They finished in the shallows, salt slapping their shins, denim going heavy. Last one, the photographer promised, though he'd promised that twice already. Dad let the fib pass because it wasn't a lie, more a hope. When the shutter finally stopped complaining and the man sagged with the gratitude of someone who had outrun a storm, he shook Dad's hand. You raised them well. No fuss. They're not props, Dad said, calm as tidewater wearing down rock. The photographer blinked at the phrase and then nodded, chastened without quite knowing why. Emma met Kayla's eyes over the top of the cooler. We are not things. They walked back along planks that had seen 1,000 summers, wind worrying at the edges of their towels, salt drying on their skin in invisible crystals. A toddler pointed and announced, twins. Like a discovery. Kayla gave the child a thumbs up that made the mother laugh. Emma squinted into the glare and felt the day settle into her like a new muscle learned. Another day, another gig, another waiting room. The twins were getting used to them. This one had the mood of a beehive and the smell of old carpet. Par for the course. Voices thrummed, pitched a little too high with nerves. Posters for previous campaigns smiled stale smiles from the walls. Parents hovered, compact storms of hope and logistics. Hair lacquered into helmets, snack packs labeled, lines drilled until they had grooves. Elena had walked them to the door with her usual tilted quiet smile. No pressure, no heroics, she'd murmured in Mom's ear earlier. Let them make a memory of a room that welcomed them. Now she sat away from the cluster, reading the call sheet like a casual tourist who also happened to have been here 100 times. Emma and Kayla took 2 chairs together and became furniture. They breathed. They watched without staring. The bond idled like a boat engine purring at dock. A boy across from them hugged a cereal box to his chest like a relic. His mother scowled when Kayla giggled at a whispered joke. It's like school, but louder. The scowl slid off Kayla as if she'd been dipped in resilience. Emma put a stilling foot on Kayla's tapping sneaker and felt the jitter steady. A door opened, names came and went. One girl came out with cheeks too red and eyes shiny, her bow off center like a flag at half-staff. I didn't forget, you made me, she whispered, and her mother hissed like a match striking. You ruined it. Emma looked at the ceiling and breathed out so she wouldn't glare at the bullying woman. The bond sent a tiny rise of protectiveness. Kayla's shoulder touched her arm for a heartbeat. Not ours to fix, yet. Emma and Kayla Channing, a voice called, efficient and uninterested in their history. They stood together. The casting room was bright enough to wash out other rooms from memory. A yellow backdrop the color of cartoons. A camera frowning on sticks. A boom mic like a curious snake. 2 folding tables overburdened with coffee cups and pens. The director sat behind one table and seemed made of caffeine and willpower. The cameraman wore patience like a coat he'd paid full price for. Twins, the director said, not a question, already calculating. Yes, sir, Emma answered, not deferential so much as clear. Page 2. The director tapped the script. One starts, the other finishes. Keep it clean. Button the last beat. Look at the lens on the tag. And, go. The bond lit. Kayla took air and gave it shape. Mornings are better when. Emma's voice stepped into the space without a seam. You start with Sunny Crunch. They passed the next lines like batons in a relay, neither hurrying, neither lagging, the rhythm a little game that for once the adult in the room didn't know how to play as well as they did. Kayla twirled her spoon, not showy, just the way your hand wants to dance when it loves something. Emma leaned her hip against the pretend counter with the solemnity of a judge considering cereal. The cameraman snorted, surprised into it. Again, the director said, already hunched over the paper, note-taking. Switch. They swapped roles the way they traded sweaters, easy as a breath. Emma put a tiny gasp on the taste and let it tip into a grin that wasn't the full smile, only the promise of one. Kayla laughed, and it was real, the kind that folds your eyes before your mouth remembers to join. The timing landed like a click. Button, the director prompted. They turned to the lens together and gave the tagline as if it were a secret worth sharing. The cameraman's mouth tugged up at one corner. The director's pen stopped. He leaned back, tapping his cup. Presents, he said, almost to himself, like a birdwatcher calling a sighting. Then, to them, not bad. We'll call. They didn't cling to the words like cliff edges. They put them in the pocket where you put found shells, nice, not necessary. Outside the door, though, Kayla's grin broke free and went everywhere at once. She grabbed Emma's hand and squeezed hard. His face, she whispered. He liked us. Emma let herself smile the way you do when you've earned it. He noticed us, she corrected, soft. That's even better. Acting L1 to 66% increased to 69%. Timing, microbeat sense, L1 17% increased to 21%. On-camera awareness L0 31% increased to 36%. Elena rose from her chair. She never splashed praise around, she treated it like medicine, accurate doses at the right time. You made a memory in that room, she said, gaze pleased but controlled. That's worth more than a single booking. There's a list for the callback. If you're on it, we'll go back. If you're not, they'll still remember today. Kayla rocked heel-toe, the energy still running circles under her skin. It felt alive, she admitted to Elena and Emma both. Not like pictures. Like we were doing something that kept going after we stopped. Stories move, Elena said. Photos are a kind of temporary spell. Both have their day. You too can do both. She glanced down at their scripts, already soft at the folds from hands. And you did it without squeezing the life out of the words. That's rare. The elevator jingled its old apology for being slow. They rode down with a stuntman's poster and a woman in a pantsuit who might have been important in another building. The mirror caught the twins and returned them as two girls in sun-battered clothes with hair coming out of its braids and something about their eyes that didn't look tired. Outside, the air had cooled a fraction. Elena squeezed Mom's hand when she found them at the curb. They were good, she said simply, and that was better than any breathless superlative. Dad had found a parking spot with the kind of luck you earn by circling twice. He held the door, watched their faces, read the day by how they climbed in. How'd it go? He asked, engine ticking like a metronome. We didn't crash the serial, Kayla reported solemnly. We didn't let it crash us, Emma added. Dad's mouth tugged, not a full smile, not yet, but the promise of one. Outstanding, he said, marine flat, which meant he was pleased and didn't want the world to make a fuss about it. Home wrapped the family in peace. The kitchen carried the comfortable smell of chicken and rice, garlic turning sweet in the pan. Turnip threw his full body at the door in a move he'd learned from a romance novel, then remembered Sid at the last second and executed it with flourish. Wash, Mom said, not looking up from stirring. The twins did, the sink water running pink with sun rash on their wrists, salt flaking away. Dad set plates, humming something that had drill cadence hidden in it. The recruits were convinced that sand can't get in your ears, he said mildly, which made Kayla snort water out of her nose. They ate like the day had been a long swim, happily, as if the food would teach muscles to forgive them. Conversation eddied. Kayla reenacted her spoon twirl with enough quiet concentration to make Dad solemnly pronounce it, non-reg compliant but promising. Emma described the cameraman's single-sided smile and how the director's pen stopped, and what it felt like to hit a beat together and know you'd landed it. Mom nodded, listening for strain and pride. Remember, she said finally, the work is allowed to be fun. It's allowed to be yours. But it's not allowed to be you. Emma turned the sentence over like a shell. It fit. I know. After dishes in the living room, the proofs from the beach spread in small shining islands across the coffee table. Turnip slid into a guarding sprawl beside the couch and arranged his paws the way noble dogs do in portraits. Kayla lifted one print, sun on her cheek, a crown of wild hair made by the wind, and traced its edge with a fingertip. We look like ourselves, she said, surprised, as if she'd expected the paper to have eaten them a little. Good, Emma said. Dolls get put away. She set a photo beside it, one where Emma wasn't in frame and yet was, present in the angle of Kayla's shoulder, the space held ready for her. Mom took the chair angled toward them. The lamplight drew a soft border around her face. You defended yourselves well on that set, she said. You asked for breaks. You took water and used the shade. And you were polite, but not too obedient like a mere minion. Hold that line. Emma breathed out, a small unclenching. The system, maybe charged by the words, surfaced its own quiet arithmetic. Risk assessment L1 44% increased to 48%. Presence L1 passive, plus 0.4%. Vocal clarity, child on mic, L0 18% increased to 24%. Blocking sense, camera, L0 29% increased to 33%. Kayla bumped her shoulder. We were brave, she said, tasting the word like it might be spicy, delighted to find it only warm. We were prepared, Emma corrected gently. Brave is for when you don't have time to be prepared. Dad leaned back, hands behind his head, the posture of a man who decided the chair was honest furniture. Prepared makes you lucky, he observed. Brave makes you a story other people like to tell. His gaze cut toward the photos without malice. We can like the story and still remember who wrote it. Turnip groaned theatrically and put his paw over his nose as if the philosophy had been a personal affront. Kayla obediently tickled the exposed paw beans. Emma laughed into the rim of her cup and the last of the day's tightness slipped out of her shoulders. On the coffee table, a proof showed the two of them in the same frame. It made it feel like a truth more than a trick. Kayla shifted so their knees knocked, and in the silence of their bond said, "Do you think?" She hesitated, not for permission, just for the right shape to put around the thoughts bubbling up within her. "Do you think that acting could be our thing? Like, the thing we're not just good at but want to do with our lives?" Emma didn't answer quickly. Wanting a thing aloud could make it fragile. She let the quiet stretch and listened to the bond where Kayla's asking lived. "I like it," she said finally, feeling for the edge of honesty that didn't tremble. "It's like nothing I've ever done. You know what I'm talking about. You know what's coming and what I've done to survive. This life, this second chance, is a blessing. A gift from God. I feel alive the way I forgot to be back then. I survived, I killed, I forgot what a good life could be. Now, we have a chance to really live. But Kay, we have to be sharp. People will try to use us. And beyond that, we can't forget what's coming. Then we'll use them back," Kayla said, fierce without sharp corners. "I want this, Emma. I want this for us. At least for as long as we can keep going before the end comes. If you want it, you'll have it. We started this for the mission, but that doesn't mean it can't be more. Besides, the fall isn't the end of the world. It's the end of an era and the beginning of a new one." Kayla nodded, absorbing the nuance. Outside, a night bird said its small piece and left the rest unsaid. They settled down and did their homework because third grade still believed itself the center of the world. Later they brushed teeth under a truce negotiated between sleepiness and mint. Dad checked the back door and the stove and the locks like a ritual that blessed the house. Mom put the proofs back in their envelope and slid them into a drawer with the sound of paper deciding to rest. In bed, Turnip arranged himself like a bulwark between them, radiating dog heat and contentment. Kayla pushed her toes under his belly, sighed at the warmth, and then shifted so her shoulder found Emma's. They decided without words to share tonight. The ceiling fan ticked in an old house rhythm. The bond hummed a low, steady line, presence without demand. "Feels like doors opening," Kayla sent, sleepy honest. Emma watched the shadow of the fan arm make its quiet circuit. "Then we decide which ones we walk through," she returned. "And we decide who we're holding hands with when we do." The system, almost as if it had been waiting for the words to land, lifted one more line onto the inside of her thoughts. Acting L1 to 69% increased to 72%. Self-advocacy L1 12% increased to 15%. She didn't blink to dismiss the notice. She let it fade on its own. Kayla's breathing deepened, the kind of rhythm bodies share when they've spent the same day honestly. Turnip snored. Outside, the sea kept doing its job, and the wind kept making and unmaking decisions about trees. Inside, the twins slept with the loose hands of children who had worked well and eaten well and been loved before they closed their eyes. The future lay where it always did, out of sight but pending. 24. Early steps, wider circles. The call came before school, while the kitchen still smelled of toast and the sun hadn't yet chosen whether to burn hot or soft. Emma rinsed her bowl, watching milk spiral into the drain, trying to decide whether today would be the kind of day that took things from you or gave them back. Kayla hummed by the window, counting boats nosing through the marsh. The hum carried a jitter she didn't seem to notice, like she'd swallowed a handful of bees and made friends with them. Mom's phone buzzed against the countertop. The sound was a small vibration, but the room seemed to lean toward it anyway. Mom glanced at the screen, mouth compressing in that way that meant good news or trouble. With her it was often both. She tapped speaker and set the phone down like you set down a baby, gentle, prepared for it to start making demands. "Elena," she announced. "Morning, team," came Elena's voice, warm as a smile you can hear. Keys clacked lightly in the background. She was a woman who could move a city from a chair. "Two things. First, the girls are on the callback list for Sunny Crunch." Kayla squeaked and clapped both hands over her mouth like she'd let something slip out before it learned manners. Emma put her bowl on the rack and moved very deliberately, because hands often told on you when your face behaved. "And second," Elena continued, "there's a children's TV pilot. A director who sat in on the initial casting asked for the twins. Think Mr. Rogers meets Mythbusters, gentle hosts, real experiments, genuine sibling energy." Monday morning read. Dad stepped in from the hall with the morning on his shoulders, pressed uniform, Paris Island cover tucked behind his elbow, the smell of soap and starch. He kissed Mom's temple and nodded at the girls, then planted his hand on the counter like he was setting up a firebase and listened. Callback is Friday at 3:20 sharp, Elena said. Pilot audition Monday, 10:30 a.m. I'll email sides within the hour, 2 pages for the serial, 4 for the pilot. Doable. Nothing heavy. Mom's eyes slid to the family calendar. It had turned into a tactical map without asking permission. Blue for swim lanes, green for school events, yellow for appointments, Dad's training cycles and a sober permanent ink black. Her pencil hovered and then committed with quick, neat strokes. We'll make it work, she said, which meant she would bend time with a pencil and then make dinner on top of it. Kayla bounced on her toes, unable to spend all her electricity in one place. We made the list, she whispered, eyes bright as if the list were painted on the air. We made a list, Emma said calmly, a smile trying to exist and being disciplined about it. Now we have to make the cut. Dad folded his arms, expression easy, eyes not. We do school with respect, he said. We do this with respect. We don't forget to be children while we practice being professionals. Elena laughed softly through the speaker. Captain, I swear you're stealing my lines. Borrowed honorably, he said. The corner of his mouth tipped up, a docked smile. The system made a faint note at the edge of Emma's thoughts, the kind you could ignore but didn't. Audition prep L1. Plus 0.3%. She blinked it away. Kayla's eyes flickered and warmed at reading her own notification. The bond caught more than it spoke, and Emma felt Kayla's delight. That feeling warmed her own heart, and the bond transmitted it back. The bond was like an amplifier in these situations. Feedback fed feedback, and if Emma didn't put a little effort into calming it, both of them would be rolling on the floor giggling. It had happened a lot when they were babies. Emails sent, Elena said. I'll swing by tomorrow to run the scenes once before school if you like, 15 minutes, no more. Thank you, Mom said. We'll review tonight. Homework first. Sleep, then work. No one burns out on my watch. Dad checked the kitchen clock, then the girls. I can make pickup Friday, he said. Morning shift. I'll be there on time. He said it like an oath and an ordinary thing at once. When the call ended, the kitchen exhaled and became a kitchen again. Dad poured coffee. Mom wiped condensation off the tabletop with the side of her hand like a card trick. Kayla spun once and then stopped herself, dizzy, laughing. Emma noticed and reduced the bond's feedback to almost nothing for a moment. She was adept at managing the bond. In truth, Kayla was too, but she didn't always want to. Feet, Mom said mildly. Feet, Kayla agreed, and centered herself in a way that would have looked like magic to anyone who hadn't met her. They ate with the quiet happiness of the morning until it was time to move on to shoulder bags, gathered papers, and arguments about whether Turnip got a second treat for remembering how to sit. He did. He always did when Dad was the one pretending not to agree. That night the kitchen table turned into a stage. Sides lay between notebooks and drink boxes. The overhead light hummed. Mom read the adult role opposite them with a flat, dry charisma that sharpened the girls' timing, sharpening the corners on their smiles until they cut the right shapes. Kayla committed the word crunch so sincerely it made Dad snort into his glass. Emma found the smallest possible pause before the tagline and then tried it again, half as long, to hear which the room liked better. They ran the scene 3 times. On the 4th, Mom said, enough. Save some discovery for tomorrow. She collected the papers and slid them into a blue folder with a level of precision that let the folder know it had a serious job. Later, under the covers with Turnip sprawled warm across their feet, they slipped into the trial space. Their home away from home. Here the kitchen existed again, but tidier, a copy made for memory instead of mess. The overhead hum was gentler, on purpose. The air held what you said to it and gave it back unwrinkled. They spoke their lines. They adjusted the length of breaths until they matched. They tried the tagline a fraction off from unison and then in unison and learned what the lens would think without needing the lens. In the trial space, time behaved. They ran the dialogue twice, then a third time, then stopped because even a memory needed rest to stick. The bond hummed warmly. Kayla bumped Emma's shoulder. We're ready, she sent, not bragging, simply filing a status report. We're readier than this really needs. It's not exactly Shakespeare, is it? Emma returned and let the words sit where sleep would find them. By morning, the rhythm of the scene lived in their mouths like something they'd been born knowing. By lunch the next day, the whole school knew. News traveled faster than the bell in third grade. No one remembered teaching it, but it had picked up the skill and loved using it. Someone said, callback, someone said, pilot, and by recess half the playground believed Emma and Kayla were about to fly airplanes on television. Marcy found them like a tugboat finding ships in need of stubbornness. They're being dumb about it, she declared, arms crossed so tight the bow on her dress frothed. They're not dumb, Kayla said, because her first impulse toward the world was always kindness. They're just excited. Same thing, Marcy said with grave authority, then launched into a plan for how to handle autographs on notebook paper that involved equitable crayon distribution in a queue. Emma snorted and Kayla giggled as funny imaginings passed back and forth along the bond. Oliver sauntered over with his grin already working. So, when you're famous, he opened his hands at shoulder height and let jazz hands happen. You gonna forget us normal kids? We can't, Emma said, deadpan. You're too loud. He cackled, delighted with being seen the way he had wanted. Sign my lunchbox when you're in the movies. We're not famous, Emma said, letting the phrase land with weight. It had become a useful charm. Throw it down and it kept the floor of your life from moving under you. You will be, Oliver said cheerfully, unaffected by her spells. I'll practice my signature so it's worth more when we trade. Kayla smiled and wondered if they could make that happen somehow. Wouldn't it be great if their entire circle became famous big shots? What do you think? Emma picked up the essence of Kayla's idea. I don't know about big shots, but they're our friends. Of course we must care for them. If they have talents or goals, we will help. Not everyone was pleasant. Near the far fence, two older girls watched the twins with the lazy interest of cats at an aquarium. One whispered behind a hand, the other tilted her head and filed something away. Kayla felt the look like grit in a sock. She turned toward Emma instead, nose wrinkling. Ignore it, the bond suggested, warm as a hand on a small of a back. Already doing it, Emma returned and let her breath lengthen until the look had to find somewhere else to land. In math, Emma miscopied a column. The small shock of it sat like a stone in her mouth. She pressed her lips together, drew a neat line through the mistake, and began again. Miss Carter's fingers tapped twice on her desk as the teacher passed. One of those private codes grown-ups sometimes forget children understand. Stay grounded, she murmured. Attention isn't identity. I know, Emma said. She did. She would forget anyway, sometimes, because that was how large ideas behaved. They asked you to learn them from several angles until they finally believed you meant it. In music, Mrs. Hall asked for volunteers to keep rhythm while the class sang around. Kayla's hand shot up because rhythm had always loved her like a favorite cousin. Emma let hers rise a second later because the round would be steadier for it. The twins clapped out a pattern that made the song feel like a boat you could walk on. Later, Mrs. Hall cornered Mom at pickup and said, "They have good ears." If you ever think about piano lessons, and let the sentence taper into suggestion the way teachers do when they've seen something they don't want to scare. After school, standing at the curb, Kayla nudged Emma with her sneaker. Do you like it, all this? The noticing? Or does it itch? Both, Emma answered, grateful the truth had room for two chairs. Same, Kayla sent and did a tiny shoulder shake that got rid of the itch and left the liking behind. The system made a neat line at the margin of Emma's thoughts. Social navigation L1. Plus 0.4%. She ignored it and also filed it, because both could be true. Mom pulled up, window down, sunglasses disguising and failing to disguise her smile. How's the world treating my favorites? She asked. It's being the world, Emma said, which made Mom laugh and the bond warmer. On the drive home, they traded lines back and forth, not to memorize so much as to keep the rhythm awake. Dad texted from base. Secure the pilot sides in the blue folder. No crumbs on paper. Marines hate sticky. Kayla read it out loud in a parade ground voice so accurate Emma nearly fell out of her seat laughing. Mom coughed to hide her smile. No crumbs, she agreed to the car at large, and Kayla solemnly brushed 2 imaginary ones off her leggings. At home, Miss Carter's sentence came back as Emma spread her homework on the table. Attention isn't identity. Emma wrote her name at the top of the page in tidy block letters and thought. But identity knows how to handle attention, if you teach it well. She underlined the date for no one but herself. Come the day, the callback room looked the same as before, yet felt different, like someone had nudged the furniture half an inch out of place. The lights were brighter, the air was cooler. 2 new adults sat at the table. The woman in a green dress with eyes like weighing scales, and a man so quiet it made space in the room for other people to be loud. Welcome back, the director said, less caffeine in him this time, more focus. We're going to improv a little. Keep it joyful. Make it yours. The word improv dropped into Emma's middle and made a neat ripple. She liked ladders, lines, steps, predictability. Kayla felt the ripple through the bond and leaned her shoulder lightly into Emma's, a nudge that could have been fidgeting. We get to play, she sent. It's just a game. We play, Emma returned and let her mouth remember how to trust Kayla's timing as if it were hers. They ran the script once, clean and crisp. The director's pen kept up, the cameraman's mouth tugged right when the spoon twirl landed. Then the director snapped his fingers. Okay, now, sell it like you hate the cereal. Kayla widened her eyes at Emma in mock betrayal. Emma sighed as if the universe had been unreasonable again and then delivered a deadpan endorsement that tasted like sand. Kayla took a bite like a martyr and smiled with all her teeth. The cameraman actually laughed, the sound escaping his professionalism like a dog slipping a leash. Now you love it too much, the director said, already entertained. Kayla, gremlin. Emma, disapproving sister who caves. Go. They built it on the fly because that was the only way to do it. Kayla licked the air as if flavor had evaporated there and made a small goblin noise that would have embarrassed a lesser person. Emma tried to hold the line and then gave in an eighth of a beat sooner than she'd planned, which made the bit land with a thud of truth. The director's mouth moved around a smile he didn't give away. The woman in green wrote something without looking at her paper, which meant she'd compiled her opinion and was only taking attendance. Button, the director prompted. They turned to the lens together, because together felt correct now, and dropped the tagline like a shared secret. Sunny came out like a promise. Crunch landed in sync with the smallest, satisfying click. Thank you, the director said, and meant it. The woman in green nodded once, a single pixel smile lighting one corner of her mouth. In the hall the carpet had not improved with time. Kayla held her bounce inside her skin like a shaken soda, choosing not to misbehave. We did it, she whispered, as if naming it would make it vanish. We did something real, Emma said, and let real be the praise that didn't break anything. The system unrolled a sliver of ribbon at the top right of her vision and was polite about it. Improv L0 14% increased to 18%. Acting L1. Plus 0.3%. Elena met them in the lobby where the air smelled like old lemon cleaner and possibilities. She raised her brows into a question mark and waited. Alive, Kayla said. Within bounds, Emma added, which made Elena's mouth tilt because she understood Emma speak. We didn't give away the store to make them like us. Good, Elena said. Whatever happens, good. They walked out into a day that had decided to be hot after all. The sidewalk radiated an education in how heat travels through shoes. Mom took the blue folder from Emma's hands and carried it like a passport. Dad pulled up to the curb, window down. He checked their faces before the clock. How'd it go? He asked in the tone of a man who expected the world to be reasonable but had a plan for when it wasn't. We played the game, Kayla reported. We set the rules we could, Emma said. Dad nodded as if that was the only report that mattered. Outstanding, he said, marine flat, which in his mouth meant, I'm so proud, and nobody gets to make a fuss about you without going through me first. They drove home with the windows cracked, the marsh bright and shameless to their right. Kayla pressed her forehead to the glass and left a comet of fog that she drew a heart inside of with her fingertip. Emma watched the road reflect sky and thought, we can do this. We will do this. In the way that lets us keep liking ourselves. Turnip met them at the door as usual with his whole personality, which was a perfect end to the day. Mom put the folder on the hall table where important papers lived. Homework, she said lightly, which was how she reminded the world it had not, in fact, changed shape just because two girls were learning how to be seen. The phone rang just as supper dishes were stacked in the sink, steam still curling from them. Mom put it on speaker, drying her hands on a towel, and Alina's voice filled the kitchen. It had the tone she used when smoothing sharp edges before they cut. They went another way, she said gently. Older twins. Taller. The director told me personally that your girls were his favorite to direct today. He said they made the room brighter. But the brand wanted height. Kayla's head dropped forward, chin to chest, before she forced it back up like remembering her spine. Okay, she said brightly. But her voice had a little crackle, like paper folded too many times. Emma stilled, every line in her body careful. She fought off the impulse to vow revenge on the cereal company for hurting her sister. Kayla felt it through the bond and her giggle trickled through. It was enough to sober Emma up. Kayla wasn't weak. This little rejection wouldn't break her spirit. What had she been thinking? What could we have done better? Emma asked. Nothing, Elena said firmly. It wasn't your work, it was their perception. They wanted older, or taller. Sometimes casting chases numbers before they notice truth. Today was one of those days. Mom's eyes softened but her jaw didn't. Thank you for letting us know, she said, her voice the net she always threw over rough waters. Dad leaned in the doorway, arms crossed, watching them with the stillness of a wall built for storms. He hadn't said a word, but the way his eyes rested on them said you did right, and nothing here changes that. When the call ended, silence came heavy. Kayla flopped backward onto the rug, arms out like she was making a snow angel in air. I wanted it, she said, voice muffled against the carpet. I know, Emma said, sitting cross-legged beside her, knees brushing. I did too. Turnip waddled into the space between them, plopped his big head onto Emma's thigh, and sighed like a judge announcing case closed. Kayla let out a watery laugh, surprised by Joy's ambush. Resilience L1 increased to 28%. Constructive analysis L0 increased to 19%. Emma filed it. We did the work, she said aloud. We can't be taller by Friday. Not without a trampoline, Kayla said solemnly, and the room cracked open into laughter. At dinner, Dad told them about a recruit who failed a run, came back a month later, and passed because he'd learned to like the work, not the failure. Those aren't the same thing, he finished, lifting his glass. We don't like failing, Kayla declared. We don't like quitting, Emma corrected. Dad clinked his water to that, eyes glinting with pride. Saturday brought the community fair. The park bloomed with striped tents and flags, smells of hickory smoke and fried dough curling together, cotton candy sticking to the air itself. Families moved in knots, neighbors pretending they weren't surprised by how much everyone had aged since last year. They went as a unit, Mom in a wide brim hat, Dad carrying a folding chair like a shield he'd promised not to use, the twins each nursing lemonade cups dripping with condensation. The first spark came at the arts tent. A vendor blinked at them and lit up. Hey, you're the little girls from that catalog, right? The one with the flowers? He clamped his mouth shut. Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to. Mom's smile was pleasant iron. Thank you for recognizing their work. Flustered, the man shoved 2 lemonades across the counter. On the house. For the little models. Emma's thank you was polite, but the word little pressed down like a lid. Kayla smiled gamely, took a sip, and winced at the tartness. Recognition trickled behind them wherever they went. A woman at the jam stall whispered, "Those are the twins." A teenager nudged her friend. "I saw them in the catalog, I swear." A toddler pointed and shouted, "Twas." Like a discovery. Some looks were curious, some admiring, some sharp as pins. When a man lifted his phone for a picture, Mom stepped between, voice mild but steel-backed. "No photos of my children, please." The phone dropped. Apologies stumbled out. Emma felt being seen could be a gift or a curse, depending on whose eyes did the watching. At the bookstall, a woman with ink-stained fingers smiled softly. "You looked happy in those pictures." "We were," Emma said. Good, the woman replied, and pressed a battered copy of The Secret Garden into their hands. Happy children should have happy books. Later, heading back to the truck, Kayla turned her empty lemonade cup over in her palms. I like it when they see us, she said. Not when they see the idea. Me too, Emma agreed. Dad started the engine, eyes on the mirror. You can always stand behind me. I'm good at being a wall. We know, they said together. And they did. By evening, the pool lay flat as glass, lane lines sagging, guard chair empty. The air was sharp with chlorine, the kind of clean that burned your nose. The girls tugged on one-piece swimsuits and caps while Dad, temporary lifeguard and coach, sat on a bench, elbows on knees, patient as tidewater. When they appeared, ready for some serious fun, he nodded to the pool. Warm up, he called, and didn't have to say more. The water closed over them like a promise. Push off, streamline, count. Their world shrank to 4 walls and a clock. Emma's body found rhythm, Kayla's slipped into rhyme. They swam lengths until arms ached, then drilled. First swim for strength, catch up for timing, 6 kick switch for balance. Each stroke meshed like gears. At the wall, clinging between sets, Emma nudged Kayla's shoulder. We're good at this, she said, measuring. We're just good, Kayla corrected, laughter bubbling up. They kept at it until breath came ragged and strong. Dad watched, calling small notes. Keep your hips high. Shoulders down. Kick through. His voice carried the patience of a man who knew the difference between pushing and punishing. By the time they climbed out, moths circled the buzzing deck lights. Dad tossed towels with sniper accuracy. Mom arrived with a grocery bag, peeled tangerines in spirals, and handed segments like communion. Swimming technique L1 increased to 55%. Twin synchrony, athletic, L1 increased to 66%. On the drive home, Kayla leaned against Emma. If the pilot says yes, and the serial says no again, will it feel different? Emma thought of the callback, the shared timing, the smiles they'd earned. Different is allowed, she said. We'll still swim. It's fun. Kayla pressed her last tangerine slice against the window until it became a crescent moon. Deal, she whispered. 25, Balancing Acts. The lobby of the production office buzzed like a beehive. The serial audition had been cramped and awkward, but this was something else. Rows of molded plastic chairs filled with children who looked polished and parents who looked sharp. The walls were lined with posters from other children's shows, grinning faces frozen in cheerful explanations of science or cooking or crafts. Emma read the room the way Dad had taught her to read a crowd. Watch hands, watch eyes. Notice what people do when they think no one is looking. A boy about their age clutched a model volcano made from papier-mâché, the edges damp with glue that hadn't dried. His mother whispered furiously about smiling wider, while the boy nodded blankly. Another girl in a sparkly headband held 3 jars of glitter water that sloshed dangerously every time she shifted her weight. Kayla swung her legs under her chair, leaning toward Emma. Half these props are going to explode before they even get in the room. Emma's lips twitched. That's the point. A father across the way hissed, stand up straight. Smile bigger. Think Disney. His daughter stretched her mouth into something that wasn't a smile at all, and Emma felt her stomach knot. Kayla picked up on it through the bond, her nose wrinkling. Not us, she sent. We don't fake that hard. Emma nodded once. Not us. When Channing Twins was called, they rose together. The hallway to the audition room smelled of coffee and photocopier paper. Inside, the air hit them hot under stage lights, a painted blue backdrop with cartoon test tubes smiling behind it. At the table sat 3 adults. A woman in a navy blazer, posture stiff. A man with kind eyes who leaned forward with interest, and another producer already scribbling notes. Introduce yourselves, the casting director said. Emma stepped forward, voice even. I'm Emma. Kayla beamed. I'm Kayla. The director nodded. Good. Page 2. They launched into the script. Kayla bounced with energy, pantomiming shock as baking soda spilled across the imaginary counter. Emma deadpanned through the chaos, scolding like a weary scientist, her lines crisp and measured. Their voices braided together without effort, the bond humming between them, timing so natural it could never have been rehearsed on purpose. One producer chuckled. The kind-eyed man jotted fast notes. Now improvise, the director said, leaning back. Kayla, discover something funny. Emma, explain it. Kayla widened her eyes, holding up an invisible beaker. It's alive, she shrieked. Emma barely blinked. That's called a reaction. The vinegar and baking soda produced carbon dioxide gas, which... Kayla gasped, clutching the fake beaker to her chest. Which means I created a monster. The producers laughed. Emma continued, unruffled, until even the woman in the blazer cracked a smile. Thank you, the director said, closing his folder. We'll be in touch. Outside, Kayla's grin split wide. Did you see them? They actually laughed. Emma let herself smile too. Performance presence L1. Plus 0.4%. Emma ignored it outwardly, but Kayla's pulse of warmth in the bond told her she'd felt it too. The night before the pilot audition, the kitchen turned into a rehearsal space the way a living room becomes a blanket fort. Without permission but with certainty. Homework done, dishes drying in their tilting rack. The table wore the day's crumbs like sequins. Mom read the adult lines opposite them with a dryness that sharpened their responses. Dad pretended not to watch from the doorway, correcting posture with a pointed eyebrow and a sip of tea. Again, Emma said, and they did. The scene getting smoother until the words risked becoming rote. Save some for tomorrow, Mom warned, collecting the sides into the blue folder. You can lose a scene by over-polishing it. Kayla mimed polishing a doorknob with the hem of her shirt. We're shiny. It was time for lights out. Turnip herded them down the hall and flopped onto his bed with a groan that sounded like the end of a hymn. Under Emma's blankets, the twins shifted so their shoulders touched. The bond hummed, a warm wire under the skin. Trial space? Kayla asked, already grinning in the dark. Trial space, Emma agreed, and the seam between waking and sleeping split like an invitation. The trial space kitchen was the same room, only better behaved. Sound carried without echo, and their voices slid along it like skaters. Here, time wasn't money, it was fabric. You could fold it as many times as you needed and smooth it flat again. Emma paced slow circles with the script, testing how much air to leave between question and answer. Kayla climbed onto the chair, then the table, then hung upside down from the edge with her knees hooked, hair grazing the polished wood. If I can say it upside down, I can say it right side up, she said, and recited her lines with blood inching toward her face until her giggle broke the rhythm. She unhooked, dropped to the floor, stuck the landing, bowed. You're a menace, Emma said, which in sister language meant you make me brave. They ran the scene once with faces too serious, then again with the looseness they preferred. Emma tried the explanation 3 ways. Clinical, deadpan, then with warmth like the science was a pet she adored. Kayla discovered the reaction with a restrained squeal, then a goblin noise, then finally a simple wow that felt truer than either. In the real world, they'd have run out of patience or light. Here, they ran until the lines aligned with their mouths like teeth. Home away from home, Kayla sent, not saying the name aloud in case saying it too often taught the world to take it away. Dad would have a cow if he knew we play here, Emma returned, affectionate. In her mind's eye she saw him discovering this quiet extra room of their lives and attempting to march discipline into it wearing house shoes. He'd try to square his hat at the ceiling. Kayla snorted through the bond, then softened. I like that we can mess up here and it doesn't stick. It sticks the right way, Emma corrected. Only the memory we want keeps. They practiced tongue twisters because the pilot sides loved alliteration. Baffled beakers bubble brightly, Kayla said, tripping on baffled and turning it into laughter that made the next attempt easier. Emma broke the sentence into joints. Baff fled, beakers, bub ble brightly, and reassembled it until it moved like it had been made that way. She put a finger on her own jaw, felt tension, let it fall. Kayla watched and imitated, their mouths learning each other's shortcuts. They even tried a pretend camera line, Kayla mugging too big, Emma dialing her down with a glance that said save it, and Kayla shrinking the gesture until it lived only in the eyes. The rhythm landed like a click. They didn't high-five, they didn't need to. Memory recall L1. New skill unlocked. They finally lay flat on the trial space floor, staring at the not-quite ceiling where lamplight pooled. Emma said, "One more?" Kayla replied, "Half of one." That compromise, spoken and kept, made the last pass their best. Kayla's wow landed honest. Emma's explanation carried a smile you could hear but not quite see. They buttoned the tagline in unison without trying. After congratulating themselves, they agreed it was time to return. With the thought they were back in bed, the dog's weight returned to the foot of the mattress and the house resumed its ordinary nighttime breathing. Kayla whispered, "It feels like we slept and practiced at the same time." "That's how the trial space works," Emma sent back, already sliding toward real sleep. "Tomorrow, we'll just do it." She didn't mean it arrogantly. She meant the way you reach for a doorknob you've turned 100 times. By morning, the words would live in their mouths like something learned years ago. The trial space would be hailed a miracle after the fall, at least it was in the other timeline. Using it this way had grafted their rehearsal into memory. Turnip snored, confirming that reality approved of their return. The lamplight of the other kitchen went out on its own, polite enough to leave them to the ordinary dark. Third grade had its own weather system and didn't care about auditions. Monday announced a math test like thunder low on the horizon, the kind you felt in your teeth. Emma spread her workbook on the kitchen table where the wood had grooves from years of writing hard. Kayla flopped on the couch with her pencil behind one ear as if the math might arrive through osmosis. "Long division isn't a star chart," Emma said, not looking up. "It could be," Kayla muttered, drawing a constellation of tiny suns in the margin of her worksheet. "What if the remainder is a comet?" "Then you show your work and catch it in the next column," Emma replied, sliding her chair out with a sound like a decision. She pulled her own sheet closer and made clean stacks of numbers, the comfort of place value settling her like a hand on the shoulder. Mom came through with a laundry basket. "Homework before lines," she said, as if the house needed reminding. "We don't trade one responsibility for another." Sometimes Emma wondered who in their family was the military man, her mom or her dad, because Dad followed Mom's line as if they were the ones with a mental link and not the twins. "Duty before glory," he said, the cadence a rhythm the house knew well. He ruffled Kayla's hair into chaos and got a mock glare for payment. "Glory blows away in the first good wind." Kayla groaned, slid off the couch, and plunked down beside Emma. "Fine. Teach me like I'm 5. "You're 7, Emma said, but the smile escaped her control anyway. She spun Kayla's paper 90 degrees. "Watch this. You break the big number into manageable parts. You don't have to eat the whale, you just have to take bites." "Gross," Kayla said, but she watched intently. Emma wrote the steps in pencil, straight small letters: divide, multiply, subtract, bring down, and pointed to each like a stepping stone across a creek. In truth, Emma could have given her the answers over the bond, but cheating like that wouldn't help Kayla learn. This wasn't the trial space where everything they did would be engraved into memory. Why then didn't they do all their schoolwork in the space? A few reasons. 1. Although the space was convenient, it wasn't living. Everything inside was fake. That was no way to live. And 2, they could be prodigies later, but for now they had to be normal kids. They had a plan, and step by step was it. Kayla followed, misstepped, followed again. Twice she tried to guess. Twice Emma tapped the paper with the pencil eraser. "Don't guess. Show it." When Kayla got one clean, Emma nodded once. No parade, no trumpet. Approval always felt heavier from Emma because it weighed exactly as much as the work done. "Math drill sergeant," Kayla grumbled, not unhappily. "Math coach," Emma corrected. Sergeants yell. "I'm merely stern." "Only with me," Kayla said, then softened. "Thanks." The system, smug but quiet, slid a note across Emma's thoughts. Academic tutoring L0 12% increased to 16%. Emma didn't look up. The bond warmed with Kayla's gratitude, a soft bloom that made the numbers on the page feel less lonely. The next day at recess, the sky wore a bright, brittle blue and the playground had opinions. The rumor mill had eaten breakfast. Some kids ran up to ask if the twins had booked the cereal commercial. Others asked if the pilot meant they'd get to blow things up at school. "We don't want to blow up the school," Kayla said solemnly. We still need it. A boy with a peanut butter mustache trilled, TV stars, in falsetto, drawing a couple of giggles. Emma felt Kayla coil beside her like a spring and stepped half a foot closer so their shoulders touched, absorbing the static. She looked at the boy the way you look at a barking dog on a porch, friendly but not inviting. He got bored and ran after a ball. People are loud, Kayla muttered. Wind is loud too, Emma said. You learn how to walk in it. She watched a cluster of older girls by the fence, those same two from before, collecting orbiting kids with smiles that had too much math in them. A familiar pinch pulled behind Emma's eyes, the cost of attention kept in petty cash by people who didn't pay it. Miss Carter wandered past, hands in cardigan pockets. She paused by their bench. You can't stop people from looking, she said, voice low so it felt like advice instead of a warning bulletin. You can decide what they see. That's not pretending, that's choosing. Emma tucked the sentence away. Kayla blew air out her nose like a small horse. Today I want them to see me doing something else, she said. Then do it, Miss Carter replied, nodding toward the 4-square court. It needs a queen. They went. The ball smacked the asphalt with a satisfying thwup. The game moved, rules simple enough to keep you honest, complex enough to need rhythm. The twins made a silent pact to win with good grace. Kayla grinned. Emma kept score in her head, and the son decided to be kind for 10 minutes. After the bell, back at their desks, Kayla leaned over and whispered, sometimes I wish the trial space had a door to real life we could open for 5 minutes. It does, Emma murmured, penciling the date at the top of her test. It's called remembering what we know. She underlined her name, a ritual that made the paper behave. By the time she wrote the first quotient, the thunder in her teeth had faded. The rhythm returned: divide, multiply, subtract, bring down. Outside, the rumor mill kept chewing useless speculation. Inside, numbers stacked up into making sense. Balancing acts, Emma thought, weren't dramatic wirewalks. Mostly they were small, exacting steps you repeated until the ground learned to trust you. The bond hummed agreement, and the room settled into work. Recess came on like weather. A bell, a spill of bodies, the bright slap of the ball against blacktop. Emma and Kayla followed Marcy out to the edge of the 4-square court, shoulders touching just enough to trade temperature. The day had the kind of blue sky that dared you not to like it. The grass along the fence had been crushed into a narrow path by 1,000 shoes choosing the same lane to nowhere. The older girls were already there, the two from the far fence, ringleaders without needing rings. One had her hair scraped into a high ponytail so tight it seemed to pull the corners of her eyes. The other wore a headband with rhinestones that winked whenever she tilted her chin. They stood beside a hand-lettered sign propped against the chain link. Performance Club, tryouts today. Stars wanted. A cluster of 3rd and 4th graders hovered, half curious, half hypnotized by the word stars. Marcy's nose went up in the air the way a cat's tail does when it's about to express an opinion. They don't own recess, she announced to the twins. We were here first. We always play 4-square. She planted her sneakers in the server's square and thumped the ball once as if stamping a document. The ponytail girl, Callie, Emma remembered from a classroom chart, all loops and hearts around her name, looked over, appraising and bored at the same time. We're doing skits, she said, a little louder than necessary. Real performance, not baby games. Anyone who wants to try out can come here. She made a scooping gesture with her hand that collected a few kids just because they wanted to be collected. A small boy with a bandage on his knee looked between the ball and the sign and then at Emma like she might decide the day for him. Kayla sensed it and wiggled her fingers in a tiny come-on motion toward the court. Not bossy. Inviting. The boy's mouth twitched. He scuttled their way and took a place near Marcy, relief slipping onto his face as if he'd been held up in a current before finding the bank. The headband girl with rhinestones, Bree, the name floating up from a memory of seating charts and a substitute teacher's roll call, clapped her hands for attention. Our club will perform at the school talent thing, she announced. We'll be the highlights, not extras. Her eyes slid over the twins, quick and sharp, then away, as if she had bumped into something unexpected and refused to admit it. Kayla's shoulders prickled. The Bond warmed with a flash of indignation. Let's show them how stars are made. Then cooled when Emma's thought pressed back gently. Not their terms. Not today. Kayla breathed, practiced letting the heat run out of her hands instead of into her mouth. Her jaw unclenched. The ball hit the blacktop with a thwup that set the tempo for what their day would be. A game that asked you to be exact and generous at the same time. Callie started a tryout by assigning lines she'd scribbled on notebook paper. Jokes about teachers, a fake commercial for a glitter pen. The laughter that followed had the wrong shape, too sharp in places, pulling mean near the edges. Emma watched the circle shift and settle around the older girls, the way small fish align themselves to what looks like a bigger fish to avoid being eaten by the idea of something else. She wasn't angry so much as observant. The cost of being in that circle wasn't money. It was the kind of self you had to pay to stay in. Serve, Marcy demanded. She didn't ask who wanted in, she made space. Emma sent the ball clean to Kayla. They played. Rules were rules, and when the small boy with the bandage cheated by accident, his toe nudging over the line, Marcy called it with a fairness that made him blush and then grin. The twins kept the rhythm honest. The sound of the ball became a heartbeat, and soon enough other kids remembered they liked being part of something that didn't require auditions to belong. Callie glanced over twice when Kayla saved a wild bounce with a stretch and a laugh that took the sting out of losing the point for stepping out. Bree tilted her head when Emma called herself out for a double touch with the same tone she would have used for anyone else. The performance club's laughter faltered a fraction, as if the room they'd created had discovered a draft. A second sign appeared, courtesy of Marcy's marker and a ripped strip of cardboard from the bottom of her backpack. Court open, all welcome. Her handwriting wasn't as fancy as Bree's, but invitation travels on better roads than announcements. The boy with the bandage took a turn in the King's Square and whooped. Two girls from the audience asked whether they could swap lines for a few rounds of the baby game, and Bree said something about commitment that sounded like a warning dressed as advice. Kayla caught Emma's eye and grinned. We can let them have their crown, she sent, light now. We'll build a pavilion. Emma's lips twitched. Let them have the idea. We'll have the day. The bell finally rang. Bree called, club meets again tomorrow. Callie added, real talent only, voice trailing sugar on the word real. The twins jogged toward the door with Marcy, the ball tucked under Kayla's arm like proof of life rather than a trophy. Inside, the hall smelled like warm paper and pencil shavings. Emma felt the bond settle, satisfied, not with winning, but with not spending anything important to look bright. Miss Carter stood near the classroom door, stack of worksheets in her arms, watching the last stragglers hustle. Her eyes flicked from the sign by the fence to the ball in Kayla's hands and back to the twins' faces. She didn't say good job. She didn't need to. Wash hands, she said instead, practical as a floor. The girls grinned. They could work with floors, they were reliable. As Emma turned the faucet, cold water needling her palms, she let herself imagine a stage not built on someone else's approval. A place where anyone could step up and the only tryout was being willing. We could make that, she thought, and the idea fit like it had been waiting for a name. The bond answered with Kayla's immediate spark, we will. And the day moved on without either of them having to act like stars to feel like themselves. Dad declared pancake night the way a general declares a ceasefire, with a wooden spoon like a baton and a promise in his eyes that maybe he'd bite off more than he could flip. The kitchen warmed into supper. Butter sizzled in the pan, making small applause. Turnip positioned himself with strategic precision where floor met stove, a living roomba, hopeful and devout. Batter, Dad said, and Kayla slid the bowl closer, tongue between her teeth for the transfer. Emma lined cooling racks like landing strips, the counter already dusted with a confetto of flour no one admitted to spilling. Mom measured syrup into a small pitcher, measured, because sugar at night made children into creatures, and she liked creatures best when they remembered their names. The first pancake hit the pan with a sound like a secret being kept badly. Dad lifted the edge, peeked, and then flipped with more confidence than the physics deserved. The pancake obeyed, mostly. Half of it made a bunched crescent on the stove. Turnip, saint of fallen batter, inhaled it with a sound like gratitude. Field promotion, Dad said solemnly, saluting the dog with the spatula. Private Turnip, your vigilance is noted. Kayla reached for the ladle. My turn. Her flip achieved height and melodrama, an airborne circle like a moon shaking off orbit, and smacked back into the pan with a collapsing sigh. Emma laughed. Try not to hit the ceiling, she wheezed. Mom leaned against the counter, that posture she used when she wanted to hear the room talk. How did today go? She asked, not in the careful voice but in the unguarded one she saved for the four of them. Kayla poured a too big pancake that became a continent, cheeks flushed. The audition felt good, she said, reckless honest. They laughed. And recess was dumb. They started a club and called it, Real Talent. She wrinkled her nose. I wanted to throw the ball at their sign. Emma flipped a neat silver dollar and watched it brown. We didn't, she said. We played four square. Everyone could join. It was better. Dad nodded without looking up from the pan. Good use of force. You held the ground you needed. Mom's gaze softened. Do you want to join their club? No, both girls said, too quickly. Then Kayla added, not unless they let everyone in, which wasn't how clubs worked, and Emma added, not on their rules, which was. Mom poured syrup in a thin ribbon that found the stack's edges and shined them. Good. You should play in places that don't cost you anything to stand there. They ate at the table with elbows in and chatter out. Kayla told the story of the boy with the bandage who whooped when he made King Square. Emma reenacted Bree's chin tilt with such understated accuracy that Dad nearly choked on his second helping. Mom asked about the pilot sides, and Emma confessed she could say, baffled beakers bubble brightly, 5 times fast now because of their home away from home. Mom raised one eyebrow at the phrase, then let it pass like a car going the other direction on a 2-lane road, noticed, not chased. Do you want this? Mom asked then, cutting to the meat of it like she always did. Not the pancakes, the attention, the working, the being looked at. Kayla dabbed syrup with her finger, thought with her whole face. Yes, she said finally. I like when people clap because I did something good. It makes my bones feel fizzy. She glanced at Emma. But I like it best when we're the ones deciding what good is. Emma took longer. She turned her fork in her fingers the way she turned facts. I want to be seen, she said at last. But not claimed. I want to be able to say no and still be wanted later. I want us to have a door we can close. Dad's mouth tilted that docked smile he used for truth that didn't need ceremony. Good distinction, he said. Permission isn't a one-time thing. People who don't respect a closed door aren't invited onto your porch. Or our kitchen, Mom added, glancing at Turnip, who thumped his tail in agreement with all declared policies that could result in food. They cleared plates together, the small choreography of a family that likes itself, Emma stacking, Kayla rinsing, Dad drying, Mom moving through with a dish towel like a friendly warden. Between sink and counter and cupboard, the day's shape softened. The sharp edges from recess dissolved in dishwater. The lights hummed their plain song. Turnip sighed, then snored, then did that dream chase that made his paws flutter. When the last plate slid into its place, Mom rested her hand on Emma's shoulder, then on Kayla's. We'll keep you safe, she said simply. Even from good things that come too fast. Emma let the words sit where the bond could warm them. Kayla leaned her head against Mom's arm in a quick press. Safety wasn't a fence. It felt like a hand on your back, so you remembered you had one. Dad looked at the ceiling like he could see time there. Tomorrow we'll run, he said to no one in particular. Not far. Enough to remind the lungs what their job is. Kayla groaned theatrically. Emma smirked. The future lined up like pancakes on a plate. One more, stop before you regret it. They cleaned the griddle. The kitchen exhaled. Home had done its work. That evening, the house quieted in layers. First the television pausing mid-preview because no one had the attention to follow the next episode into the night. The porch light clicked on, drawing a spinning constellation of moths to worship a false moon. In the girls' room, Turnip arranged himself across the foot like a sandbag with opinions, exhaling dog warmth that smelled faintly of corn chips and forgiveness. They lay on their backs with the ceiling fan slicing the lamp glow into moving shadows. Kayla traced one with her finger in the air, drawing curves that only made sense if you understood that beds were rafts and ceilings were skies. Emma listened to the fans tick and made a small inventory of the day, audition, 4 square, pancakes, and felt for the delicate places where something might crack later if she didn't press it smooth now. Do you think they'll call? Kayla asked, voice a small flashlight under a blanket. Emma took the question and didn't pull it apart. They might, she said. We were good. I liked being good. Kayla smiled in the dark. You could hear it when someone smiled for real. The club girls acted like the only way to be a star is to be on their team. Stars don't have teams, Emma said. They have gravity. The sentence arrived in her mouth like a secret waiting in a pocket all day. She couldn't remember where she'd heard it. It must have been another life. Kayla rolled onto her side, propped on an elbow. Do we? Some, Emma said. She didn't say enough because that was a moving target. She didn't say more than them because gravity isn't a contest, it's a fact. We can grow it. There will always be auditions. If not this time, then the next. Kayla yawned, the kind that tugged at the corners of your eyes. We could make our own show. The words were half joke, half blueprint. Not the club kind. Open, where Marcy gets to be loud and the boy with the bandage gets a turn. Where you get to talk about carbon diox, she stopped, fumbled, then grinned as the Bond fed her the missing piece. Oxide, she finished, triumphant. Emma laughed quietly. We can make a lot of things. We have time. In her head, she saw the trial space kitchen and the way the lamplight waited for their words. She saw a stage that wasn't a stage, just a wide piece of ground where no one asked for tryouts to belong. A door, open when they chose, closed when they didn't. Silence settled. Emma felt the bond deepen, the way a harbor gets deeper when the tide comes in. Not louder, just more of itself. Feels like doors opening, Kayla sent, sleepy honest and a little odd. Then we choose which ones to walk through, Emma returned, the sentence now a ritual. The choosing mattered more than the door. Choosing meant they could be seen without being owned, noticed without being spent. They didn't say anything. They didn't need to. The ping only named what had already happened, what they had already decided. Kayla slid her foot under Turnip's belly for warmth. Turnip grunted, adjusted, accepted his fate as a hot water bottle with a heartbeat. If they don't call, she murmured, we'll make something anyway. We were always going to, Emma said. Kayla's next breath stretched and softened into sleep. Emma lay awake a minute more, watching the moths outside bat themselves silly against the porch light, drawn to brightness that wasn't the moon. She felt a sudden fierce tenderness for everything that couldn't tell the difference. She'd been that once or twice. She would be again if she wasn't careful. The thought didn't scare her. It instructed her. She reached and touched Kayla's wrist where it lay on the sheet between them. The bond answered with a drowsy hum, here. It had been a loud day. It had also been theirs. The house breathed. The night moved past the window like something on rails. Tomorrow would bring whatever. They would meet it together. 26. Swimming glory. The pool wore its morning like a polished coin, silver lanes, blue kept honest under the lifeguard's stare. Emma flexed her fingers on the block and let the bond nudge her breath into an even metronome. Kayla bounced on her toes, small, contained jumps that looked like joy with manners. The starters in their bright shirts moved paper, moved whistles, moved time. Names were read wrong. They didn't correct them. Girls 8 and under, 50 freestyle to the blocks, the official called. Dad's voice didn't carry in the echo, but Emma felt it anyway. Feet under you. Mum squeezed Kayla's shoulder, a pressure that said be kind to yourself. Whistle. Take your marks. Emma folded down, spine aligning like a thought finally found. She saw the race twice. Once with her eyes, once with the way the water would feel when it took her. Kayla beside her, a flash of elbow, the bond's strip light of attention split and shared. The horn went. The world narrowed to the clean fall into cold. The first stroke told her everything. It was a good pool, the sort with the right weight. She pulled long. Kayla chose quick. Emma could feel the difference in their bodies and didn't second-guess either decision. Halfway, she heard a girl's gasp 3 lanes over and kept her line anyway. Turn. Push. The ceiling carried someone's shout and made it many. Emma's arms burned with the pleasant truth of doing something right. Kayla's kick sharpened, the bond sending a clipped thrill as she surged. They touched in a heartbeat that wasn't the same and yet was. When Emma hauled herself up, the board flickered numbers like a magician. Kayla laughed first, the sound cracking into steam in the air. Podium, she breathed, eyes shining. Emma followed the line of names and felt a soft spread of heat, first and third. She wanted to be cooler than that and failed in a way that still satisfied her. Ping. Swimming L2 31% increased to 36%. Ping. Composure L1 45% increased to 46%. They shook hands like small professionals, accepted ribbons that felt heavier than cloth, and returned to their parents as if to a shoreline. Mom kissed the damp curls off their foreheads. Dad's smile was the kind that hit on principle and failed at the corners. Outstanding, he said, flat as a parade ground and therefore truer. The 50 back was always a conversation with the ceiling tiles. Emma counted them like old friends. Kayla let the rhythm carry her and trusted the flags. They finished second and fourth, which taught them about edges, how they bite and how they can be sharpened. Between races, the team huddled on towels like islands forming a chain. Marcy offered gummy bears in colors that didn't occur in nature. Kayla ate a green one and pretended to be poisoned for exactly 2 seconds, which made Marcy wheeze laugh and then declare them best friends. Emma watched and felt that ache that wasn't loneliness anymore but remembered itself sometimes. She smoothed it down with the knowledge that she had Kayla always and could make room for more people. Dad timed splits with a borrowed stopwatch and the patience of a man who had seen worse mornings. Your bleeding speed on the turn, he told Emma, gentle disguised as blunt. You, Kayla, catch sooner. You're pretty, be fast. He made pretty sound like a weapon one could decide to pick up or put down. They practiced on deck, arms drawing invisible water. Kayla's hands learned a shorter promise. Emma's feet remembered. Tuck, plant, explode. When their next heats were called, they went without ceremony. They didn't need it. Ping. Fitness, body training, L1 89% increased to 90%. The 25 fly was a dare. Half the age group treated it like a myth they could not yet enter. Emma liked how honest it was. You couldn't fake that stroke. Kayla liked the part where you got to be both fish and bird. They didn't win. They didn't drown either. They finished, shoulders molten, lungs doing the housekeeping of living. On the rail, Mom met them with towels that felt like congratulations anyway. You looked fierce, she said, and it wasn't the sort of word adults gave to small girls unless they meant it. Medal ceremony at lunch. The organizers strung lanyards like garlands on necks that had not quite learned the weight of being looked at. Emma stood on a block that made the world a little smaller and larger both. Kayla waved at Marcy in the crowd and then tried not to wave again. Camera shutters made small insect sounds. A local paper guy scribbled their names. Got the spelling right this time. Asked ages, asked schools. 8, Kayla said with the crisp pride of an exact number. Emma added nothing. It wasn't shyness, it was strategy. Let the other person fill the silence. The reporter did, with words like promising and natural and where do you train, darlings? We swim in a public pool, Emma said, polite without surrender. Ping. Self-advocacy L19% 9% increased to 10%. Ping. Public speaking L1 29% increased to 30%. The relay brought out a stripe of mischief in the team. They huddled, hat brims touching like a ritual. Emma took second leg, Kayla anchor. The coach said something about clean entries and trust. Emma thought about trust as a mechanical thing, the way you lean into a tool and expect it to hold. Kayla thought about it as music. The exchange was almost pretty. Kayla dove on Emma's tap and sliced the lane in a way that made parents gasp with their mouths shut. They took silver by a palm's width. Kayla shook her arms out and grinned at Emma with a brightness so honest you couldn't doubt it. It's not gold, Emma said, because honesty had to exist too. Next time, Kayla said, which was also honest and made space for hope without renting the future. Ping. Swimming L2 36% increased to 39%. Home smelled like chocolate cake because Mum believed in marking effort with sugar and conversation. Turnip wore a damp ring around his neck from a midday hose incident and pretended it was a medal. Dad poured milk like whiskey and raised his glass. To speed earned honestly. Emma cut slices with care. Kayla stacked berries into a precarious tower and then ate it sideways. Between bites, the system drifted numbers across the edge of Emma's sight. Splits, efficiencies, probabilities of achieving state in a year if X, 2 if Y. She blinked them away. Not now. Mum printed the meat sheet and slipped it under a magnet on the fridge. It looked like a family document already, the kind future selves point to and say we started here. Emma touched the paper with the back of one finger, a small consecration. In the bond, Kayla hummed agreement and passed a strawberry without looking. Ping. Presence, passive, plus 0.2%. Ping. Risk assessment L1 43% increased to 45%. They went back to the pool at closing because Miss Rosa the manager liked their manners and Dad's no-nonsense and the way Mum remembered names. The lane lines were coiled, the water slack and dark like an animal at rest. They slipped in and the sound was a secret. Distance, Emma said, voice low, not a command but a direction. Kayla nodded, mouth closing on chatter with ease earned by the day. They swam shoulder to shoulder, no racing, just learning how to carry themselves inside effort. The bond steadied into something wider than the lane. After, they lay on their backs on warm concrete and watched a bat draw ideas on the sky. Do you want to be famous? Kayla asked the question like a coin tossed then caught, consequence held to the light. Emma thought about the medal against her chest, how it had felt like both nothing and everything. I want to be good at what matters, she said. If famous comes, we won't let it own us. Kayla turned her head, cheek to wet stone. We won't let anything own us. They went home damp and quiet, medals in a bowl with hair ties and pennies. The house breathed. They slept. Ping. Swimming L2 39% increased to 41%. Ping. Fitness, body training, L1 90% increased to 91%. The Beaufort Gazette wrote them into a column that pretended to be about local sport but was always really about hope. Sisters streaked to medals in a headline that made their surname look older than it was. The reporter who'd scribbled poolside came by the house with a camera that sighed like an old man. Mum made coffee, Dad hovered like a friendly bouncer. He asked questions that tried to pin them down. How often do you train? What do you want to be when you grow up? Do you ever get bored? Kayla answered like a storyteller, true but left room for wind. Emma answered like a map, true but gave no paths you didn't need. The camera clicked when they laughed and didn't when they didn't. The piece ran online that evening and on paper the next morning. At school, M.Y.'s Adler held it up in homeroom like a woman who'd just found her favorite mug. Some kids cheered in that brave way. A boy in the back rolled his eyes so hard he almost lost them and then turned pink because attention was heavy and he'd accidentally picked some up. Ping. Professional etiquette L1 11% increased to 12%. Ping. Public speaking L1 30% increased to 31%. The whispers didn't begin at the pool. They began in the teacher's lounge where tests lived before and after children turned them into numbers. The headmaster sent a polite note home about academic differentiation and accelerated pathways. Mum read it at the kitchen table, thumb smoothing the crease into more crease. They've noticed, she said, not surprised. 2 days later a regional education blogger asked for a chat, the sort who writes about gifted labels, like they are both lollipops and traps. The interview took place on a bench outside school. The blogger had kind eyes and the slightly hungry posture of someone who survives by noticing. People say you're bright, she ventured. Kayla blinked, then smiled cautiously. People say lots of things. Emma held the line like a violinist anchoring a quartet. We like learning. Labels don't help us swim faster. The blogger's mouth curved. That might be the best answer I've ever gotten. The post went up with a soft headline, Quiet Excellence, and quotes that made them sound older than 8 because, in some ways, they were. It drifted farther than local. Comments gathered like birds. Most were kind. A few were not. Mum didn't let them read those. Dad read them and made a sound in his throat that said there were wolves. Ping. Legal comprehension L1 11% increased to 12%. Ping. Risk assessment L1 45% increased to 47%. The first paparazzo wasn't London or LA. He was a man in a baseball cap in the grocery store aisle, pretending to stare at cereal while the lens peeped over the box like a small, rude submarine. Kayla felt the prickle first, the bond raising tiny alarms. Emma saw the shape of the moment, the way you could stop it or let it happen and neither would be free. Mum clocked him too. Her smile went kind and granite at once. She stepped between camera and kids, her body language turned to a brick wall with flowers painted on it. "Those are minors," she said, voice warm as tea, words hard as a curb. The man's mouth tipped into smug apology, but not remorse. "Public place," he murmured, like the phrase gave him permission to take what wasn't being offered. Dad arrived with a basket like a prop and the spine of a Marine on parade. He didn't raise his voice. "Find another aisle," he suggested, bland as weather, absolute as law. The man relocated. Emma learned something precise about how protection can look like quiet and feel like steel. She also learned she didn't owe her face to anything that asked for it rudely. That night, System surfaced a menu of privacy practices and consent scripts written like recipes, short, repeatable, nourishing. Emma memorized 3 and taught them to Kayla in the Bond, a bedtime story of boundaries. They were on a tabloid site 2 days later anyway, a sidebar bite next to a soap star's divorce. Twins with Olympic, genius, coaching? The article cited no coach and 3 anonymous sources, one of which sounded like a parent who had once scowled at pool fees. Elena rang Mum to say the piece was nonsense and here's what we do and also, I've already done it. A correction appeared, small, late, untroubled. The harm wasn't big yet. It was a rehearsal. On the way to rehearsal for the community show, Miss Harper's taped stage again. The good smell of floor polish and children's courage. Kayla watched their reflections in the glass and practiced not flinching when she caught sight of her reflected eyes. Emma practiced meeting her own face, as if it were another person that she could take care of. They surrounded each other in the Bond and walked through the door taller than they were. Miss Harper made them walk the counts again, 8 steps that taught 100 things. "Remember," she said mildly, "your face is your instrument too." Emma played hers in a lower register that day. Kayla found bright and then dialed it to true. Ping. Presence, passive, plus 0.2%. Ping. Professional etiquette L1 12% increased to 13%. At the next meet, a different reporter waited by the exit gate, credentials around his neck, smile wide enough to be mistaken for kindness. "Mind if I ask a few?" he said before anyone could say no. Emma watched Mum's hand. If it tightened, they left. It didn't. So, Emma nodded once. "Some say you're too driven. Some say you're prodigies. Which is it?" Kayla blinked. "We like the water." Emma held eye contact. "We train as long as it stays fun and healthy." The reporter chuckled and tried again. "Brains and brawn, a rare combo. Where'd it come from?" Emma smirked. "My dad's a decorated Marine and a war hero." "Where do you think we get it from?" Mom mock scowled. "Oi, what about me?" Kayla caught this one. "You're where we get our looks, Dad says." Dad's voice slid in, mild as mist. "Dinner's getting cold." The reporter got his quotes and an education. The piece ran balanced. Then a smaller blog ran it unbalanced and much louder. Then a stranger sent an email that felt like a pebble thrown at a window, small but vicious in its intent. Elena filtered their inbox tighter and sent the legal phrasing for future pebbles. Emma sat on her bed that night and let Kayla brush out her hair, long slow strokes like a metronome set to soothe her bad mood. "Enemies?" Kayla asked softly, a word that felt big in a small room. It was too heavy for such a little girl. "Not yet," Emma said. "Just people who forget we're real people." Her voice in the Bond added the part that couldn't be said aloud. "System will find this one and deal with him or her. If others become enemies later, we'll be stronger by then." Host: I have traced the offending email address to one used by a failed blogger. A college dropout currently unemployed and on probation, living with parents. He's not the one who ran that article. You might call him a keyboard warrior. A non-entity then? Correct. His threat is minimal. Any dirt we can drop on him? Kayla listened in and added, "Do we want to do that if this person is nothing to worry about?" Emma shrugged. I want to head off escalation. Host, there are 4 options. They range from a light beating, hospitalization, prison, or death. Kayla gasped. All that for a shitty email? You said he's on probation. What for? Selling drugs to his dorm mates. Emma's heart hardened. Set him up, break his parole and put him away for a few years. Yes, host. Kayla's silence was neither approving nor disapproving, but Emma had a feeling she would lean toward cautious approval eventually. A job like this wasn't hard for system. Money would change hands and packets of a certain substance would find their way into a certain parolee's pockets or house, or car, whatever. After the police find it, a certain keyboard warrior wouldn't be sending emails for a while. Ping. Risk assessment L1 47% increased to 48%. Ping. Self-advocacy L1 10% increased to 11%. Sunday, the creek smelled of salt and old secrets. They took Blue turn out with Dad and let the wind make work, then make play. Emma felt where the sail drew and held the line without showing off. Kayla watched the telltales and learned when not to move. They were not hiding from fame, they were choosing what would hold them fast when it came. Back on the dock, Mum's phone buzzed with a message from the Gazette. Follow up on the sisters? State meet preview? Mum looked at the twins. The twins looked at each other. The bond hummed. Consent is a door we open or close together. 2 questions, Emma said at last. No video. And we want to talk about other kids too, Kayla added. Like Marcy. She's made of springs. Mum sent the conditions. The reporter agreed. The doc kept their feet honest. Turnip tried to catch a crab and learned humility. The sun punched its time card and went home. When they were tucked in, Emma whispered into the bond. We keep the work ours. We own it. We let them have the story only when it serves us. Kayla's answer was a hand finding hers in the dark. The bond sealed it like wax. Ping. Public speaking L1 31% increased to 32%.